quit till I get what's mine. I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. Yeah, to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. Yeah, never gonna stop, baby, can't bring me down. To the top, on and never stopping till we succeed. We keep climbing up the ladder, can't bring me down. To the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. Till I get what's mine. Yeah, to the top.
With your arm raised, yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who won't stop us now? 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 Who won't stop us now?
Coming for the top, but who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us. Boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us. Boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions. We ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog. You watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the fake. Got the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind. They tryna see us. That's imaginary. You done lost your mind. Sleeping on the squad. Don't fit no competition. Hold up. Slept on our greatness long enough. Now we gon' run the score up. We tryna see the trophy pass around. Confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plan of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now.
We been in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who won't stop us now? 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 Who won't stop us now?
Won't stop us. I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose. It's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting like I bang choppers. Boy, I slang linos like Steph Curry. They Usain John, and I am the game like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing. I'm talking harder than a reverend. Don't wanna hit it, it was destined. I train harder than a legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And I rap it, that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on the checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message. Yeah. There'll never be another one that can't. I throw everything. The kitchen the same. The toilet, the plumbing. I still come to smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going. You been knowing now I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron on.
Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who won't stop us now? 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 Stop us now. 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 Stop us now.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cost the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Boss lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kiss. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be snipe it, I don't really miss. Really trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in the wrist. Don't get on my bad side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bits, if I shoot it and it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah, I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is, putting blood, sweat, and tears. I die for this here, bought for life, that's real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get to it, I can't never sit still. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I'm going crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mr. Yeah. L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I'm going crazy.
You while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. Bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake, I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake.
The opening ceremony is the pinnacle of what fans look forward to every single League of Legends season.
Getting to do this for players, it's really an honor, and it's incredibly motivating to think back to when I first started playing and I watched the show and I was completely blown away.
The thing that unifies all of us is this desire to deliver an absolutely unforgettable experience for players.
The challenge is that we're always trying to figure out how to set the bar higher.
Every year with the opening ceremony, there's a whole slew of challenges, but there's always 1 to 2 that we'll just remember forever.
In 2017, the Dragon wasn't landing on the stadium until the morning of the show.
In 2018, everyone loved KDA, but we had our most public failure.
We had this big idea for a portal, and that broke live on air.
We lost power to the camera and completely ruined the transition into the next part of the show.
It's just a reminder that we're in a live show and anything can go wrong.
The 2019 opening ceremony was our most technically challenging show to date, but the path to success was often unclear, and there were many hurdles along the way.
The conversation every single year is, what's going to be the thing? What's the dragon? Is it 2 dragons?
We wanted to flip the show on its head. We wanted to give players something completely unexpected.
We wanted to bring our IP to life in ways that have never been accomplished before.
We wanted to depart from what we'd done the previous year. We knew we had the possibility to do some really cool stuff.
We didn't have the True Damage song. We didn't have the World's Anthem. We really were coming up with ideas without knowing how they were actually going to be integrated into the creative of the show.
What if we made the trophy itself this sort of central character that reveals itself at the end?
We had this idea of bringing our music videos to life on stage, but how we were actually going to accomplish that, we weren't quite sure yet.
How do you bring an Echo parallel convergence to life? How do you bring an Aurelia blade dance interacting with people, and how does that stay true to her character in the game?
I remember, like, we started talking about magic.
Holograms in particular was a type of tech that we had wanted to play with, but never really had the opportunity to do before.
It was a way to do magic, but in our way, with technology.
When approaching the hologram technology, traditionally it's only viewed from a single point from the audience. But for our show, it was going to be 360.
We were pushing the limits of this technology.
We'd seen demos, but we hadn't done it. We'd seen other people's content, we hadn't seen ours. The fundamental question that we weren't going to be able to answer until we answered it was, will this work?
These opening ceremonies are perfect opportunities to take musical experiences to new places and to excite players in like totally new ways.
For us, it's just trying to really touch people and also express ourselves in different kind of creative ways.
Awakened, Giants, and Phoenix were all very different genres of music, and figuring out a way to seamlessly transition those was a challenge in itself.
True Damage is really that next evolution for us of moving into continuing that narrative, tying the knot between previous years into this year and potentially showing more opportunity.
It was really exciting to think about True Damage making their debut at Worlds. It was also terrifying because, as with any song, you're not always 100% sure if everyone's gonna vibe with it. We really wanted to think about what music would sound like in 5 or 10 years with a weird mix of languages and sounds, and taking something that's fundamentally hip-hop but infusing it with a lot of unique DNA. We had to keep all of this under wraps, what it sounded like, what the performance was like, and we had to sort of trust that players would follow us down this path into a genre that we hadn't explored yet.
So when it comes to like working with certain artists, we really want to reach out to ones that like kind of get it, right? Are truly invested, understand what we're trying to accomplish.
When they feel like they're inhabiting Senna, when they feel like they're bringing Echo to life. Like that is the That is the sweet spot.
And overall, just a cool partnership, a cool experience to do something together, and that's really what it's about for us. So when we had chosen the members of the band, this basically became the time of excitement for us because the opening ceremonies team then had an understanding of what it was going to potentially look like on stage. It's just, that's where all the creativity just starts to explode.
We keep pushing the limits of what technology can do for us, but that is in service of where is our imagination taking us. Embracing holograms gave us the opportunity to have this action and reaction between our virtual performers and our human performers in a way that we knew was going to be very special.
When we first started investigating how to do this show properly in the round and represent these champions on stage with real live performers, we realized that we needed some very specific technology in order to make that happen.
With augmented reality, there's always this compromise of like, it's going to look great on broadcast, but is it really that compelling in a live setting? And this is going to be really special because we don't actually need that layer of technology through a camera to be able to experience it. There's actually going to be a whole bunch of HoloNet scrims, which you can see here. This set of surfaces should be invisible to the naked eye, and it will be able to capture our projections on it.
In order to make this feel most magical, we needed to hide as much of how it all came together from the audience as possible.
To accomplish that, we had to find ultra short throw projectors, which are in a very limited amount in the entire world.
The first question was, can we get enough to even do this?
With holograms, if the holograms fail, you just have a performer on an empty stage and there's really nothing else to it.
The show was so reliant on the technology. We knew that we needed to stress test it to its max. We got a small test piece that we were able to set up in the LCS studio here in LA.
This is the very first time that we've actually put content intended for the actual show on the technology. Bring out the clothes and see what the clothes look like and what people look like back there with the stuff.
Everyone was so excited to see what this product looked like because none of us had actually seen it in person before.
We learned that lighting was one of the tricks to create the illusion.
Something we learned was that if performers were wearing dark clothes or black clothes, they would just disappear, and certain materials were really distracting behind the holograms.
1, 2, 3. In order to deliver a show that really worked, we had to get the best people in the world at every position.
It's really incredible, all the people who are like legends in their own fields coming together to tell the story of League of Legends and our characters through this hologram technology. We set up a full-scale hologram test here in LA. If for some reason it didn't work, we were so close to show date that we really didn't have any backup options.
It's very difficult to pinpoint very specific problems with specific pieces of content without seeing it up there live, ready.
Not having the projectors is showstopper, for
right.
sure. Like, that's not up for debate.
Solutions have been found.
We did a shoot last night with Duckworth, which was great. It was great. And then we're doing prep today. We're doing 3 days of work here, and then we have a full shoot day Monday. And I die Tuesday.
Yeah. Every time there's wind, the ceiling is actually moving.
This was one of the largest uses of this technology to date.
We had so many unique gags that we were trying with the technology, and we needed to make sure that each one was playing exactly the way we expected it to.
We were moments away from departure, and all the things that had to get figured out were piling up. We still had to shoot the talent on green screen for their holograms.
That is so crazy, and that's like the craziest thing I've ever seen.
It's awesome. It's going to be great to really bring it to life. I can't wait to sort of inhabit Camille.
This is like reality is kicking in full force right now. You're in it now. There's no turning back.
Yeah!
Beautiful, beautiful. That's good.
You know, this is the most magical stairs I've ever been on.
Like here, there's a little more separation, but here there isn't. So.
In the week before everyone departed for Paris, it was this passionate, frantic rush. What can we do to make this absolutely the best? Because we know it can be.
So that we could go 17.
And then on the...
I thought it was okay for it to be the
It's going to be 1 meter away. It wasn't 1 meter away.
No.
Why are we looking at that strong?
Yeah, I know, but you're telling me that the other one is twice as much as that?
So the front edges.
We weren't even in Paris yet, and we knew that we weren't going to get the final piece of content until the day before the show. So,
We arrive in Paris and we have 7 days to make everything work perfectly.
We knew that we were going to have an extraordinarily tight load-in.
In 2018, we had over 2 weeks in the venue, 2 days of tech rehearsal and 5 days of rehearsal. Every minute of delay starts to just remove rehearsal time.
Our production team worked a heroic 24/7 schedule to get that show loaded in.
It's insane. Everyone is rushing to finish everything.
Everything comes back to how much time will we have to get the creative ready for show day.
We always wish we have more time.
While our main stage is being built, we actually replicated its dimensions in the next room over. That way our talent and our dancers could get used to their blocking and actually interacting with the holograms.
It's the first time that talent is working with the technology.
This was also the first time that our choreographers were getting to work with the local Parisian dancers.
It's the first time for a lot of things.
Seeing the True Damage crew practice the song together for the first time was kind of nerve-wracking. This was a group of artists that come from all over, that speak different languages. We didn't know how well they'd get along, how good their group chemistry would be.
It's really important that even in this small amount of time, that they learn how to work together really well.
They had to be in sync, and we only had a few days to get them there.
We're thinking for today, it would be great to just go in chronological order. So we're kind of going to go in sections.
And so the more that we are interacting and we're moving in the same way at times, or at least have moments with the holograms, yeah, that's when like you really zoom out and you're like, oh man, this is like all working together.
Crazy, visuals is next level. You know, I can't wait to be up there and see it come to fruition, come to life. You know, I'm excited. It's gonna be beautiful, big vibe.
I'm very excited too.
First thoughts.
So we'll see. I guess speechless, because he was speechless. It's like nothing I've really ever done before, so I'm super hyped.
I feel like I need to like elevate my own like personal performance now. After all that.
All these millions
You know,
right here
all
on
that.
stage.
I'm like, okay. I guess rapping on the mic ain't enough now.
all these months and months of planning, and the thing that we envisioned over these last 9 months finally comes to life.
2 and 3 and...
Every take we get more confident, more comfortable, but I feel excited. How you feel?
I feel great, man. Everybody's professionals, you feel me? Everybody coming through, holding that thing down. Everybody got dance moves and stuff. We hit that thing, going crazy. Are you dancing too?
Once we get onto the main floor, that's where the chaos really begins.
We need to see so many things for the first time.
We had a lot of fears because we had a lot of things ongoing on stage.
Everything had to go perfect. If one thing went wrong, if a hologram breaks, if somebody misses their cue, if the lighting is off, the whole thing kind of breaks.
We needed to see the lighting interact with the holograms.
When and how can the holo come in and out? Will the projectors all work?
There was trouble getting the old technology to work with the new technology.
We needed to see the trunk open.
Turns out that it was more complicated than we expected it to be.
There's all of the challenges around broadcast. Do we like the camera angles?
There was content being worked on till the very last second.
There's 3 pieces of content we need to check. 3, 2, 1.
I think we're having trouble hitting the marks, and that's really crucial to the show right now.
Why does the spotlight come on when I'm already in my, 2 bars in? First mark for 3rd chorus. Cool?
Is it weird that I'm not all the way over and then
It's alignment, it's not consensus, right? But
okay. Magic is showtime.
I think the toughest part this week has just been getting all the content done and making sure that it looks good and is scaled properly and is interacting with the human Valerie sounds great, doesn't she? Oh my gosh.
Nerves are running high.
Time is running out.
There are so many things that we want to go right, but we can only push so far. If the hologram breaks, we don't have a solve for that. So we hope that the rest of the elements are able to help carry the show in some way.
No, you just got to keep revising until you can't anymore. Until literally they say stop turning stuff in, because the show is already over. We've got to stop.
What we see here is what we're going to get tomorrow. The show must go on.
People are super excited. We know today's the day.
We can see and hear fans lining up outside of the building, and all of this is for them and their experience and their enjoyment. We're all very anxious.
Months of work are gonna show today. Like, we know everything needs to work perfectly.
There's really no downtime before the show. We are working up until the countdown clock starts.
We're all having this underlying stress of, is this actually gonna work?
In the moments before the show, there's 100 different things that are going on.
They tried to open it, then it didn't open.
The trophy case didn't open when we got there in the morning. There were technical issues with it.
We didn't know if we were gonna be able to have that be a working element in our show. Everything that could go wrong with Kiana's ring the morning of the show was going wrong.
Projectors? Let's check. But let's not hold doors.
HoloNets were getting unfocused because of the air conditioning in the room.
You know, the natural elements of the world.
Because they are cleaning the floor and they are super close to the screen right now.
No one anywhere near the screen, please.
You just have to accept that you're doing as much as you can, and whatever will happen, will happen.
Yeah, we are, mate.
Doors are open, pencils down, this is it.
Nothing more we can do. Here we go, this is the game.
And we're about to watch the last 6 months of our life's work unfold on a small screen. It's gonna be sick.
Gonna beat up Jin? It's gonna be good. Stop, Seth!
One chance. Of course I'm not anxious.
We hear them right now?
At this point, we've been working for 10 months for a 10-minute show.
And officially, we have to take our hands off the steering wheel.
It's completely out of our control, and all there is left to do is watch.
All I'm thinking about is that first hologram instant.
It hits, and you hear the crowd's reaction.
That was a really, really special moment for us.
As much as we'd been telling ourselves we knew this would work, now we knew it worked. There's the massive What You Mean graphic on the holo. And as much as I love everything about that performance, nailing that beat in the show was the one that mattered to me more than any other.
That was such a highly complex moment of the show.
And in rehearsal, we just hadn't gotten it.
It was better than we could have ever imagined.
At the end of True Damage, there's this momentary feeling of relief, like, oh, okay, we got through that. And then your brain kicks in and you're like, oh, there's all of Phoenix we got to deal with. As we're sitting there watching Phoenix, we know that this trophy case moment is coming up, and that's a huge beat in our show.
The day had started with the case not opening. You can't unveil a trophy if the box doesn't open. And I remember the Steadicam move starting to circle around the case, and I had 2 seconds that felt like 2 hours of panic that it actually wasn't going to happen.
You gotta open. You have to open.
That was the last big hurdle.
Come on!
The relief and catharsis, because that is effectively the last scary thing.
Okay, so 2020 kickoff meeting, yeah?
Delivering something like the opening ceremony it's so hard to describe the pride you feel.
The reaction, it's showing that all those months are paying off.
We worked for so long and everyone finally got to see it, and then immediately kind of sad because it's over. We're gonna go home and get back to work.
Let's do it.
The storm is over. It is now just enjoying a nice world championship.
Getting back into our normal routine, things feel a little bit quieter and a little bit slower for a while.
We have already begun planning what we're going to be doing for this year's World Ceremony.
This is the 10th anniversary of competitive League of Legends, and we need a ceremony that's going to be as big as that moment should be.
I'm really most excited to explore what else is out there and what else we could bring to the show.
Engaging on these kinds of big creative questions is the high that we all want to keep chasing.
Music is a central force in our shows, and it's something that will stick with players forever. So I think we're going to carry that over into 2020.
We're excited about the future and all of the different ways we can make the next opening ceremony incredible.
The 2020 ceremony is going to be awesome.
这里分是踩了个夹子，我们看一下这里，哇，传送强行保这个小兵，95级的大招出到了优单，大招吹起来，但是伤害不太够。这边反打吗？上路这边一个异能跑到自己的海下，闪现过来，直接连死了。这边连死了优单，可能会成为一个转折点，但是好像没有输出了。
大舅子也闪现过去，带着红 buff， 好险！麻辣香锅点了一个这么往后撤的，但打鱼这波，西野这波打得太完美了。但这波必须要接，
这要打。麻辣香锅，这儿说小军一个长板中的麻辣香锅，但这种球位置有点差，但中间很绕，场地拿到了大龙，这边一个大招，大家一个，看看这边还要追吗？小军应该是被卖了。
卡尔马的这个盾太厚了，刚刚布隆已经控制的很漂亮了。
上面有人，被秒了，
没有错的。
家伙的话也打不死大舅子，大舅子这个盾实在是无限肉，但里面的话也跑不掉，只剩一个人回家，24元。
哎，卡牌这里要配合上单的传送来一套，这边反身直接打胖，胖这里开启了一个急步。
但是这边皮眼灵来了，
皮眼灵那边
这里不太好说了，飞后排。
努努在后面封一个大招摧毁了扣肉，这边好像是传
大招打
断了胖的大招，我的天！
哎，下路叫我去我就来了，
听到了，杰料这边有双招，
而且我来第二次，伤害够不够？女团哇，没办法，要等突出来，
宝蓝有 W，
可以再扛，有治疗，这边还有治疗，这边可能要出车了，
绿毛被塔 A 了，
哎呀，距离没有保控好，而且
把握好，
挖掘机没有闪现了 ，JK Love 走了，
可以反打，
没了，
反打。
好险，刚刚的地道还没有被踩掉。
这一波上的没有道理啊，因为你一个人过去，你知道他不在线下，
一个没闪到这个位置，走不掉想换，波雷子换不到呀，雪崩了，雪崩了，雪崩。
哦，跟吸血鬼又是两大开团，在这个角度，
这个时候看一下
他们想打包夹，他们想打包夹，
有点机会，双对位站到了一起，
想利用大龙包夹，先打神，吸血鬼，没有进场，吸血鬼进场了，一个吸血鬼进场有点无敌，这边想杀 F 要死了 ，F 挡定了，这回也打了，完了，对，这里只能溜了，
直接是
Scout 也只能往另外一个方向
下路左被打掉，厂长这里有闪现，应该是可以跑掉的。
看到了，
这一下是上签还是下签呢？
这边扣肉传送下来，要被这个夹子夹。
想表这个赛有机会吗？
伊姆这边打着残血，交治疗。他的比赛前面使用了1万个技能，但是还是没死。
飞起来了，开始起飞。
这个不好说，小王开启一个疾跑，伊姆被恐惧了一下，但输出位置还不错。一张黄牌怎么说？
输出位置非常的好，但是要被
有水也起飞了。
不行，差一下。
还有。
A 出来 ，A
出来的紧急情况之下闪电过去，强行换掉一个。哇！大的关键时刻交了出来，快赶紧无伤。
但是 IP 在杰克老吃了一炮，好痛！血我直接开了，但这波杰克老要回家，伊姆要秒了！我的天哪！杰克老五配合和下的大招直接把伊姆给秒了，没有双刀的应付。哎，这波有 GP 没有啊？没有 GP，那来有大的哟。但是 Rookie 有大，这边要追，宁王 GP 开死不中了。这边是反头 A 甲。这里是把一个人打残，输给没状态，但是杰克老跟上来了，杰克老招上技能往前冲，一刀一个，这边还要追，牙膏被减速到了，2个减速，然后这波是没有上，2个都走不掉，又是一刀，杰克老2个头这边，卢克也是杀掉了绿毛，给第一机会啊，
米打脸，
哎，这边卡牌。
开大招不敢下来呀！
哇，完了，这打的有点快啊，感觉。
是的，
右这边要开大招保护了，这边扣肉
抢到了！
这边高乐威给自己一个大招，很尴尬。没事，这条叫黄牌，接到伊姆直接被秒了。没事，开中央把他要等死。
完了，这大招炸了，这个真的炸了！
真男人，外狂澜与击倒，扶大厦之将军。这个时候，场站了起来。
在团战里面可以利用圣物之盾给队友回血。
抢秒小龙，大师一个人在前面顶着。
这个第4条小龙的呀，要抢，没抢到，这波要开到空的位置，完美打到5个人，我的天
！8条被抢
临死还有大招还不错，伊姆这边输出位置还可以，但是有点危险，往后一撂，治疗也加出来，这边有点刚，但最后被卡进一个 Q
双 C 的秒，这波 EDG 有机会反打，现在整个冷队已经没有了伤害，这一波头无敌太完美了
！1.5，我的天哪！
各位垃圾爱好者，我们又见面了。哎，怎么是又呢？
这其实是我第2次进决赛了，要面对奈的选手，老乡见老乡，两眼泪汪汪嘛。
我已经开始研究 A 赛对手了啊，今年没有 A 赛对吧？啊，没差了，反正冠军都是我们的。
我们上路朱木公爵，下路 Airy 毛，开局领先2万，我不知道你们怎么跟我们打。
有我的滔博都能2比0你们，那有水子哥的滔博你们就懂我意思了吧？
哦，我的老朋友，哦，周木公爵，捧起属于你的红酒杯。
哦，我的老伙计，这么美妙的夜晚，正适合拿一个冠军来相配呢。
为了和周木兑现，我连夜报考了贵族礼仪补习班，置办了燕尾服。周木哥手上既然已经有红酒杯了，奖杯就我来捧吧。对面想用我们特别难，也只有体重可以赢我们。
我寻思369的脸也不小吧？
没了，我真的就写了这么多。
半决赛的时候，妖姬我忘记用社会名流这个皮肤了，这次决赛的话用一下，毕竟我们是上流战队嘛。
野区养猪的时代已经过去了，我现在直接在你家野区种水稻。
카다 선수 이번 결승에서 제가 젊음의 피지컬이 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
把披萨塞你嘴里。
挺好吃的。
奇怪的重量又增加了。
等我一下，我需要点灵感。今天不吃披萨，也不去拉萨，今天只有一个卡萨。
很多人不知道常规赛全胜是什么滋味，但是我只想说2个字：上流。
感觉 K 黄能把他从沧海打回萍乡去，打回他们网吧去，
太狠了。
Loken， 好兄弟，好兄弟。
我不但有 Loken 使用说明书，其实我还有一个技能，就叫大禹治水，专门治水。
Loken 很 Jacky， 还需要评价吗？世界冠军跟没进过世界赛啊。
FPX라는 롤드컵 우승팀을 3대0으로 꺾고 올라왔는데 솔직히 제 키러브는 하나도 무섭지 않아요. TES의 투구가 멋있기는 한데 제 키러브가 쓰기에는 너무 작지 않나 싶네요.
你们都在第1层，其实我在第5层。
TS 轻松。
平天地，兄弟们，我是那9稳稳。
手子哥，你的决赛体验卡已经到期，无法续费，冠军就由我们带走了。
打败公爵才能和我上流替补打。
我跟奈特以前是在一个网吧队的，他是打野，我是中单，所以说谁更强就不用我多说了吧。
牙膏妖姬也是特别猛的英雄吧，但觉得比起 Rookie 的妖姬应该还差那么一点吧。
就这，
看大卫也是名个人实力强劲的选手嘛，
但我们雷大哥也不是好惹的。
就这，我有我的野爹卡纳维，卡纳维过来。
我们抬了京东3手，也该缓一下了。
맛있다 근데 이거.
麻烦给我们放首水手吧，就用夺冠了顺便放一下吧，就感觉 BGM 会挺应景的。
那如果我们赢了的话，我亲自上台唱王菲。
哎，我又没拿过世界冠军，我怎么这么嚣张啊？啊！我们队里有人拿过，而且才了2个礼拜呢。
世界冠军吗？你说世界冠军吗？上一个世界冠军好像被我们3比0呢。我们打京东输过吗
TES 轻松，
京东的小完美配合。
决赛这舞台了，已经碰到地板了，那奖杯那肯定也要收下了。
希望能在决赛的时候也能维持住我不败的战绩。
我们低谷也走过了，大家不留遗憾，一起加油就行了。
希望他们能相信我，虽然对面是 Night， 平天地中呢，我要当定了。
正常发挥拿下比赛，超常发挥就更简单。첫 결승으로면 준수 가는 게 공존인데 저희 진동은 지금 2번째 결승에 올라오는 거니까 우승은 저희가 하고 그 TES는 첫 결승이니까 준우승했으면 좋겠습니다.
我们这次一定要弥补去年的遗憾，拿个冠军回去。去年春季赛 JDG 没有完成的，今年一定会做到的。我们会为了这个冠军勇往直前的。
感觉打京东的话，我们3路对线实力都比我们强。身为一个老大哥，我感觉我要好好带领我的弟弟们去拿下这个冠军了。
希望我们5个一起加油，为京东拿下第1个冠军。
冠军一定是我们滔博的
冠军，我们来了。
垃圾话不能说太多，意思一下就行了，到时候被打脸都被打肿了。
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the...
Expectations have been destroyed. The 2018 and 2019 world champions cast aside. Top Esports and JD Gaming are now only one step away from securing their first ever LPL championship. The bout is set. In the left corner, the golden left hand, the best mid laner, or should I say the best player in the LPL. In the right, the new kings of the jungle, or rather king, the deadliest wolf and lamb on Summoner's Rift. And let's not forget the MVP of 2020 Spring. 2 contenders amongst 8 others with everything on the line. And ladies and gentlemen, we have front row seats to the show. It's time. Time for the Titans to take their glory, state their name for the world to see, and make them all in disbelief. Top Esports and JD Gaming. There can only be one to take it all, here in the LPL 2020 Spring Grand Finals.
们的赛后采访环节，我是主持人于双，也是有幸邀请的。
选手们在各自的俱乐部都已经摩拳擦掌，准备比赛。虽然说是线上赛，但召唤师峡谷从来不缺少精彩，让咱们共同期待吧。
LPL， 加油！
加油！
加油！加油！加油！
谢谢你们的守护，
谢谢你们的坚持，
谢谢你们的速度，
谢谢你们。
此刻敬英雄。
At the start of spring 2020, a pandemic forced us to change our way of life. People all over the world are affected by the virus. This is a fight beyond just esports. Countless heroes are fighting in the front lines. The story of the LPL only continues because of their selflessness. From 2013 to 2020, every spring final has been a legendary chapter in the chronicle that is the LPL. Winners lifted the trophy with pride after putting it all on the table. With the LPL's recent international success, the LPL Cup means more than ever. Today, we have a new trophy to be lifted, a trophy that brings with it legendary status. Let's take a look back at all that led to this moment and get ready for the crowning of a new king.
接下来，就让我们回顾往昔春决的荣耀时刻，翘首期盼下一位春季王者的诞生。
摧枯拉朽，新的队伍到拿冠军仅仅1个赛季的事情。恭喜 JDG！ 场场站了起来，谁才是中国第1大爷？
还有
A 出来 ，A 出来的快打铁无伤，恭喜 JDG！
西野这波打得太完美了，展现一技能对自己的伤害非常的自信，这样的话可能会一波结束吗？
恭喜 WE！
The throne is waiting for its new owner. Our warriors are ready to fight. Can Top Esports beat their fierce rival and claim the crown? Now, please welcome Top Esports. Sub support, Chocho. Support, Yu Yanja. In the top lane, 369. In the jungle, 2018 MSI champion, Karsa. On the bottom side of the map, the 2018 world champion, Jackie Love. And in the mid lane, the 2019 LPL Spring Summer Split MVP, Knight. Welcome again, Top Esports. On the other side of the rift, returning to the Spring Finals, they are no longer the Dark Horse. They made it to the finals through a dominating win streak. I give you JD Gaming. The substitute top laner, 705. In bot lane, Loken. The mid laner, Yagao. In support, Lumao. The jungler, the 2020 LPL Spring Split MVP, Kanavi. The top laner with 19 straight wins this split, Zoom. Welcome to the finals, JDG. As spring comes to an end, I hope you all play to your full abilities, leaving no regrets on this stage. The 2020 LPL Spring Finals will begin. Thank you again to our heroes.
Saturdays, locked up in the cage with all my thoughts.
个闪现，接了我们的闪了3场，
正面只剩下。
I ripped your picture from the frame, and now you're just a name. You're just a name, playing your part. It's for your sins and I hurt your heart.
幸福也你也好了。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 8th year of the LPL. The 15th LPL trophy will be lifted by the end of today. Welcome to the analyst desk for the Spring 2020 LPL Finals. My name is Munchballs. I'll be joined by Dagda. And as you've seen from all those videos, this is a league full of legacy. We're the new guys on the block, Dagda.
I know, but what a split to be a part of. It's been a little bit topsy-turvy, but this has definitely been a split defined by upsets, both in the regular season and in our playoff bracket.
Yeah, and speaking of the playoff bracket, we can take a look at some of the upsets that have been coming on through and the path that these two teams took to make it to our grand final. Most recently, the 3-0 for FPX over IG, but it's JDG up against Top for our final.
And what an incredible performance from both of these squads to find themselves in our grand final. There was only one person who had Top Esports on their list to make it all the way here, Munch, and that was you. But I think still a lot of people will be surprised to see both these teams here today.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really expect the way that they managed to do it with last-minute substitutions and all the kinds of shenanigans that we'll go into in a moment. But before we go into the nitty-gritty of each of these teams, I want to let you guys know that this will be the 4th split in a row now in the LPL where we have a different champion. 4 splits, 4 champions. We started in summer 2018. RNG took the title. In 2019 spring, it was IG that stepped up forward. And then summer 2019, we all know that FPX dominated.
And the thing is, neither of these teams have ever hoisted the cup themselves. So this will be a new organization here to raise the trophy and pen their name beside the greats of the LPL. But it is a story of broken dreams for both these squads.
It certainly is. When you look at JDG, they lost to IG in 2018 in the semi-final. Once again in the finals of 2019 summer. Before, in 2019 summer, they never even made it to the playoffs.
And that's where we look over at their opponents today, Top Esports, who've only managed to make it as far as the 3rd place playoff, falling in the semi-finals in both Spring 2019 and Summer 2019. Once again, though, one of these teams here today will have to taste defeat.
And we'll have to see which one of those teams will have that bitter taste in their mouth at the end of the day. But the other will be our Spring LPL champion. But I want to talk about the two teams and the way that they've developed across the course of this split, because it feels like a story of brain versus brawn. That's certainly where these teams have evolved into. And especially when you talk about JDG, they are by far the smartest team in the LPL, the most calculated of our squads. But over on the side of Top Esports, this is a team that just has raw star power.
Yeah, when we look at the evolution of both these squads, they've taken different routes to get here. As you said, JDG have evolved from the Mosh Pit team. They used to be all about this let's party mid lane, but now instead utilizing the map pressure that they will create, the tempo advantages that they have to set themselves up for success in the early game. But when we look across at Top Esports, they have doubled down on what made them such a potent team in the LPL, going off of sheer star power, outperforming, outplaying their opponents, and with Jackie Love being added to the team, that's what you can expect here on the Rift.
Yeah, Jackie Love changed things up for sure, but let's start by talking about our second seed, JD Gaming, coming into this final. And when you look over the roster, you think back to 2018. This is the same roster that came in, but Loken had a bit of a hiatus from JD Gaming. In 2019, he spent the year over on Top Esports, the team he's up against now in the final.
But when you look at JD Gaming, you have to talk about the Dumpling Brothers. Zoom and Yagao are one of the most dominant solo lane duos in the LPL. Since Zoom's return to the roster, JDG have not lost a single game. His ability to find the perfect engages in team fights is second to none, and he's often miles ahead in gold come the 15-minute.
Yeah, I mean, Zoom has looked insane for sure, but I want to talk about Yagao because the man is a monster, and he is easily the most underrated mid laner in the whole LPL.
Well, look, 9 games undefeated on LeBlanc at 26 KDA. This man's ability to find picks is insane. The Dumpling brothers control the top side of the map, facilitating Kanavi to play his unique jungle style. And that's why we see, when you look at that graphic, such similar First Blood participation. They are focused on working together to set up Kanavi for those early kills.
And Kanavi is the key to all this. I think you said it best during the semi-finals, that Kanavi he's the secret sauce to this Dumpling brother domination. And when we talk about Kanavi, I mean, this guy is the carry from the jungle.
Spring Split MVP, highest damage percentage of any jungler, highest goal difference of any jungler. Kanavi will be the secondary AD carry for JDG on his Kindred, dictating the pace of the early game. The reason Kanavi is able to be so successful is the ability of the Dumpling brothers to play around him, using lane advantages to help Kanavi invade. As you saw in just our clips there, gifting him overkills to start him snowballing. Kanavi has found the perfect team to help him shine above all others.
And when we talk about JDG, this is how they get the ball rolling. This is how they set it up in the early game. And Kanavi, obviously, the 2020 Spring Split MVP, no less. He's one of those major factors. But it's really around the mid game, around the late game, that we see the true beauty of this team. It's the macro play that they bring to the table that really sets them apart. From the rest.
And it's off the back of Kanavi's success. When you look towards how this guy likes to play, yes, he does facilitate the lanes, get in, gank a little bit, but it's mostly the farming style, getting this large gold lead by taking his camps, the enemy's camps, whatever the hell he can. And that's why he ends up with double the CS of anyone else when you look towards how big of a lead he garners for himself in the game.
And you guys at home, you got to keep your eyes on Kanavi, because we're describing him as a farming jungler, but it doesn't feel that way in a lot of these games. We'll see how that's going to look in our finals, but they have opponents to take down as well. Top Esports are no slouch, and we can have a glance over their roster. And I know a lot of you at home are already putting your eyes towards JackeyLove here, but I want to first look towards the mid lane, because Knight is the man this roster was built around. His mouse and keyboard may be backwards, but his play sure isn't. The golden left hand himself is very much the core of this squad.
Knight is the best mid laner in the world to never make it to Worlds. There's a reason he's been awarded the most MVP performances since he joined Top Esports in Spring 2019. Either through killing you or beating you back and taking a CS lead, Knight will reign supreme in lane, feeding his ability to take over team fights on champions like Syndra and Zoe. This series is going to be where Knight wants to write his names in the LPL history books.
Knight is just, he's separate from the crowd. I mean, you said it just there, the 44 MVPs since Spring 2019. 1 year, 44 MVPs across games. That is just unbelievable.
And 26 solo kills. The only person he's second to is Rookie, but there's a reason Knight is the one in the finals here today. Knight has been unstoppable for Top Esports, and now we'll like to see him continue that domination here today.
All right, well, I'm going to move the conversation on to, I think, what a lot of people at home want to hear, because Dagda, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior JackeyLove? Because the man down in the bottom lane, he joined just under a month ago, and since that fateful day, he has changed everything.
He's brought his shot-calling magic to Top Esports, and with this, Top Esports look unstoppable. The ability of this team to outperform and outplay their opponents was already sky high, and now you add one of the best team-fighting AD carries to the roster. It's a no-brainer why this team is in the finals. Especially with the lane dominant styles of Knight and 369, JackeyLove already feels right at home on this roster, and will be looking to add another domestic championship to his trophy case.
Not only to add it to his trophy case, but he wants to deny it from JDG once more. Summer 2018, JDG lost in the semi-finals to JackeyLove. Spring 2019, JDG lost in the finals to JackeyLove. Spring 2020, can JackeyLove once again deny JDG their moment in the spotlight?
And look at some of these stats right here. 208 DPM over his opponents. His 31% damage is why Top Esports have been so successful. And even when we look at his ability to get solo kills, the highest in the LPL for AD carries is 9. In the brief stint JackeyLove has been here, he's got 6 already.
JackeyLove he's a machine. He's an absolute machine. And it's the shot calling that I really want to highlight here, because his voice on this team has transformed Top Esports from the regular split. But now that we've discussed the teams a little bit, let's get into what the expectations are for this series and put our money on the table here with some predictions. Because I know where I'm going. I've been going for Top Esports since before the split began, and I'm sticking to my guns. 3-1, I reckon, in favor of Top.
I'm on the opposite side. I'm 3-1 on JDG. I think the turnaround performance that JDG have had over this split just puts them so far ahead. They look unstoppable, whether it's with this early game macro calling or if it's going to be instead just team fights galore.
I mean, you can listen to this charlatan if you want, ladies and gentlemen, but what I think is going to happen is Top Esports are not going to allow this controlled level of gameplay that JDG wants. They're going to bring chaos. They're going to bring fighting non-stop, and they're going to force JDG to fight at their level. We'll see who's going to be right, though. It's going to be me. Let's take a look at our lineups as we move into our finals. We can head over to our stage as well. We've got Zoom, Kanavi, Yagao, Loken, and Lu Mao. This is the squad that has been undefeated for 17 games.
And then we will look over across at their opponents here today. Top Esports will be going up against them, but JDG have been looking absolutely stellar in their performances. We talk about the success of the jungler, we talk about the success of their solo laners, and especially with Loken coming back into the roster with Lu Mao down on that bottom side, this team looks set to take on the world.
Yeah, over towards the side of Top Esports. We've already mentioned JackieLove and Knight coming in. Interesting that they're bringing Chocho for the first game here. They've been playing a lot with Yu Yanja earlier on in the split. JackieLove has preferred to play with Yu Yanja, but clearly, preparation coming into this series, they've decided that Chocho is the way forward.
And it is a surprise, as you said, they played with Yu Yanja in their semi-finals to get themselves here, but Chocho does offer that veterancy to the squad. It was an AD carry on Dan Gaming and Top back in the day, then moved over to the support role. So definitely going to be looking to facilitate JackieLove's success in that bottom side of the map.
We'll see if he's going to be able to do precisely that, whether or not they're going to be able to get ahead. But let's take a look at the head-to-head between these two teams, because a lot of it goes the way of Top Esports.
Yeah, it ain't looking too pretty for JDG, but this is the old JDG. This is where we don't have this same mosh pit style anymore from the squad, but still Top Esports with an incredible record up against their opponents.
Yeah, worth mentioning this is during the regular season as well, and there was a lot of fat old goose eggs there for JDG. But now, when we take a look at some of their statistics across the game, this sheds a little light on how they play.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you want to look at how do these teams both perform. And you can see there the goal difference at 15 since Zoom has come back into the roster. 2,000 gold ahead for JDG.
And look at the bottom there, Baron power play gold. 4,000 for JDG. When they get Baron, this is what I was talking about before. Their macro in the mid and late game, when they get a lead for themselves, they will roll that forward and not let you get a single thing back.
JDG have an 88% win rate when they're ahead at 15 minutes. They are nigh on unstoppable when they get that lead. But we do have to look across the board as well, because as you talk about it, Top Esports are easily able to snowball as well. They've got an 81% lead when ahead of that 15-minute mark. And this is where we start to see that dominance come through from both these squads. And if they do get ahead, they will be damn sure not to let that go.
Oh, they certainly will. And you can see the players getting ready. There's Caster there warming up for the game, ready to jump on in. I'm excited to see how Caster's going to do when he gets onto the stage as well. Because bear in mind, Caster, he's a player with a ton of international experience. But when it comes to the jungle, he's up against Kanavi today. That is a matchup and a half.
Especially with the way JDG played towards Kanavi, it makes it so difficult to play against him. His first blood participation is 83% for JDG, so Karsa will need to try and dictate the pace of this early game, get Kanavi off some of these comfort picks like the Kindreds, the Silases, and see if Karsa instead can find the impact he wants, which is towards that mid and top lane.
That might be easier said than done though, because Kanavi, he's got these comfort picks, but he has a very wide champion pool as well. There's a lot of different things that he can go for when it comes to the draft. He can play the meta stuff too. That's the most important thing. Yes, we do see things like the Nidalee and the Kindred, but that's not all we see. We see him playing the standard meta junglers as well. So when it comes to that matchup, my big question is, how will Karsa perform compared to the regular split? Because now that JackieLove's in the roster, it feels like a new Karsa, but there's still a little bit of roughness around the edges.
There is. There's some mechanical mistakes that are really weird to see from Karsa, especially as we said, that 2018 MSI champion. But he has looked stellar and will be looking to have impact towards Knight and 369.
It's about time to find out how this one's going to go down. It's about time that we kick off our spring finals. Ladies and gentlemen, you can join me as we head over to our casters and begin these finals.
Thank you very much, gents, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the casting stage. My name is Hysterics. I'm going to be joined by Lyric to take us through this best of five, a best of five between JDG and Top Esports. And I have to say, these two teams, no one would have expected them to make it over the world champions of 2019 and 2018.
Unexpected is a good word, but I like how you put that, over the world champions, because both of these teams had to beat world champions to get here.
And for JDG, you know, it's their second final here, second in a row here in spring, 2019 spring, and now for Top Esports, their first grand final. And for some of our players here as well, Lyric, we've got some newbies in the, well, not newbies, but newer players to make this entrance here in the grand final.
It's going to be really interesting because our star player on both sides has never been in a final.
Yeah.
Knight, Kanavi, and a final is a completely different beast.
You got to remember, it's a best of five here, best of five where these players have already played one or two to get to this position. On JDG's side, against FPX, to reiterate there, against IG and WE here for Top Esports, the journey has been made as we head towards pick and ban here to start the grand final off. And I'm going to say finally, I've been waiting for this one, Lyric. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome as we go into game number one.
Yeah, and really interesting to see that JDG are on the blue side, so we already see a lot of bans targeted at Knight. I was actually interested to see if they would opt for the skill matchup in the Syndra against LeBlanc, but doesn't matter. Zoom going to get on that Ornn pick, which he's looked amazing on.
Straight away, we accelerated our pick and bans here in the LPL. Just a side note as well, remember it is 10.7 here for our grand final. That means no Wukong and no Fiddle throughout the day. So you're not going to see that one come up for Lumao, but on the side of Top Esports, they've started batting away 80 carries, and they're looking at one themselves.
Yep, Aphelios and Misfortune are really the only priority picks left open. We don't see a lot of Senna here in the LPL. What I want to see is, does Karsa go towards that Lee Sin here? It was such a crucial pick for him in the previous best of fives, but instead going to opt for the set.
Already feels like a change here from Top Esports.
Yeah, and we haven't seen set all that much. 369 has actually only picked it up once, and neither support has played it.
Look towards JDG now, because seeing a change from Top Esports draft on the blue side for JDG, we talk about securing a bottom lane here a lot in the LPL.
Again, I'd expect it to be the Misfortune. She's so strong in lane. Loken's looks so good on it, had 6 games. And then here, I think you can just opt into blind picking your jungler.
Yep.
We do still have the Jarvan open, but I was going to say, that's actually not really Kanavi style.
Oh, but man, we got a story here for Yagao. Undefeated, 9 games played here on this LeBlanc. He has not lost a game in spring with this mid lane match.
No, and he's looked great on it. But on the other side for Knight, he's played so many champions this split. You have a lot of good answers that can play against that, whether it's something like a Galio, Lissandra, a Kassadin. Knight just has so many tools in his kit.
And this is going to be one of them here with Lissandra locked in. Lyric, I know you've talked about this a lot. Neutralizes the lane here. That's what you need to do against Yagao, because he starts snowballing these lanes and he gets ahead and he can't stop.
Yeah, and we've already kind of seen both teams flesh out a bit of what we know them for. Top Esports is all about getting these lane matchups that they love. Yeah. And on the side of JDG, they're already starting to build this comp that can either play front to back, but also has a lot of side lane pressure from that LeBlanc.
So I'm looking up towards bans now, because I was expecting to see maybe something towards what's left open. The Brom's going to be banned away by JDG. We're going towards supports here for both teams instead.
Yeah, and kind of interesting since Chocho really does change that dynamic. He really loved the Rakan pick in the split, but Rakan Aphelios not really a bot lane you would think of. Really likes to be paired with more of these kind of scaling, neutralizing supports, which lets him get to the phase where he's really strong.
So what else are we going to see here from Top Esports? Because I love the change and the adaptation. Remember, they've been playing on this patch throughout playoffs already, and for Top Esports and JDG, they've made a big adaptation here already in Game 1. The Morgana's going to be taken away.
So we actually haven't seen Chocho play Thresh, but I checked his solo queue. He's been spamming that champion.
Really?
Pairs very well with the Aphelios. Of course, you have that Lantern to pull him to safety, and that could be the hijinks, right? You take out Yuyanja, you know his Thresh will be banned. You put in Chocho, you get that champion anyway.
Well, because he doesn't have Leona, he doesn't have his Brom. I mean, he's getting to that point where it's like, all right, let's go down the list and let's start being a bit more experimental. Let's go towards something that a lot of teams have paired together, especially JackieLove and Yu and Joe, as you mentioned.
And again, it would just make a ton of sense here. Good to see that from him. You have a lot of pick potential coming from both the Thresh and the Lissandra on the side of Top Esports. But now for JDG, this does open a lot of shenanigans. You can go for something like that Blitzcrank that they were showing.
Dude, it's Lumao.
Exactly.
It's Lumao. So, like, if you talk about shenanigans, Blitzcrank fits in there nicely. We'll see. We've got 10 seconds to decide.
And right now they actually do lock in the Yuumi. It's quite a strange pick because, I mean, you hook in Misfortune, you end up getting both a 2-for-1 special. And again, right now I feel like you're happy if you're TES.
So JDG, you're like, okay, then we have to pick up our jungler. How do you round this comp out?
You have the Yuumi going with that Olaf would be very good. You have a lot of early pressure and skirmishing. And again, we talked about how TES love playing through this early game. You draft these strong early champions and really deny them their strength. Things look good for JDG.
But then if we talk about strong picks for top esports, I mean, Cars's Lee Sin. The world knows that Cars's Lee Sin is one of the best out there.
Yeah, he's just kept going towards his pick in playoffs. It's looked like one of his best champions. And one thing I can tell you from these drafts straight away, we're going to have a lot of action in this first game.
Okay, well, I love action. I mean, I came into this one going, okay, top esports, the strength throughout lanes. JDG, the cleanliness of their play. But how does it interact? And already in game one, the drafts have shown us that this interaction is quite unique. Now, talk me through top esports a little bit here because I see the full-on gauge potential with JackieLove having free roam.
It's actually pretty interesting because we've known TS as this team that loves to gank top. When you look at this draft, it's all about going mid, pairing up with Knight, and then transitioning that into the bot lane and not letting this Yuumi get out of hand.
Or I look on the other side and I say, okay, JDG, it does kind of facilitate the play that we've seen before. Zoom on his most played champion in the Ornn, Yagao on his most successful champion in the LeBlanc as well.
I was going to say, on the side of JDG, it's all about facilitating Kanavi once again. You do have some pressure there in the 2v2 as well, but when you have something like a Yuumi, you really want to abuse the spot lane.
The Kanavi versus Karsa matchup, they were looking at it on the Chinese side there. They were looking at how these jungles match up. And while the stats favor Kanavi, you have to remember that Karsa here is a 6-time champion. 4 times in the LMS, twice here in the LPL, both in 2018. On RNG.
And that's the interesting thing because we already talked about how a final can really change the way you play. Karsa has been in a final many, many times before.
That's right.
So you would give the edge of experience over to him.
Hey, MSI champion here as well for 2018 and even going towards Worlds up to the quarterfinals for RNG in the same year. So Karsa has his success and Kanavi is building his legacy here in the LPL. He only played 10 individual games last year. This is his first full split. And on the side of JDG, he got the MVP, he tore up Spring, and is looking like the best jungler here. Looking to lead JDG to victory. See if Karsa has anything to say about it here on Top Esports, the moment before we go into the grand final.
Hey guys, it's JRPK. I just want to wish the best of luck to Top Sports for the finals this weekend.
Cheers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Summoner's Rift here. The LPL, it has been such a long split. 146 series of best of 3s, 7 best of 5s, and now this grand final in front of us. Finally, our championship contenders come to this point. JDG or Top Esports, we will have a new LPL champion here in 2020 Spring with Game 1 before.
Honestly, it's really exciting, but also kind of sad if you think about it that it's going to be over after today, Hysterics.
Oh, why did you say that? No, we should be looking happy into this first series. At the very least, we've gotten to the grand final. The 4 of us have really grinded this one out, and on the English broadcast again, it's a big thank you to everyone who's been watching because now, at the ultimate moment, we get our 2 best teams of Spring going head-to-head with, again, drafts that we talked about in Pick Ban, seeing very iconic of what these teams have been doing throughout the split.
Yeah, and, you know, we talked about we should look at the positive, look for something that's exciting. The exciting thing about this game is we should expect to see a lot of attention paid towards the mid lane, especially if you're a fan of TS. That always spells out for something good, but kind of interesting we didn't get a level 1 invade coming out from JDG when you have the Yuumi and the Olaf instead of opting into standard starts. And actually really like this path from Kanavi, going to lead down towards that bottom side.
You talked in Pick a Banner about how JDG want to play around Kanavi. Kanavi's been the most dominant jungler. It's been all about him. We're looking at some trading here in the top laners. Yeah, that's right, folks. There's also a win streak on the top laner of JDG. And while we're talking up Kanavi, 19 games in a row since Zoom has returned in the LPL.
I don't even want to use the term win streak because this split he is undefeated. You know,
Yeah.
that cannot be overstated. He's done so well. Again, they made beating FPX look easy.
I mean, the world champions of last year, right? We expected it to be close, and a 3-0 is what came out of JDG. As one side, there's a win streak, not win streak, if we don't want to quote it, as Zoom's going to take a massive trade. But on the other side, you look at someone like Jackie Love, who also returning to this roster for the side of Top Esports, brings out a bit of a win streak as well. But Kanavi, as you mentioned, now on the top side.
This is the thing that's pretty interesting because, again, we talked about how both of these junglers really want to enable their bot lane. Of course, Set is going to get early push in this matchup, so Kanavi looking for his chance. We've always known Kanavi's the player who likes to gank top.
And he's wrapped around here on the Tri-Brush. 369 has the flash available, has to burn it early. The undertow lands, but straight away Kanavi in control this early game.
And great gank coming out from him. We know that TS love to help get 369 set up early on and kind of giving Zoom a lot of room to work with, where maybe now 369 has to force out a TP. You now can try and get TP advantage. You can try and start moving Zoom over towards the mid lane once he does hit that level 6 point.
But this is interesting because Casa has pinged that he's actually going to be coming top for a response onto Zoom.
And it's really good because the wave is bouncing back for 369, and we all saw how this went up against IG. Karsa just continuously coming towards the top lane.
Good Bellows breath onto the face breaker though, and Karsa can't land the Sonic Wave, so that's easy for Zoom. He doesn't lose too much, and the wave ends up pushing as well.
But one thing I want to turn our attention to is that bottom lane, where we already see Jackie Love opening up a pretty big CS advantage. And again, once you're at this point in the lane, Yuumi and Misfortune are going to be under constant threat from that hook, and it's really going to be about who can make their way down first.
We're looking at multiple winning lanes here, of course, across the board for Top Esports. A lot about the identity, but I know we're really highlighting our players coming through here as well. For Yagao, 9 games played, and he hasn't lost either. There's a big highlight on the solo lanes of JDG, which is always nice when you're going up against a lane-dominated team like Top Esports.
And especially highlighting the LeBlanc against the Lissandra. It's not really a winning lane for the Lissandra. The word neutralizing fits a lot more. LeBlanc's still going to have her windows where Olaf can come mid. You can set up these kills. You'll be able to rotate the side lanes easily. But of course, Lissandra will always have this TP to match.
Well, you talked about how we're looking towards Kanavi to come towards this mid lane as well. For the time being, Yagao has been forced back a little bit here, has the teleport to come back in, but the wave's pushing up. In fact, cancels it at the last moment. Glacial Path to get away from Knight. He has a nice time to reset here as well, 42 to about 31 CS and counting.
You know, and I feel like the kind of pace of the game so far has been pretty good for JDG. Of course, we're only 5 minutes in, but not a lot of action happening. You got one summoner from TES, and you're going to feel really good if this bottom lane gets time to hit that level 6 power spike.
Before you mentioned how the comps interact, what about in terms of like how we scale, the leads that need to be built up here? Because Top Esports already have about 800 gold under their belt. How they transition in the mid game, and how does that accelerate throughout the game one?
Yeah, so TS are really playing a pick comp. You don't have any, right? You don't have like the Call of the Forge God on your side. All of your lockdown is dependent on Chocho hitting a death sentence or Knight finding a good flank.
Okay.
So I actually favor the formation in the late game on the side of JDG. You have a lot of peeling potential from the Yuumi. You have a lot of long-range damage coming out from both the LeBlanc and the bullet time. You also have the Call of the Forge God yourselves. So
True. That's right. And when you consider the Ornn upgrades that can come through as well, especially for someone like Yagao, then potential is definitely there. So I'll keep an eye on that as we progress through this game. I know that our win conditions throughout this series will change massively here. These two teams have been able to diversify their drafts, probably the most in the LPL throughout the regular season. I'm going to pause on that for now, because Casa has started up on the Infernal Drake down the bottom lane. He was spotted out by a Scrying Orb previously, and Kanavi is here.
And Zoom has TP. He's at base getting all of his mana back up if JDG want to contest.
Ooh, teleport's actually going to be used, so I guess the answer, Lyric, is going to be yes, but too late. Dragon's going to be taken away. Zoom says, where's the money? And Top Esports win out.
Yeah, that's pretty disappointing from JDG where, you know, Kanavi didn't want to overextend too much, but they set up that early play. We talked about how they'd most likely end up with the TP advantage. And in the end, does nothing for them. They still have to blow it. Now 369 going to be able to get a bit of an advantage for himself.
Yeah, the wave pushing against him here, just happily sitting back with a 10 CS lead. And Zoom spotted walking all the way back up to re-enter his lane. Note that CS lead in the top side, again reiterating mid lane with a 10 CS lead too. You mentioned Jackie Love in the early game. Loken has stabilized that a bit, and both AD carries now have a bit of a BF sword in pocket.
And an interesting thing I want to see is we see on the map right now, Loken and Lumao going back to lane. Yumi's not the type of champion who can really roam and look to interact with the rest of the map, to where Thresh, of course, is a champion that loves doing that, can look to set up picks in the mid lane with both Knight and Karsa. You have a ton of damage coming out. And what I want to see next is if they can commit to some sort of Herald play without having to bring Jackie Love up.
Isn't it ironic, though? You talk about Chocho's ability to roam, where for Lumao, he was one of the best roaming supports in the LPL in the past. That's why things like the Fiddlesticks, the Bard are also under his wing. But here on the Yuumi, sticking around with Loken. And if you're talking about Rift Herald, we've got 25 seconds so that spawns up towards the top side. Vision controlled by JDG, and the bottom wave actually pushing in, so whether they do or don't have to roam the bottom lane.
Exactly. Things look great for TS. Their mids pushing in, 369 controlling the wave very well. We just see them push in, so TS can just head up and take this, what could end up uncontested.
I mean, a leisurely stroll is what we'll call it here from Jackie Love and Chocho. They're taking in the sights as they walk through, midway pushing up as well. And we saw before for 369 slowly pushing back top lane as well, excuse me. And with an even more sizable CS advantage. So for Top Esports, this is screaming control here in the first 10 minutes of game one.
Yeah, but JDG actually are going to look to contest. Okay. We've actually seen JDG do this a lot, where they rotate a bit late, don't actually look to take the objective, but get a much better position for a team fight. And we do have that call of the Forge God up.
He also talked about Kanavi. Now I'm looking towards him. Chain's going to land on tonight. He's half health and has to run away. Richo getting over all 5 members. Concrete and getting the Herald secured as Jackie Love now walking up towards Zoom. Good call, the Forge God on tonight. He gets low. Zoom looking for an angle here, but on tonight, who uses the Glacial Prison onto herself. The charge comes through with the kick from Karsa. Holy moly. The flank now comes through as 369 pulls in Kanavi. One more hit. Jackie Love flushes forward, and the first blood of the grand final goes to JKL.
And that looked great. It's so massive for the fact that Jackie Love does have his ultimate for this fight. It's just like we talked about, JDG just letting them have the objective, getting a better position for the team fight, but TS having more tools come out ahead.
I swear Karsa's leg is covered in butter because Zoom just slid and then got kicked to the side. That was absolutely gorgeous to watch. For Top Esports now with a 1K gold lead here at 9 minutes. They picked up the Herald, they picked up the earlier Dragon, and they've got so many lanes now that are in great position.
And with this Herald, we really want to see them start accelerating Jackie Love. He is the big late game damage dealer on your team. And even though your comp is going to depend a bit on kind of finding these picks, you're always going to have side lane threat with the set.
Yeah.
And you are in a position where you can really try to get some things done.
And especially when you talked about, okay, in the late game, you know, Jackie Love does have that influence as well. We know what Aphelios does, but more importantly, we know what Jackie Love does. BF Sword Berserker Greaves picked up after his first blood, so he's got a bit of gold in his back pocket. And he's still controlling this bottom lane, as we talked about, with Dragon coming up in 120.
And it's been so great for them with no junglers really interacting with the bot lane at all, so they just constantly get to push with the kill threat coming out from this duo. And with Dragon coming up in 1 minute, you're going to think having this pushing bot lane, we already see Knight has picked up his Proto Belt.
Yep.
Top should be in a very good position to get vision for the streak.
And Knight almost has the ult up available. Remember, there are a couple of summoners, but Knight included in that first blood. Jackie Love doesn't have either of his, nor does Chocho. So I guess the one advantage here is that Yagal has flash, Loken has flash, to set up some big key plays in front of this next objective.
And the thing we've already talked about is we want to see JDG play a bit from a range with the distortion coming out from the LeBlanc, with the bullet time coming in from the Misfortune, hopefully set up by a great call of the Forge God from Zoom. And as long as you have your jungle swept out, Knight should really have no way of going in, and you shouldn't feel any threat from JDG to engage.
Yeah, seeing the prediction on the Glacial Path, really important to Lissandra, remember. If you see where Knight's coming from, you can avoid the path as you just mentioned from Knight. So Karsa right now, pathing through the mid lane himself. Knight has the shove here once again onto the top of Yagal. Aftershock is a bit of a pain here, but Double Chain's going to come through while Karsa says it's safeguard time into Sonic Wave. But he's not going to take the Resonating Strike, and Knight will just walk away free. Wow, what's happening up here? Teleport being used as Zoom is like, I'm getting collapsed upon. Knight was low at half health, but now locks down. The Bellows Breath not available for Zoom, but the call of the Forge God is. Knight is pretty low, but at the right time, the showstopper used, and down Zoom will go.
It's actually really interesting that they go for this topside play when they just got all of the setup for Dragon, but still great kill coming out, and it's going to set you up for hopefully what is an Ocean Soul.
Oh, okay.
And there we go.
We like Ocean Soul here. Well said, Mr. Lyric, the best of the souls on Summoner's Rift. And If we're talking about setup yet again, and when you talked about the side lane control that can come through from this set, 369 with Blade of the Ruin King is really accelerated here in the early game.
Exactly. He's going to do really great just matching up into Zoom in the sides. We've already said how if he does want to come in for a team fight, he needs to look for a flank regardless or rely on someone on his team setting him up. So I really like this build coming out from him. And it's always going to give TS a point of pressure to try to turn that into vision for an objective.
Okay, well, if we mention objectives yet again here, 4 minutes 20 till the next one, but this, more importantly, is Rift Herald up in top side. Caster giving more gold to 369. Zoom is up here without an ult, without a real big way to deter. More gold in the back pocket of this already 30 CS lead on 369.
And I actually love the way that TS are playing this because they're not only going for this split map play. We saw their bot lane safely recalled knowing, hey, Kanavi can be on our side of the jungle. We don't want to get dove. And they're actually going to head to the mid lane and just full-on pressure the top side of the map.
Really stereotypical top esports play. Strength to the solo lanes here from Caster. Knight and 369 get a second charge on the inner turret. And look at JDG. They're saying we're going to commit to the bottom lane here with Loken and Lumao, try and get some turret plating ourselves, but Jackie and Chocho rotate in the meantime. And the rotation, to use that word a third time, doesn't stop towards the mid lane.
And the better part is, now they have tempo heading towards the mid lane so they can threaten even more plates. We see Karsa behind.
I mean, this is huge, Lyric. What an early start for top.
It's funny because we saw this as the Brain versus Brawn matchup, but TS playing out the macro game so well so far.
And they got a bit of Brawn on their side as well. I can see them flexing right now. 3K gold lead this early game.
And this is how we always differentiated them from other teams that play through individual skill. Teams like, let's say, Suning or IG is that when it comes to essentially transitioning into mid-game, TS have always looked, not always, but since Jackie Love's come in, always looked really good at this.
The voice that they needed, the voice of reason, but also the voice of consistency, right? And Jackie Love as well brings that individual flair that we saw in IG.
Kind of getting back into the minutiae of the game, especially now that Yagao hasn't been able to find an advantage on this LeBlanc, we're actually going to see that TS are going to be able to control both side lanes and just consistently look to roam towards that mid lane and try and set up a pick, especially with all the CC coming out from Knight.
Do you need to start itemizing towards Yagao then? Because you expect 369 to be the one to match.
Yeah. I feel like you're fine just itemizing for the team as a whole. You're already up. You already have the Proto Belt. So again, you're looking to kind of split the maps, create these small team fights with your Lissandra.
Okay. Meanwhile, Caster's going to be starting on the second Rift Herald. Taking everything here is a whole Chocho. It was about half a second from capturing the Yuumi in Lumao. It was a very dangerous place to back, but after that, after seeing the cat back with another Herald on the cards and control of mid, top esports are looking to accelerate this and continue the ball rolling.
And TS are going to have a really easy time using this Herald for the fact that they control both sides, because you can just look to reset right now, get back on the map, put down new vision, help Knight push out, rotate mid, drop that Herald, and bam, mid turret is open. You now have full control of the map.
Look across the board. I mean, again, expectations set here that JDG, with the way they came through the semi-finals, that JDG was looking like the cleaner team right now. Where do the options lie? Because just coming back to what you said at the start of the game with Kanavi, who wanted to play through mid, well, there hasn't been much jungle interaction, nor has there been much jungle interaction from Kanavi and Casa.
Yeah, it's really interesting where you do have set up in a lot of your lanes. But, of course, Kanavi's on Olaf, so he can just look to power farm and try to be stronger in the skirmishes. But for Karsa, he just knows, hey, all of my lanes are winning, all of my lanes are pushing. I can just focus on neutrals and try to come out ahead in these skirmishes. It's worked out well for him.
What he's been doing is about half a level ahead, now sitting with Jackie Love and Chocho in the mid lane. Remember that Rift Herald is in his back pocket. And Loken and Lumao don't have that much in the ways of wave clear right now either. Herald's going to go down. 3 members stay mid. Side lanes under that keyword again, control. And here it comes.
Yep, they're going to be able to pick up this one very easily. And now Yagao's going to feel a lot of pressure in that bottom lane, since now TS can just hover towards that side. And going back to something you've already talked about a little bit, the Lissandra build, we do see her going for that Zhonya's because she knows she's one of the main engagers in this composition where, again, really your only other option is at that sentence.
When you look towards the consistent damage that's going to come through from Loken as well, it's going to help a bunch. As Caster over the wall, getting a bit cheeky. Double chain comes through. The auto won't be enough, of course. Dark Passage from Chocho, but he might have just exposed himself. Has to flash over the wall. And JDG feels like they got something right in front of the next objective.
Yeah, great job by JDG. A bit bit greedy by Karsa. He knew that Yagao was there. He's the one that forced him back, getting chunked out, but great job from the other members. Now, it doesn't matter that 369 is full pressure topside. You could look to TP, force Zoom to TP, make him lose CS, because guess what? JDG get the Dragon.
And remember, it's a 4K gold lead, so for top esports, they give away anything. JDG are going to start taking some of these bounties, start clearing away some more of these fed members. And when we mentioned the Ocean Soul before, that's 2 dragons away for JDG. So this is a grand final setting. Nerves always kick in here. This is the first grand final for top esports, second for JDG. Looking for our brand new contender in Spring.
And despite the fact that we said JDG have been in this position before and TS haven't, you have a world champion and MSI champion on your side.
Yep.
Again, these two have so much experience being in positions like this before, and especially when you have Jackie Love on that Aphelios, we've all seen what Aphelios can do in the later stages of the game.
And Lyric, I promised I wouldn't talk about it. I said that was it in the semifinals. I said I'd leave it at the door, but yes, I know the experience especially comes through from that champion. However, at this point, I want you to notice that it is first item for first item. We're getting to the point where the next dragon will be up in 4 minutes. We've got a Baron spawning in 2. Jackie Love and Chocho have been sitting mid with Infinity Edge of Felios. That SS3 is still on Logan.
And mid is really going to be the place where we want to look for JDG to try to get back in this game. You know, we have about a 4K gold advantage for TS, but we see Karsa doing a great job of shadowing for his strong side in Knight. So if I'm JDG, Zoom has to say, okay, I'm going to give up some side waves to 369, going to back and walk straight mid and try to force this straight 5v5 or numbers advantage fight.
Important to see that clean respect from 369, right? Backs all the way to the turret. Going to be spotted on a deep ward that's put in here. Kanavi now going to be clearing it away, but 369 has already backed. Pings are getting spammed. Top esports are like, okay, let's race them. We have 4.
Yeah, and both teams right now just playing around their strong side, but TS having such a massive tempo advantage, great recall coming out from 369.
Just to clear the wave here, Lyric. Call the Forge God will do exactly that, and that slows the tempo, importantly enough.
Exactly, it worked, but still, it is a tier 1 for tier 2 trade, so TS are going to feel really good for this, especially when they're the team that has pressure in sides.
Are going to be going down. JDG at least getting something here, right? At this point, Karsa, as you mentioned, still shadowing there, and they've enabled really deep vision on that red side. You can see the control wards throughout. As Karsa returns, Aftershock means, yes, you're going to have Demolish in your kit. That's 200 gold a piece here, going down in top esports. Again, that gold now at 5,000, 320 minutes. This is a grand final. This is game 1 of the grand final, and top esports are making it look clinical so far.
And I love a second ago that you pointed out all that deep vision in the bottom half of the map. Of course, the teams did trade sides, but JDG's comp is not at a point where it can just look to do some kind of rush Baron. So having all that vision topside doesn't mean all that much, and the next neutral we do plan to look for is that next dragon.
Which JDG picked up the last 2, right? So won that last one through mistake of Karsa, where JDG found an opening, which is great. I need you to reiterate for me, Lyric, here, because we are in a very important game setting. For JDG, it's about slowing the pace at this point, or do you need to look for these picks here to kind of find your way back in this one?
We want to see JDG, again, give up whatever side Zoom's trying to contest. You wait for 369 to go to that bot lane. You just walk straight mid, try to open up a fight with that Call of the Forge God. Whether it forces out a TP from 369 or you can get a full-on pick, that's really what JDG need to rely on at this point. Because, again, we're talking about scaling and things like this. TS have a 4K gold lead, right? So any fight, any 5v5 fight that happens right now, TS should just be expected to come out ahead.
Especially when you're not going to expect too much damage coming out of this warlock at this point. We're Logan as well, but hang on. It's Aphelios. He has shurikens. Knight's going to be passing through. Kanavi now going to spot him out. The Baron at half health. Remember, Knight just used the Glacial Path. As Jackie Love getting out of the back of the pit. Knight is locked on down here. He uses the 2 onto himself. Exhausted away, flashes away as well. But the kick comes through from Karsa. The re-engage, Call the Forge God. You wanted to see it. It's on top for Karsa. And JDG right back with the bullet time lined up. 369, a very late TP. He gets zoomed into the backline, but he doesn't die. Flashes away while Knight has no mana here. Yagao says thank you for the slow, and Knight says thank you for the dark passage over the wall. 4 versus 4 here. Chocho gets 1 shot, and Jackie Love slowed on down. Loken consistent, flashes himself, 80 carry blood, finds its victim here. 369 under the turret will get close, but he can only watch as his team crumbles.
Still, that's a massive win for the side of JDG, but this isn't over.
Okay, we expected some blood. Now we're finally getting it. It's going to end there. Knight does TP to the mid lane to help get the shove. this up solo lane.
Exactly. That was a great TP coming from Knight to create this tempo advantage, meaning that TS get to turn towards Dragon first. So all those picks not amounting to much in the end. But this is so strange from TS when we said they're fine waiting for that next Dragon, getting the setup. They don't need to force it sort of Baron play and give JDG a good angle to find and engage on them. Zoom, of course, coming in first. Great call of the Forge God. Knight has already blown absolutely everything. So the rest of this is pretty easy from the side of JDG.
I mean, you set it up so well, Lyric. You wanted to see Zoom there first, essentially, and there he was. 369 TPs in later.
Well, and we said we wanted to see JDG have to be in a position where they need to go first, where they need to give up sideways. They didn't really need to give up anything because TS gave them that.
And now we're at a point where, okay, gold may still be up there, but for JDG, you see how this composition starts to work. You see what happens now that Zoom draws the attention and damage from the side of top esports, and JDG, like Yagao and Loken, able to free move through the fights. 2-1-1 now on the Misfortune with an Infinity Edge. Almost second item here for Yagao as well with the Oblivion Orb. Let's see if that gets upgraded. I know a long story about that one, but we'll see.
But moving over to the other side, we also see that JackeyLove has both of his items, and this is the big point where Aphelios starts becoming such a menace in these team fights. Moving up to the top side, we see the upgraded Iceborne Gauntlet for Zoom, just saying, hey, Knight's damage is not really going to be a factor. As long as I could survive JackeyLove, we can win these fights.
He's also level 14, so that means the Molten Edge comes through for Loken on top of that as well. So we're starting to get these ornaments coming through from the top laner of JDG. Also want to note, while we are talking top laners, in that last fight, 369 did find some success and also has the second item, plus the building towards the Dead Man's Plate third.
Yeah, and everything looking pretty standard item-wise. And now we're at a point where, again, if this was maybe another region, you could say, okay, there's going to be a lull in the game. We're going to wait for Dragon once again. But we saw what happened last time, and both teams do have sides that they can play around. Again, we want to see JDG playing around this pressure from Yagao. And for TS, it's all about Karsa and Knight.
Look towards Karsa and Knight when they first came into the split. Expectations weren't there. I'm going to pause on that, because Knight and Karsa are going to meet up here with Kanavi and Lumao. And just on a different note, we are now seeing the Yuumi roam around with Kanavi.
Yeah, and it's actually really great to see them applying this pressure, because Yagao does have TP advantage over 369, so he's always able to follow if JDG are able to force something. 369 can be stuck down in that bot lane.
Right now, just waiting for someone to react, but everyone's here. Karsa in a, I guess, a flanking position as Knight just gets hit pretty hard. Glacial Path to help clear out the wave, while Karsa now shows himself, but Knight burnt out like that means mid-turret could just be gone, or maybe at least a setup towards Dragon.
And this is really good from JDG Hysterics, because we talked about how JDG want to find these advantages from a range, right? Have LeBlanc poke in. Maybe if you can find either a Q from Yuumi, or if Zoom is there, Call of the Forge God, setting up a big bullet time from Loken, dealing all the damage before Knight or Chocho or 369 are even able to get close to you.
All right, Lyric, 25 minutes in this game. At this point, Top Esports still the lead there here in Game 1 of the Grand Finals. 25 minutes means, at this point, we're still sitting with Baron, but we're coming towards the third and the Soul Point Dragon here in 2 minutes' time.
And we actually see a lot of teams neglect dragons that aren't exactly the Soul, but I think picking up Soul Point is massive and gives you such a advantage in pressure, how you can force around the map, because the team is think, oh god, we cannot give this up, and it gives you a lot of avenues around playing for either other objectives like top lane turrets or Baron, etc.
If we talk about ignoring objectives, like in the past, JDG have been that team where it's like, okay, we'll ignore the Baron, we'll go for Elder, right? We're happy to make trades here because we know what we can do when we apply the pressure.
Pretty smart trade for those objectives as well, but that's what I love about JDGs. We'll see them, it's a bit of a mistake because we see them give up mid-wave a lot.
Okay, there's the showstopper. Zoom is pretty tanky, but he knows he has Knight on the way. The prison locked on down. Teleport's going to be coming in, but will Zoom still be alive? He survives long enough. TP's here. It's Yagao on top of Knight. The ultimate to come through. Zoom still alive. They've used everything here on the tank, and now with the knockup, now locked on down, 369 will fall to his demise. Yagao looking for Knight still. Over the wall, he'll find himself with Glacial Path. Yagao, not too much mana here, but over the wall, again, Kanavi runs into Knight, and the rest of the team enabling Kanavi was the condition, and this guy's ready to roll. JackeyLove with his escape bolty, but JDG keep finding picks.
Yeah, JDG could have a very good setup to try to get this mid lane turret and then probably turn that into a dragon. You are all a bit low, so looking for something like a Baron while Aphelios and Karsa are still alive. would be a bit hasty, but hey, we've seen JDG be hasty before.
You could bait it in. Yagao could find something. Kasa found out here with the undertow yet again. This Yuumi Olaf is so punishing. Kasa slowed down, and away he goes.
And I love what JDG are doing here, just pushing in this wave. They're going to get some vision control down, still finding the poke. And now it's all about the reset timings because guess what? Dragon's up in 20 seconds, but you'd think that TS should be able to get here first. They're still on the map.
Still on the map, but not going there yet. We'll have a look at this one because Zoom just takes so long to die.
Yeah, and just great play from him. We do see Knight coming down. He's doing a great job surviving. And here we actually see the rest of TS peeling towards topside, expecting JDG just to commit to a full-on map split. But JDG say, hey, we don't need to do that. Yagao is TP. The rest of our members rotate first. And we see it pans out so well.
Dude, Ornn is a tank assassin everything, right? Like, this is just the story of Ornn, the master of Ornn. For Zoom, a nice heal from Loken to keep him alive rather than Yuumi. As we look towards bottom lane, we're fighting again, the bullet time used. And Jackie Love's like, someone help me, call the Forge God. Means no,
Whoa.
He gets clapped by Zoom with a massive shutdown. And JDG say enough is enough. The kick backwards here. They've kiked it backwards here as well. But Loken with a kill on the other side while Caster's just trying to live. Around to the side, Sonic Wave, resonating strike. Zoom finally dies. It was a slide and dice that time around. But JDG still came out on top with a 3-for-1.
And what a massive engage by Zoom. This is why he does so well on this Ornn pick. And things looked a bit dicey for me when we saw Loken's bullet time pretty much completely whiff. But it went back to what you said about Ornn pretty much being an assassin, deleting Jackie Love and giving JDG the teamfight win.
And now we got pings on the Baron here. Jackie Love up in 5 seconds, but Caster's not here for 15. Yagao's coming in, and this Baron going down quick enough. JDG, not only are they back in the game, they're in the driver's seat. They kicked Top Esports out of the car.
And this has been absolutely amazing to see. JDG fell behind 4,000 gold.
Dude, it
but
was like 5 or 6 almost,
yeah,
right?
but TS giving them the opportunities, all pretty much starting from that one rushed Baron. But here we see it. Again, Zoom coming in for this TP, finds the engage onto Jackie Love. And again, this bullet time from Loken doesn't do much. You do force out the flash, but ooh, I actually missed that. Yagao doing a ton of damage to Jackie Love as well. And now the members of TS are just split up. You have this 3-man squad dealing with 369, and you've already seen how tanky Zoom is. Kanavi just enabled by that, able to try and find these kills.
When JDG are grouped up, Lyric, it just feels like JDG are the smoother team. Even when they're separated in the middle of the fight, communication's still there. So for JDG now, they had the gold lead in this game.
Well,
I mean, what a great start.
This is also why I said when it comes to scaling, I do favor JDG when it comes to the formation that these team fights are going to take, right? It's a lot harder to play out TS's comp and, like, because all of your damage is on Jackie Love, right?
Yeah.
It's all about enabling Jackie Love, but when you have no avenues of getting in or peeling for him other than...
Ragnarok going to come through, but that's a 3-man distortion. Bit of damage onto Yagao as well, and he's back there. LeBlanc with some shenanigans. So a good moment for Top Esports. You still see what the earlier gold has done. But JDG with Baron, they run right back to the mid wave. They're pushing in for inner now after taking the outer. And that gold's accelerated to 2K.
And let's remember that Kanavi is Olaf. He can just go press W on some camp. He will be full HP. And now it's about seeing Zoom push out that bot side and roam mid like he's doing now. Again, you always have the threat of call of a Forge God, and these distortions coming in from the Yagao are so clutch.
The Ornn, who earlier in lane wasn't that influential, but has started becoming the core here for JDG. As he's moved to mid-wave, JDG are pushing now with all 5 members. Top Esports respect that. They back away. 369 now groups up as well.
And this is what I love about JDGs. They have such a good understanding of like their comp and their win conditions, knowing, hey, we don't need to leave Zoom in the side lane. Let's roam mid. We see Yagao constantly trying to not burst, but poke down the targets from TS, making it so they have to back, and then JDG can just take the structure themselves for free.
There is enough of a death sentence there from Chocho, but maybe the sentence comes back from JDG. Enough wave clear, I was going to say, from Jackie Love here with the Infernum, but thank you. They're going to push forward anyway. Inhibitor now exposed, and when JDG accelerate, they really accelerate.
It's looked so good. And like you said, we're pretty much 3K gold in the lead. And now Soul Point, this is going to be the big point, the big testing ground for Top Esports. And Dragon up in a minute and a half, so we're going to see JDG get their side lanes in order, get those resets, start getting vision down for the Drake, and we're pretty much going to be at the deciding team fight.
If we get to the Ocean Soul at the very least, and Top Esports don't want to fight, that feels like they're going to slowly die out from there. You mentioned how this game progresses and how much easier it is for JDG to use these multiple damage sources and how relevant Zoom has and will become where Top Esports, it's looking pretty hard now. But it ain't over just yet. It's only game 1. And for Top Esports, you got to look at the key items that have been picked up with Knight, who Banshees, Valzonya's Hourglass. If he can kill Loken, if he can get Yagao, these fights look pretty winnable for Top.
Yeah, but it's going to be pretty tough to just get on them again. Loken's always going to have Lumao right on top of him, giving him all the heals he needs, so bursting him out is going to be pretty hard. And if you're Knight and you're going into JDG, that leaves Jackula very vulnerable, and you'll only have Chocho peeling for him.
Yagao, let's not forget, 9 out of 9 wins on this champion, right? That's what we started saying this game. And I was like, oh my god, Yagao with his first loss on LeBlanc, maybe not.
I'm pretty disappointed in the fact that JDG banned out Syndra, but TS didn't ban out LeBlanc, because give me the skill matchup between these longtime friends.
But, I mean, like, we got the Knight says, I'm going to neutralize this time around. And we did get earlier influence from Knight, especially towards those earlier fights as well. We're just watching JDG run across this map and accelerate this lead. A TP now behind. Yagao's not being spotted out for Ocean Soul. It's a response TP as well.
Yeah, 369 would be so clutch, but what?
The Dragon's just gone. This is what I said. Ocean Soul is gone, and 369 is running. This running man is going to get rammed here by a Norse god. Over the wall, he flashes, and 369 looking like Angel right now.
That call was so confusing, so indecisive by TS, where they were posturing like they wanted to contest. We see the TP come out, and then we see Jackula going, oh, I need to go answer this topside wave. Now, how are you ever going to kill Zoom, or even Kanavi, or any member that Yumi's on top of?
BT, QSS, and even before the Mercurial Scimitar.
And Yumi.
And Yumi, and an Ocean Soul. And as I've said many times in many other broadcasts, Ocean Soul wins games. Very often do you see teams win against it. And from an early game where Top Esports looked so clean, so crisp, JDG have found these fights. They've walked back into this game 1. And now they're looking like they're the ones who are finding opportunities to try and close this one out.
And it's going to be even better for Yagao to just keep poking his head in these siege scenarios, whittling him down little by little. And again, Loken should feel so fine to even just walk up aggressively in these fights because he has Luvemouse heals, he has the Ocean Soul.
Yeah. I mean, he's just doing it right
now,
right?
Like you said, Bloodthirster as well, right?
Yeah.
How is he ever going to lose HP?
How will you kill the Misfortune? Kanavi's like, bro, you remember me from the early game? And it took some time, but now here I am. Dodges away from the death sentence. Walking in 1 versus 3 because Zoom walks down. And Frank the tank here, the Ornn, is going to help Yagao. It's called the Forge God going to come through. That's going to get a 2-man knockup on the back end. Everyone running forward. JDG, Zoom finds a 2-man knockup. The bullet time in the choke. Everyone to go invulnerable. But that just means Top Esports are delaying the inevitable while 369 is watching his team burn. Flush over the wall. Yagao feeling it now. Jackula will do the exact same. And JDG can only run forward. The searing charge as well. Knight against the Nexus. From 0 to hero and 12:30. Top Esports getting charged down. A double kill over to Loken. 5-1 and 4. He says this game is mine. Lyric, this went pretty damn fast, pretty quick as JDG challenged Top Esports to take game 1.
It ended out of absolutely nowhere with Zoom leading the charge.
I don't know how my heart can take more of this because that was so back and forth. And at least for JDG, coming out and showing us why they're in this position to take that game 1.
Well, and we saw kind of the good from both teams. We saw TS picking up those lanes that they feel comfortable in, getting the early game advantage.
Yep.
But then this is also why Munchables called JDG the smartest team in the LPL, because they took such advantage of the mistakes from TS and snowballed it so quickly.
In the battle of Brain over Brawn, it was a lot of the brain for Top Esports to start us off. But then the Brawn showed, and the brains came back for JDG. And I have to say there, like, the compositions that you laid out so nicely really came into fruition for JDG, and we could see how they accelerated the game to finish off. And this does look like a competitive grand final, but if JDG ever get an inch in the game, they take the full mile.
And we saw that even from the stats that were highlighted before with their Baron turnover, right? Getting 4,000 gold from that. So we see now if you even make one small misstep, JDG are just going to end the game. And we saw 369's flank at the end. They did not expect that.
They haven't lost a game with Zoom. They haven't lost a game on Ygal's LeBlanc. He's now 10-0 on that champion, and Zoom is now 17-0. No, sorry, 20-0. He just keeps going up and up. And at this point, I have to say, for JDG to turn that one around when it looks doomed was mighty impressive.
And also really impressive to see some of these picks come out like the Yuumi out of nowhere, having full confidence in their bottom lane to, you know, not feel pressured from the kill lane, from Thresh, knowing, hey, our comp can play out these late game team fights much better.
Yep.
And again, they pulled it off.
I know there's a lot to dissect here, and you know, when we do get to that point of breaking down game one, we'll delve into it a bit deeper. But at this point, for top esports, I mean, that's a confidence break. I was looking for a word for it. It feels like the confidence there from top esports was shattered in a moment. And 369, who was playing out the early skirmishes quite decently, then suddenly just lost his way. These deep flanks that had no meaning, where he couldn't find his position.
And I love that you're highlighting players like 369 and even moving over to Knight as well, and either Chocho or Yuyanja, we don't know who's playing next game yet. None of them have ever been in a grand final before. Again, being down 1-0, all the pressure is now on your shoulders, and we have to see kind of how they adapt going into the next game.
Because for JDG, you have to remember that people like Zoom and Ygal last year, and yes, that is an LPL gold graph, but more importantly, that's a JDG swing here. And I said it was back and forth. It wasn't. It was top esports, and then it was JDG taking it for the rest of the game. And for Loken and Lumao, they filled their position. For Ygal and Zoom, old faithfuls here of JDG, highlighting in, I guess, yet another playoff situation.
And this just goes to show, like, TS need to respect Ygal's LeBlanc. Again, Knight and Ygal have known each other for a long time, as shown before the split. Knight actually used to be Ygal's jungler in their, like, internet cafe team, so they know each other quite well, and you need to respect this man on this champion.
I want to see what you were talking about before. I want to see the Syndra LeBlanc. I want to see the skill matchup between them. I don't want to see the neutralizing lane, because that's not Knight's style, right? We expect Knight to take maybe an unfair matchup or a matchup that can get bloody and then win it out. His individual skill is what top esports are known for. This is the team of Knight. And that game, it wasn't much about Knight. It was about whether 369 can bring Knight in, what can happen with Casa, and then how does Jackie Love influence there? So I'm curious as to how top esports adapt after game one.
I agree, and it's kind of interesting when we saw them find the early advantages. We said, hey, this team has done so well since Jackie Love's come in, and then their shot calling was the thing that fell apart.
Yeah, that's right. For the first time ever here, playoff situation, nerves getting maybe a bit restless here for top esports, but the recovery comes into game two. We're going to go to a break, then return here in our grand final for that exact game.
I need you.
Game 1 already in the books now for JDG as we continue our LPL Spring 2020 finals. And Top Esports left reeling from the punches right there. They started things off strong, but once it got going, Dagda, there was just nothing they could do.
And I felt very worried when I saw the draft that was coming out from JDG. That Yuumi in the bottom side was a big question mark for me because, yes, I know Lumeo has played it, but usually the way that JDG play is getting Loken with this push pressure on bottom side where they've got a support where they can have that pressure and then work towards Dragons. They'll start to get that ball rolling. And especially for a team that plays so heavily towards top side, having this person who can control the bottom side of the map is uber important for JDG. But even though they fell behind, it didn't really matter.
Historically, it has been for them, but it was their last two picks, the Yuumi and Olaf combination, right? So clearly this is something that they had been planning coming in. It's not a style that we typically see out of this team, but it's worked out here for game number 1. But let's talk about Top Esports to start things off, because they began the game with exceptional pace, with exceptional control, and we were saying that it was JDG would be the ones that are smart, that are controlling the game, but it was Top Esports that actually started off with the lead.
Top Esports did a great job of punishing, as we said, that bottom side Yuumi pick. They got the advantage on towards the Dragon, and especially when Oren had blown that TP, Zoom not able to get an advantage off of the teleport that they gained for themselves on the top side. I thought that this was going to be all said and done for JDG. Because now Top Esports can get the Dragon, they can go towards Rift Herald because they've got the pushing bottom side of the map. They managed to get towards the Rift Herald, they even get that spectacular kick. I wanted to have a look back at that Rift Herald play because that was really the deciding factor in this game. And as you can see here, so you've got the roam already coming up from Jackie Love. So now Top Esports are in this great position where they are able to get the Rift Herald and they're starting to kite back. Their comp does a fantastic job of doing so. But here, this kick from Karsa where he stops Zune from this multi-man knockup completely changed this fight. So Top are able to get into a position where they can then win this fight and start to keep this snowball rolling off the gold lead they got, spread out into this 1-3-1 where they never want to be fighting JDG in this front to back style.
Honestly, Karsa was Zoom's bane during this game because we saw that kick there. We saw him chasing to finish off a kill onto Zoom later on into the game as well. And I mean, not the greatest kill that we ever saw, but he managed to get the kill on Zoom. He was basically the only one that could. But as the game progressed, once we got to the 21-minute mark, bear in mind, Top had like a 5,000 gold lead. They were in complete control of the game, but they tried to force the Baron.
And this was the problem that I saw here was, look, Top Esports can kite back here. As long as they don't take the fight, they're fine. But Karsa's missed kick there onto Loken means the misfortune is not delivered in towards Top. They can't kill the AD carry. And now you've got a super late teleport that's coming from 369. So JDG are able to turn this fight in their favor. Instead of Top Esports had been able to just kite back, they don't take the fight. They can use the teleport advantage that 369 has in the bottom lane to, one, put pressure onto that inhibitor turret where they should have been able to get that bottom inhib, or at least make a play at the Baron off of the next rotation where you can force a 4 versus 5 because you've got Zoom who's already burnt that teleport. But off of that one miss kick, not being able to get Loken in, it started that snowball back in favor of JDG.
Because that's the thing, like Top had complete and utter control until that moment, and then JDG, I mean Lyric said it during the cast, as soon as they get control of a game, they do not let go. And after that moment, Top Esports couldn't get anything on the map. They couldn't do anything for themselves. There was one fight at around 26 minutes into the game. We had a fight in the bottom lane where Zoom was just completely, utterly invincible, and Top Esports desperately tried to take him out.
And this is the thing, is 369, even with that Blade of the Rune King, can't get through how big Zoom is. And look at where the map is positioned right now. Yagao is pushed in top side, so there's no pressure anywhere from Top Esports. You've already committed both of the solo laners from Top Esports to this bottom side. So when JDG turn this around, they already have the tempo in their favor. And when we talk about Top Esports who were trying to go for this split push style, losing this advantage and that tempo play meant that it gave the opportunity for JDG to take over and then continue their snowball, finding these front to back fights, again with beautiful teleports from Zoom to start off pushing Jackie Love out of fights and turn this game completely JDG favor.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about the solo laners from Top Esports and how they weren't able to get things done. On the other side, though, Yagao on this LeBlanc. We know Yagao for his LeBlanc, and he keeps his win streak going this split as he's going to grab himself the MVP for game number 1. And I mean, What more do you even need to say? 92% kill participation. This guy was everywhere.
Not only that, it was him finding these damage moments at crucial parts of the game. May not be enough full picks, but the fact that he was able to get onto Karthus Lee Sin when the dragon was about to spawn, force him back, and then JDG can pick up another dragon. Because at the end of the day, this dragon stacking that JDG had managed to get in their favor was what really sealed the deal against Top Esports, because they just couldn't fight after that point.
Yeah, and I mean, when you talk about the impact that Yagao's having in this game, you immediately then have to look over towards Knight, because we were heralding Knight as the best mid laner in the world that's never made it to Worlds, right? He's never played internationally. Here on the stage, though, going for Lissandra, it feels almost like a cop-out. These guys, they met in a LAN center. They're from the same hometown. They're now on the final stage for the LPL, and Knight basically just tags out a lane, says he don't want to fight.
Well, I actually don't mind it here, because when we look at the draft, Lissandra does well into LeBlanc. I know we want to see blood. I know we want to see fighting. But when you look at the way the composition wanted to work from JDG, or sorry, from Top Esports, you've got the winning top lane where you have this Set who's gone play the Rune King, should be able to out-bully the Ornn in the side lane. Then you've got the Lissandra, who has the Demolish, who can also push in a side lane and not worry about dying to Yagao, and has this great escape using the Claw. So there's no pressure JDG can try and exert where you can deal with this 1-3-1 style. The problem was when they committed so heavily to that bottom side, and when they started to lose out at these objective fights, that's when JDG were able to come back into this game. If they'd stuck to the game plans, it would have been fine, but unfortunately, that wasn't what they did.
And it felt like, you know, Karsa is kind of like a feast or famine jungler, honestly, and especially in this game, because he had moments there where he was exceptional, but he also had moments, like you rightly say, where they could have opted out of some of these fights, and Karsa sees that moment of glory and goes for it. We saw it multiple times this game. We've seen it 100 times in the past where Karsa's gone for that golden moment, and it's won them the tournament. So whether or not we see that golden moment for Karsa this series will honestly be a huge decider, in my opinion, up against Kanavi, because it felt like, at least in the first half of the game, it was Karsa that was the highlight jungle.
And it felt like if that kick had gone to plan, we would have been having a very different conversation on this desk. If that kick had managed to send Loken into the squad, they would have been able to pick off Loken. You don't have any consistent damage left on the team. So as long as you can keep Jackie Love safe on Top Esports, keep him away from Yagao's LeBlanc, well, you can just turn that fight in your favor. You get the Baron, and you really start that snowball going. A Baroned up team that was already operating so well and picking off these towers and side lanes would have been unstoppable for JDG, but Top just couldn't find that moment, and that was the moment that timeline split.
And that's the thing, like, when we talk about the strength of the Baron, the same can be said for JDG, right? We saw it, case in point in front of us, when as soon as they got the Baron, there was just nothing that Top could do about it. And when we look towards the bottom lane as well, we've got to talk about Jackie Love, right? He came into the split literally a month ago, I think a month ago today, in fact. He came into this team, he changed things up completely. He changed the fortunes of this team. Honestly, without Jackie Love, I don't think Top Esports would be in the finals here today. But here in this game, after getting first blood on the Aphelios, he wasn't really able to have much impact in the finals.
Well, it's more the way that Top Esports were trying to play, because you don't really want to go up against JDG in these 5v5, because they've got an Ornn, they've got this Olaf who's running you down with a Yuumi. You do not want to be involved in these fights whatsoever.
I mean, there was the one fight around Dragon, right, where Zoom and Yagao just like jump on him, and he's like, someone save me!
And what do you do there? Because unless you've got that Lantern coming through from Chocho, you've got nowhere to go. So that was the problem when Jackie Love trying to enter these fights, and especially when you look at Ornn, Misfortune, these make it so, and the Olaf as well, with alongside the Yuumi, it makes it so difficult for you to try and operate in these fights. You're trying to avoid bullet times, call the Forge Gods, last chapters, and then as well on top of that, Olaf is just gunning straight for you. So unfortunately for Jackie Love, he was never set up for success. He was supposed to be more of this wave clearing style and very quickly getting through turrets when he had the opportunity to do so, but JDG didn't give them that chance to play.
So when we look towards the draft then, is this Aphelios still worthy of being so high on the priority list? And the set as well? Because considering that we saw 369 get a huge lead on that set, he wasn't really able to transition that into much later on into the game. As soon as they started to fall behind, it felt like he lost all of his impact.
I would actually not be surprised if Top went for the exact same game plan. I felt like it wasn't the problem with the composition, it wasn't the problem with the way the early game was enacted, it was that late game, that mid game, where they started to make these bad plays and how would we want to address this? Because we take the fight at Baron, okay, we don't get the kick that we want, now we're falling behind. And now we start to opt into a team fight on the bottom side of the map once again, where JDG can respond, because they are the ones with map pressure. It felt like once we got to that mid-game, the tendencies of top, who like to be bloody, like to fight, that overrode what should have been a clean clear-out in just a split pushing style composition.
I mean, I would love to see a bit more of a composition that leans into that style a little bit better. That has, I mean, I'd love to see Knight have a bit more damage behind him, because when we saw him on the Syndra in their semi-final against IG, he was able to, even though Rookie had really good laning phases throughout that series, it didn't matter enough. Like, Knight was still able to just pop off on the Syndra in the team fights and in the skirmishes. I feel like Lissandra doesn't really have that same damage, doesn't really have the same carry potential.
And I want to look at the way their bans went. Maybe you do swap it up there, where you get rid of this LeBlanc, because when we look at top esports first bans, Kalista, Varus, Graves, a lot of attention down towards this bottom side of the map. And if you are getting your hands on this Aphelios, I feel like you don't need to ban away some of the likes of this, the Varuses and stuff like that. You can leave them open, or at least if you want to leave open the likes of this Kalista, we know Jackie Love loves his Draven. Draven does so well into Kalista, you can just play that and still win out. So this is where I want to see a little bit of adaptation in those first 3 bans.
We'll see whether or not he's willing to bring the Draven to the table. But I do want to talk once again about JDG here, because JDG coming back from a massive deficit is not actually that rare. Now, I'm going to throw a stat at you here, guys. JDG have a 50% win rate when behind at 15 minutes. Now, that doesn't sound that good, but that's the first in the LPL. Like, consider, when you're behind at 15 minutes, usually it's going to be a relatively significant lead. Like, these guys come back in 50% of those games.
And it's not only that they come back in these games, it's who they come back against. FPX, IG, now top esports. The way that JDG are capable of pulling themselves back into a game is so damn impressive. And now we get to see them once again try and pull this off in game number 2. But I want to see in game number 2 them get off to a better start, so they're not behind at the 15-minute mark, because it did feel like they were caught unawares by how this bottom lane support was going to go.
Honestly,
I know it kind of worked out, but I still think that they got caught with their pants down for that fresh pick.
I feel like it was almost a little bit of nerves from the side of JDG. The way that they were playing in that early game just felt super passive, right? It felt like, okay, just hands off the wheel. Let's just see what happens and feel it out for the first few minutes. It didn't feel like the confident play that we usually see from JDG in the early game to start to build a lead for themselves. But it is worth mentioning, the leads JDG gets in the early game aren't that significant. It's once they get to the mid game that they really start to pick up the pace and turn a 2 or 3k gold lead into a win. But you can see the players back onto the stage once again, and they're getting ready to jump back into this champion select. So, Dagda, you've told me that top, they're going to kind of rinse and repeat this draft, or they're fine to rinse and repeat this draft. What do you think for JDG?
Well, I think for JDG, definitely trying to secure yourself this earlier support pick could work out quite well. But again, the problem is you're giving over these big power picks, the likes of the Ornn, the likes of the LeBlanc, and I'd be very surprised if top esports did leave the LeBlanc open this time. I think just this thorn in the side of top esports was Yigao finding these picks, forcing back Karsa so they couldn't get these dragons in their favor. So I think a heavy ban towards this LeBlanc will swap up the way top esports operate, and maybe that's when we start to see the likes of the Syndras and this, like stuff like this, come in for Knight, where he can actually have the big impact we know him for.
It's still crazy to think that Syndra is such a high priority pick and ban during the series when Knight isn't really Knight doesn't think of himself as a Syndra player. He said it.
It's his most played though, so something's got to change here. This is where it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm like, oh no, I'm not a Syndra player, and you're like, look at your stats, bud. Like, just have a look.
But when you think of Knight, the champion that comes to your mind is Zoe, not Syndra, right? Typically speaking. But against IG, it was like 100%, I'm going Syndra every single game. And you can see here, JDG came in, immediately took that off the table.
And I'm looking at actually the Silas pick, I think, that could work for Knight before. He's had insane performances on that. And especially when you're expecting to see the likes of the Ornn in the top side of the map, where you can start to steal away some of these big ultimates, just turning that back onto JDG could be the way that top turn this around.
We'll have to see if they can turn it around and if draft changes are going to be the answer. It's time to jump into game number 2 as we head back over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Jensen. I know there's a lot we want to go through and pick and ban, but first, I'm Mysterix, this is Lyric, and we'll be taking you through the call. Hopefully as many games as possible here after JDG made their way back in game number 1. And I gotta say, like, I'm not disappointed in either team. It's a grand final. I just don't want the script that's gone across the world, the 3-0s that we've seen, to be a reality. That's all I asked for. And show me some good League of Legends.
I was going to say I might have predicted a 3-0, but I don't want to see a 3-0, right? I want this bloody 5 games. I want the silver scrapes coming out, but we already see adaptation. Right. We already see a lot of difference here, and thank God Yigao's not getting the LeBlanc.
No, that's a good adaptation, to use that word once more. We can see a lot of 80 carry ban zone, a lot of mid lane mages here, really targeted. Loken's best champion in the Kalista, the Syndra's out from Knight yet again, and also is Zoe. So we're going to have a very different pick and ban here going into game 2 with the Trundle taken first here by Top Esports.
Yep, for a lot of our new viewers, first pick Trundle might be a bit weird, but here in the LPL, this is a norm. A lot of junglers in the LPL feel like it doesn't really have any bad matchups, even things like the Graves, which Top Esports did ban this game. Yep. In the Kindred, they're fine with opting into that. It also fits into a lot of team compositions quite well.
We might not see that right now for JDG, but remember, Kanavi, his pocket pick last year was a Kindred. His reality now is Kindred as well. Zoom back on the Ornn, though, his most played. And for 369, his Aatrox has some cool stats in it as well, Lyric. It's a big win rate here for 369. Has not lost the game with it here in Spring. Ooh. As don't get baited in, sir. I know you want this. I know you want the Jackie Love Draven. He pulled it out in Game 3 against JDG last Spring Finals, but we get his misfortune instead again.
I was going to say, Hysterics, everything so far is very standard for the LPL. All the power picks being taken. And with all these mid lane bans, Yigao wanting to go towards that Azir, is the second most played, has looked very good on this champion, and JDG already setting up for the standard front-to-back team fight.
People remember from last year, I mean, seeing Yigao on this Azir, right? This was has been a favorite of his for quite a while now. Let's go into the second ban phase, because, again, big difference here. We're going to take away more of Knight's champions. That's what JDG is saying.
Yeah, the Corki is a good ban. Maybe the other thing we can expect, maybe the Kassadin, also a good matchup into the Azir. Would be kind of strange in TS's comp, but we also know that Top Esports just love playing 4 straight laning phase.
So you mentioned the Kassadin. We've got 15 seconds to find out. Top Esports say no, Lumao. You're not going to be getting the Thresh, even though last game it was about the combo that came through with the Yuumi. You lose the Brom there as well for the bottom lane.
Yeah, and here, I would expect us to see Kanavi go towards a jungler. Support counterpick is just so valuable. Taking away the Lee Sin from Karsa would be great, would give you a lot of early pressure, and you already should just end up winning the scaling war just from the fact you have Azir, Ornn, and Aphelios.
I mean, that's insane, right? Like, for JDG, we talked about how they play mid and late game on the desk there. This is going to be set up here with the Lee Sin take away by Kanavi. Well, Top Esports finally get their Leona, but we need a solo laner here for Knight.
Yeah, and Knight has just played so many champions, actually pulling out the Victor. Has played this before, has always been a champion he's kind of gravitated towards.
Last champion here for JDG. Now, what fills this out?
With the Braum and Thresh bans coming in, there isn't anything that fits that well, so maybe just going with the Tom Kench would be the best option.
Safety towards your laners here for Loken. Once again, Lumao propping up the rest of his team. And for JDG, you look across the board and you say, as you mentioned before, we got a lot of fighting towards the later game, but we got to get there first. The Top Esports are going to be the thorn in their side throughout that early to mid.
Yeah, and actually, Top Esports comp, pretty weird. We obviously don't see a lot of Victor. Again, I think it said it was picked 3 times. 2 of those times before were by Knight himself. And when it comes to where we're going to see action on the map, won't be mid lane, right? It's probably mostly going to be in the top side. We already know both these teams love ganking top lane. 369 on the Aatrox wants to be very aggressive. And then Chocho will be on this Leona that you don't feel a lot of threat coming in from the Tom Kench and Aphelios. You can just leave that lane.
Of course not. And you look at this point, very different game style altogether, right? Even though it's different drafts, it does feel like the pace is going to be a little bit slower from the side of JDG. The mid-game set up again towards late that we saw in Game 1, which was their win condition.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how these team fights pan out when you do have a lot of disengage options coming in for JDG, and your only true hard engage coming in as that Leona for Chocho.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move on to Summoner's Rift yet again. I was so happy because Game 1 looked like Top Esports were really bringing the fire. JDG came out of nowhere and surprised us. Going into game number 2, for Top Esports at this point, they need to calm themselves. They've still got Chocho in here for the second game. And we need to see what the reality is for Top Esports. Because at this point, for JDG, they have the momentum on their side, and they have a composition that strikes you as, I guess, very LCK-esque, right? We talk about them being a smart team, a controlled team. When we say those words, people think, ah, LCK. Even though we're in a different region entirely, even though JDG are more than willing to fight.
Also just a very JDG-esque composition coming out with, again, lots of scaling, lots of team fighting.
Top esports to stop and shift that momentum. We'll talk about that as we go into the second game. But here in the grand finals, JDG are already one game up. They fought well in the first game to fight their way back into this. The first LPL champion, is it going to be JDG or Top Esports here in 2020 Spring?
Zoom 加油，期待你继续你的100%胜率。
As we enter Summoner's Rift. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to have you here once again. And Yagao with lethal tempo strikes me as a, well, it's team fight rune for this team fighting comp.
We've already talked about there's really not going to be any interactions coming out in this mid lane. Even if Karsa wants to try to go mid, you put down a pillar, well, Yagao's just able to zoom out of there.
True.
Azir does have, you know, a deceiving amount of mobility. And then, again, you even look elsewhere on the map. Okay, you try to go for a pick in the bot lane. Well, you have the Tahm Kench to just devour Aphelios. So, really, your only option in this early game is going to be trying to find a kill on Zoom. We know how well Zoom plays out this early game.
So playing towards the top side and for Top Esports, I guess, accelerating from there, right? Like we saw in Game 1 where they really accelerated the pace.
And I'm going to be honest, that's why Top Esports comp feels very weird to me, because looking at the compositions, it does look like they just get hard outscaled, but you still opt into things like the Victor. Victor needs a lot of time to come online.
Yep.
And then again, you don't really have a reliable way to follow up from Jackie Love. He's pretty much just going to be all about these bullet times. But you also have a ton of range coming in from JDG, so even locking them down for that's going to be quite hard.
I guess when we get towards the mid-late game stage, we'll see. At this point, we're going to have a look across at the runes while mid-laners are butting heads and trading. Note that Knight has gone for the Comet here for the poke that's going to come through lane. And press the attack on our Trundles is becoming more recent as of late.
And especially in this matchup where Karsa will be able to win out in early levels, but once Lee Sin hits level 6, you're able to start contesting in that 1v1. So for Kanavi, the name of the game is, hey, you don't necessarily want to match Karsa. You're just fine shadowing your lanes, making sure they get to a good point where, again, we start hitting these Dragon team fights and you're in a strong position. For Karsa, I want to see him look for proactive plays around not only the top lane, but also in the top side jungle.
When you set up top lane well, Luke, I'm going to be keeping that in the back of my mind. Top right now for 369, however, is pushing, and Karsa is towards clearing the bottom side. Currently on his Wolves, has a couple of camps there with the Raptors and the Krugs available, while Kanavi is heading up towards the top side himself. A bit of a safety ward put down by Zoom, but look at where the wave state is.
Yeah, but look where Karsa's going. Actually, he's looking towards the mid lane. Okay. Yagao's pretty low.
He has enough mana to shuffle away. Soldier goes out, poke comes through crucially from Knight, in comes Karsa. A flash might have to be burned as Pillar goes up, but is it in time? Matched here, remember, press the attack. 1, 2, and 3. The attack is pressed all right, and into Knight's first blood. Kanavi comes through with the cripple, but almost dies himself. He's at half health, walks away, and there we go. The game starts off the Top Esports side.
Ooh, and they want to keep this going, but Kanavi does miss the Sonic Wave. And you pointed out how Yagao had enough mana to shuffle away, but clearly not having one of those abilities up, so good patience from Karsa to find that opportunity, but still both of them burning summoners. Still overall net win obviously for TES, but going to be hard to look for a repeat play.
But when we talked about how this game ends up going for Top Esports, seeing this momentum started off well, while Knight comes in with the teleport, but doesn't manage to take any damage from Yagao. Also note that Knight got first blood. That means double amplifying tome after using the TP mid. And now the invade's starting to come through from Karsa, who burned his flash in the exchange, but is with a CS lead himself.
Yep, not having enough gold to upgrade his hex score on the Victor, so instead just opting into 2 amplifying tomes. They are going to be able to steal...
Okay. Sir, steal my heart, because we're going to play in the mid lane yet again, 2 versus 2, but into the gravity field. Kanavi now flashing on top of Knight, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike doesn't kill him. Yagao trying to finish off the job, but what a pillar! The teleport comes in from Zoom, but now he's stuck in a 1 versus 3 at half health. 369 wants to find him, but Top Esports say, come at me, bro, I'm ready.
But now we see in the bot lane, JDG completely abusing that, but still, ignoring this, TES finding themselves in such a great position. We said, okay, they do have scaling elements in their comp, but the name of the game is still accelerating through the top side of the map. We see Karsa invading Raptors. We see him being around in just the nick of time to counter gank. And once again, 2 more kills. Look at Knight. He's feeling great. We see him on more of a champion that once it gets into this mid game can start putting these team fights on his back.
It's gonna be massive, but Loken's gonna get engaged on underneath turret. Luma has to eat him up. We're looking at top esports trying to accelerate already with a big 1k gold lead. They get another kill this time towards the bottom lane. JackieLove flushes away, has himself ready to be eaten up by a hungry hippo. And that bottom laner survives. Top esports with kill number 4.
And this is not what you can afford to have happen on the side of JDG. Again, Shocho doesn't even play that much anymore. Again, he did change his support last year. For who didn't know, he used to actually be the AD carry of top esports. Let's go back to this for a second. Again, we see Yagao being the aggressor here. They don't expect Karsa to still be around the mid lane. Of course, Karsa is, so Kanavi getting pulled into that gravity field, and now they just don't have enough damage to finish Knight off, and it is heartbreaking.
It's like the only way out of that point is in, and that pillar was gorgeous.
It was absolutely amazing, and when we've seen top esports look their best, it's when Karsa is mechanically performing.
But this is just like game 1, right? So we want to see more from top esports. We want to see them continue to accelerate, because yes, 369, the person who roamed on down, is undefeated on this Aatrox as well.
And speaking of this Aatrox, I love the way he's playing this matchup. You see a lot of Aatrox just kind of blindly push the wave into tower, but if you really want to get the most out of this matchup, it's about not even necessarily freezing the wave, but zoning Ornn off the minion, saying, hey, I punish you in this straight up 1v1, and we see 369 doing an amazing job of that.
Yeah, already with about a 14 CS lead up in that top lane. Note just rehabilitating what... Rehabilitate, you know what I mean. What's my word I'm looking for? I am looking towards what has just happened. Maybe I'll pause, because Lumao says, what can fit into my mouth right now? Karsa's club is a little bit too big, and he's got a level lead. Plus, it is a PTA Trundle who has been pretty helpful here for the early game of top esports. But again, 2k gold lead, top esports accelerating. 369, he has the world ender. I'm not sure. Really not sure about Kanavi's influence.
Well, and let's even take a step back. That was so weird from Lumao, where we see Kanavi is clearing Krugs, and Lumao gonna blindly walk into River, so greedy. They're trying to put some pressure on a TS, but of course they aren't able to do anything. And I mean, this is what we expect from JDG, right? They don't, actually, it's a bit different where I was gonna say we don't expect them to look for ganks. They have looked for ganks this game. They just haven't worked out.
They've gotten to a point where they're like, okay, maybe we should do something. Because at this point, maybe not going so good. Onto Lumao, it's going to be the cleanse used immediately here. Conqueror picked up by Loken after the trade. But Karsa's here on the bottom side. Kanavi spots him out. Both jungles level 5 while the Emperor's Divide into Zoom saying kaboom. Right down onto Knight, 1 versus 2. The knockup comes through, and JDG come together. And so does the bottom lane of top esports. So a 1-for-1 trade. Dragon resets.
So much happening on the map, and actually this is a huge win for TS, where 369 just got to stay in the top lane, and they ended up 1-for-1 on the map. Zoom gonna miss some CS, and I love this from 369 going to the brush, trying to zone him out, but still, this is also what we know Zoom for, right? He's gonna be the top laner that moves first, looks for these advantages, but man, look at that CS.
This is interesting though, Lyra. Because this early game that was controlled by top esports, yet again, JDG find that small opening. And the shutdown, the bounty rather, that was on Knight has been taken away by Yagao. So this Azir is now in a much better position than he was 2 minutes ago.
Ooh, and JDG are here first. We see JackieLove and Chocho at the base.
Karsa's going to have to deal with 2 people for now. 369 in with the flank, the world ender there. Loken, which way can he go? Into the mouth of Lumao, but he's dead now as well. The back of the pit. 369 is tearing Loken apart. Over the wall, he'll find himself while Kanavi now joins the play. 369 running away from 3 people. The kick backwards means he's into the waiting arms of Yagao and Zoom. And JDG again find that same window.
But JDG should find the window. They were there first, so TS being able to pick up any kills is actually absolutely amazing. They didn't know that 369 was there. Neither team going to be able to start up Herald now. Like you said, at least JDG did end up on the better side of the kill trade.
If we're looking at delaying these objectives, delaying these trades, for JDG with the way the game started, I mean, that has to be, positivity. At this point, though, while I go back into reality, top esports, that 2k gold lead, although a little bit less, still exists. But mainly for JackieLove. He has a 20 CS lead in that bottom lane. He has a BF Sword Berserker Greaves. Knight still has that same 2 kills he started off the game with, and 369 has 2 in the back pocket as well with that CS lead. So
Again,
Top Esports controlling.
You are ahead everywhere where you want to be. All of your carries having more gold than the opponents. And we said, okay, Top Esports do have the Leona, but their engage is going to be quite hard into the tools that JDG has.
Yep.
But when you're ahead, you have tempo, you're able to get on the objective first. You know, it's a great engage just being able to make the enemy walk right into you.
So much easier with Caster's Pillar there as well. While Rift Herald's getting started up here on the top side, JDG turn their attention to the Infernal, which will be the first dragon of the game. The one that was previously started up by Caster when he roamed towards the bottom side. So Knight now moving to the top side of the map. 369 is sitting mid against Zoom again.
Yeah, but with the Ocean Drake coming up, we now know we're either going to get a Mountain or Wind Soul. So again, the Mountain Soul will benefit both teams greatly, but Wind Soul's always a bit of a disappointment.
You reckon this is going to turn into anything? I don't
No.
think so. 2
There you
pillars
go.
there. That's kind of the other thing as well with an Ord. Caster can kind of screw his team up if he doesn't put this pillar nicely.
That is true, but again, Zoom on the Ornn. He's looked so good at this champion, and JDG really one of the, not even one of, pretty much the only team to prioritize this Ornn.
Yeah.
So again,
we've moved away, haven't we?
Yeah, no.
We've really gone the opposite direction. Top laners don't have the word Ornn in the menu.
Set, Senna, Ornn, all these picks that you might watch other regions and say, hey, where are these champions in LPL? We're like, hey, we want to win lane.
Dude, you said Senna and I thought, thank God, we don't have Senna in here. The most boring champion to watch, I gotta say, is Senna. And glad not to see her here. We're in the Aphelios, we're still with the Misfortune. Just a bit of a check-in here while we did see action across the map multiple minutes ago. We have gone back to farming our waves and pretty much gone back to seeing what can be abused. Right now, it's clearing out the bottom wave, getting good back timers here. For someone like Jackie Love, who now should be Essence Reaver picked up. Ooh, close. Caulfield's Warhammer, so almost there.
But still, we're at a point now where, as Karsa, you can play aggressive around both sides of the map. You should just win out, whether it's a 2v2 on top side or 3v3 in the bottom half of the map, that you have so many options available. And again, this is typically where we wouldn't expect to see too much action going on. There is no neutral objective up. Yep. Breaking down a lot of these turrets is going to be quite hard when you have a Victor in the mid lane. You can't really dive side lanes, but we can still see invades coming out from Karsa.
You saw Karsa before. I mean, he's making the same move, right? To pull you up on that point. Karsa has been here on blue buff spawn twice now. So they are exerting that advantage, but this time JDG have matched.
Yeah, and we need to realize that both teams' top laners do have TP, so if a fight does start, can be a full-on 5v5.
Especially if Jackie Love wants to keep pushing this advantage here. The poke comes through, but Cho and Knight just over the wall with the help of the Blast Cone. They have bottom side control with Vision there, at least partway through the mid lane for Top Esports. So they say now's as good a time as any. Let's drop the Rift Herald. Let's go.
Yeah, so they should be able to pick this up. They do have all members here, but JDG matching. If you're JDG, you probably aren't looking for an engage here, right? You just want to keep buying time scaling up.
Bullet time comes through, though. You say that, but maybe Top Esports are. Turret's very low. They're trying to push them away from this one. They're sticking around for the next wave.
Yeah, and again, they should be able to pick this up, no problem. Okay. The question is whether JDG can find an engage off of a TS misstep, but again, I don't feel like JDG should look for that. Just keep getting items under your belt, scale up on the Azir, on the Aphelios. We have these Ornn items coming in later, and great move from 369 heading towards the mid lane and really creating pressure in all lanes on the map.
Because for JDG, it's about you're happy giving up certain things, right? But there is a point, there is a line where you say, okay, we have to contest this. And it doesn't feel like we're there yet. The turret goes down. We don't get towards that in the Ocean Dragon, do we?
I was going to say, I don't feel like we're at that stage for a long time.
Okay.
There are no Barons being threatened. We're not even one dragon away from Soul Point. So if you're JDG, you should feel fine to say, okay, we've fallen a bit behind from our own mistakes. We can just try and farm up, buy time. Yagao getting some plate gold is a good start to that.
Yep. And we're at a point where, just to get you back up to speed, folks, 3k gold lead here at top of your screen. At 14 minutes in the game, so plates are going to disappear, and that Ocean Dragon easily set up here for Top Esports to reiterate on that one. Vision control, been a strength here for Top, and you can see that river is lined up. Well, it's just a farming game for JDG to continue forward, and I guess we need to note what items are coming soon to see what Top Esports can do with the resources they have, because Knight, I believe he has the Hex Core fully upgraded. He's still sitting on that lost chapter while we're just watching an Ornn hit a turret.
I just want to say, though, the auto attack sound is, like, really pleasing, so...
You said Ornn and Maokai are the two most pleasing champions.
Ornn, Maokai, Jax.
Yeah, both of them are tanks.
Yeah.
That's why I told you I love Ornn versus Maokai top. But that lane is satisfying.
We see on the map that we're at a point where Knight can pretty much just press his E, clear out this wave, and they should always get first turn on the objective.
Yep.
But ooh, more auto attacks.
Oh yeah, you get what you want. What level is he? Level 10. I don't know. I didn't need him to stop mining, stop building. That's the one to see that. Zoom gets a solo turret though, and he's going to Iceborne Gauntlet. Oh no, Lyric. I'm sorry.
Yeah, going to itemize. Again, you have a lot of AD coming out from TES, but Knight is going to be a massive factor in the middle stages of the game, getting that extra health.
Oh, the solo flare. Top esports say, giddy up. Loken at half health. Now the teleport coming through. It is Zoom. Level 11. Odin sends his regards. On top of this, AD carrying Jackie Love. Zoom looks for the further engage. Jackie Love says, what up? Walks away. Couple of ults burnt here. Teleport as well, while 369 doesn't burn his.
Yeah, and great play so far coming out from TS. We said that Knight will always be able to push this wave first, heading down towards the bot lane. Actually are able to threaten a dive, and now you don't even have the call of the Forge God on the side of JDG to look for an engage.
Are they pinching or are they the ones getting pinched? That's a great graviton, but the flank comes through. 369 made the TP play. Blumau eats up his AD carry. Bullet time is cancelled here, but Jackie Love still does the damage, and top esports are all over JDG. Yagao might find Chocho, but Zoom now says, get me out of this place. Knight for the follow-up has enough mana with the blue buff, while Lumao is going on a journey. The Frog and the Scorpion, we've heard this story before, always ends up with the Scorpion stinging the back. Lumao is 4 levels behind, and although he can run, he can't hide, while top esports take all of the fight. They're going to take the Dragon as well.
And 369 has had some really great flanks on the Aatrox this game. We already talked about, he doesn't lose on this champion. He's looked phenomenal on it all split. We see him constantly using his pressure, bringing it around the map. He knows when he needs to stay in lane, can try and force a CS advantage and whittle down the top lane turret, and it's really set up TS for a lot of success in this game.
I mean, this is another great early game, right? I just want to see how it continues. I'm a bit skeptical after I saw that first game, but seeing the double Herald yet again here from top esports is a good sign.
And
Knight sitting in the side wave for now.
We're getting to a point where TS are just able to, like, they're so far ahead in terms of their carries, they can constantly push out the mid wave, move to sides, and they do have enough damage coming out from this Victor and this Misfortune to threaten dives.
There was that TP we were talking about, and Loken's like, hell.
Yeah, just looked great coming in, able to get on. Oh, just great 3-man of his third Q, so that is where most of the damage is located.
Yeah.
And then from here, you're just able to easily take the Dragon.
After that fight, 3-1-1 here on 369's Aatrox. Yet again, finding success. 3-1-2 on Knight. And Jackie Love is the focus here. 9.7 CS a minute here at the 15-minute mark. And he's 1,500 gold over Loken as he bullet times him away again. Top esports trying to force around this turret. And Jackie Love says thumbs up. Feeling pretty good here in game 2.
Yep, we are getting to a point, though, where it's going to be really awkward sending Knight to a side lane. Victor, at least for Azir, right, you are able to just shuffle out, you have a bit of safety in your kit. But for Victor, if you're in a side lane, you do end up pushing out too far, or JDG just commit more members to bot.
No escape.
It's going to be very unsafe for Knight.
I mean, even though Knight's ahead, right, you get to that point when you're Victor where you're like, I can comfortably deal with a 2 versus 1. Knight, pretty much there with the Luden's Echo. But
I mean, if you have Kanavi and Zoom, the ones to go down, you open up the Call of the Forge God, you have the Dragon's Rage, and then a Sonic Wave, you're not really going to have any time to dish out that damage. You're just going to be dead.
That's very, very true. I'll keep that in mind here as we look at Knight down the bottom side for now, receiving the wave. Yagao doing the same in the top side against 369, so we've shifted lanes a little bit here. It's the first time that top versus mid has occurred in this second game, but Karsa's still doing Karsa things here. He's trying to get these invades across, despite being down about 30 CS in the jungle matchup.
But I love what TS are doing. They're just kind of shifting between top and mid. They have top push, they have mid push. They can pretty much freely threaten either of these turrets.
It's a vision that they've maintained, right? At this point, Pillar going to be put down to zone Yagao off, and he can't get near the wave, so another turret goes down here. Jackie Love now rejoins the fight as well. Zoom sitting in the mid wave. He's spotted out on a ward through there. Knight is not making any intention of moving. Esports, where do they go now?
Now it's just very obvious. You just go mid. We saw Knight push in the bot lane. You still have Herald on Karsa. Just 5-man the mid lane, drop that Herald, and should be another turret that you can easily, you know, get into your hands.
I love shooting shurikens at 5,000 range. That's nice. Herald, you mentioned, is coming down.
I just love how much you hate Aphelios, but
I promise. But here it comes.
It's going to be a very easy turret for them to secure. Ooh, Lumao.
It is a good pillar. The Zenith Blade comes into bullet time, but it's onto a stasis target. Here comes Call the Forge God, finding a two-man knockup, including the Herald with the TP around the side. That's Yagal. That Azir has the flank with the ulti, but no flash. So he TPs in after the trade goes sideways.
Overall, still a mistake by JDG. Hysterics, you know TS are guaranteed taking that turret anyway. Lumao stepping too far forward, and you need to commit a TP. Not what you want as JDG.
We have TP on Knight, no TP on Yagal, right? So now the advantage opens up for Top Esports yet again.
Yeah, now we can see Top Esports being the team that can try and force. We expect around Dragon. Dragon's going to be up in 1 minute. Have Knight on the opposite side of the map, have 369 bot. And okay, you can have Zoom be the one to match 369, but at the same time, then you blow that TP, and we're in the same place where Top Esports still have TP advantage.
I like that. Robo Colonel is saying Top Esports here, 72%. He's saying Top Esports are holding all the cards, and he'd be right at this point. Again, a bit of a gold intake for you. 4K here for Top Esports at 20 minutes. A Mountain Salt. That's what's coming up this game. 40 seconds till that first. Mountain Dragon comes onto Summoner's Rift, and 369 has once again started matching Zoom.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like we're at the point where JDG should look to contest the next Dragon. We don't have 2 items on the Aphelios. We don't have 2 items on the Azir either. I think you just give that one up. We're really waiting for these 2, 2.5, 3 item power spikes to where JDG really want to start coming into their own.
We're away from that, right? We've got Zoom, who's 2 items strong with the ornaments now coming through, level 13 on the Ornn. But we're still at 1.5 for Yagal, still at 1 3/4 for Loken. Well, Yagal sits in the side wave. Top Esports group on up yet again for the Dragons. And you can see Knight playing it super safe towards that top side while this is going on.
Still great from JDG just knowing, hey, we need to give up this Dragon. We're going to get some vision top side, so no sneaky Baron shenanigans can happen. And again, they buy more time for themselves. And now I want to see what can Top Esports do on the map when, again, we don't have any more outer turrets. We don't really have any more neutrals. You can try to force something like a Baron, but guess what? JDG didn't commit that Ornn TP, so again, they'll still be able to try to match.
Just going back to your point, hang on. Settle down.
They have a Victor. They aren't going to go for this 22-minute Baron Hysterics.
Look, they did it last time. I thought even with the misfortune, why not? Be yourself. Don't be anybody else.
They can try to do it if they just want to bait out Zoom's TP. But again, it seems extremely risky to put yourselves in a position where, despite the fact that you should win a fight, you're still giving JDG a good position to try to get on top of it.
The same window that in game 1 was what put JDG back into the game as well. So you don't want to do it when your composition is a bit more, I guess, cut and dry on paper, as you can see from JDG's side. So at this point, Top Esports, they don't take it. They clear away vision. They get that further control up towards the top side of the map. And now playing around with the vision. We're even 369 here, going in for the enemy jungle blue.
And this is what 369 needs to do.
Oh, yeah, that's what Jackie Love sounded like, because he just got off the bullet time. Didn't hit very many people. Is Knight going to be walking into this Sonic Wave? Kanavi with the kick flash, walking into danger. Knight gets knocked up again. The poke comes through. He's very, very low. Teleport going to be used here from Kasa, but Loken pushes them back. That could have been so much worse for Top Esports as Knight. That's an uncharacteristic mistake.
It was coordinated so well by JDG, and this is why, again, if JDG were at the 2-item mark, maybe in that situation, Knight is just dead.
Very true, and Top Esports say, hey, look, we made that. But we're going to start the Baron. You know what? Characteristics back off.
All of the ultimates are down from JDG other than the ultimate from the Azir, so you should feel fine going into a straight-up 5v5 against
it's the 2K,
JDG.
it's just gone. Chocho over the wall, says Lumao, get out of here. He gets the Zenith Blade onto 2. Baron is secured. The Emperor's Divide is Sharima's non-stop ticket out of there because JDG have lost the Baron, and Top Esports this time recorrect the mistake.
Overall, it was just a great call from TS because, again, realistically, even if JDG do contest, they should lose out in the fight.
Okay. 5K gold lead. Lyric. I don't want to say anything, but the Baron buff last game used by JDG was massive. This time it's in Top Esports' hands. And they've got very powerful members in the side lanes we talked about earlier to utilize.
And exactly, because Aatrox against Ornn in a side lane isn't a matchup where you really have any turret threat without those Baron minions, so he can now stay, put a lot of pressure onto Zoom. And once again, JDG need to look to they're going to have to give up one of the side lanes and say, hey, we need a full-on commit in the mid lane. But 369 still able to rotate first. Again, things are just looking so great for TS.
He's got Death Stance as well. So 2 items, and remember Death Stance here in 10.7, so it has those tankier stats and favors melee users at this point as well. He's got a level advantage too over the Ornn. And Top Esports are playing with pressure. They get the mid wave pushed up and now looking to rotate and matching 369, where Zoom isn't gonna be able to clear this wave. Everyone from top now grouped up, and this should just be going down.
No, and I love this from TS, constantly hovering towards one side of the map, not giving JDG those windows to try and force an engage.
Full time comes through again though, and Yagao has to shuffle out of there. Pillar set up, and JackeyLove right now using that ult consistently to zone away. Loken sticking under turret. I don't think that's going to be the move. 369 draws the attention of Kanavi meanwhile, and he's still pretty healthy to go again.
And they do not have the damage to take down 369. You already mentioned Death Dance now giving that 30 armor, so going to be really useful against Kanavi's Lee Sin. Also gives magic resist as well. But
for Yagao.
Yep. But yeah, TS feel fine, just continues out. We do see Karsa heading up towards the top side, gonna get that wave stacking. Now we're just gonna see all of TS rotate over, and I want to see 369 head up as well since he doesn't have that TP.
They forced early, they pushed themselves in the style that the composition would really deserve, I guess. And Top Esports are now reaping the rewards. Last set of turret on the map going to be taken down towards the top side. All 4 members can now back away. They don't break the base, but they push this gold lead to close to 7,000 here at 26 minutes in the game.
Still, I love this from TS. We talked about how their shot calling in their mid and late game macro has improved so much. We saw in that situation just pushing out mid and bot at the same time, both members heading up one lane and now getting great resets heading into this dragon. And again, they're having such big item advantages. We now see Knight picking up the Void Staff, so going to do a lot of damage to members like Zoom. And TS should feel fine just to force this fight.
I mean, we've got the Dragon coming up at the very least in 5 seconds, and then they'll be on Soul Point with the Baron buff still available to help push out the mid wave. Now disappearing in 3 seconds means that they can neutralize here. JDG have to walk in on their turf.
Yeah, so TS just going to feel fine starting up this Drake.
Yep.
JDG are at a point where they can start looking to contest.
Kanavi wants to steal. Sonic Wave resonating strike. He goes on in. He steals it away. Kanavi now to go golden. The bullet time comes through. He's in the middle of the enemy team. Top Esports takes him down with the help of the Subjugators. Well, the Fortune God comes through to disengage. But 369 over the wall can't manage to knock up Zoom. The Chaos Ray was used as a pillar. Oh, Zoom hates that pillar now. JackeyLove runs forward, gets poked on now, but 369 is still here. Lumao eats up his 80 carry, but it's 2 versus the world. Loken gets 1 underneath the turret. The Emperor's Divide comes through, and Yagao starts hitting away. Loken pokes over the wall, and Chocha only just survives. Can turn on a whim here for JDG.
Loken and Yagao played that fight so well, ending up in a 1-for-2 situation, but you're the ones who got the dragon. That is massive for JDG.
When it shouldn't have been. When you said Top Esports should feel fine taking this. Wasn't fine in the end with Kanavi finding his way in.
Still though, TS are comfortably in the driver's seat. Let's point it out. They still have a 6K gold advantage. Kanavi did get in there with the steal, but we just saw how much damage that TS have.
We'll have a look again because Kanavi came through and just, yep, fine.
Yep, just takes it, does get the smite over Karsa, gets out, still dies to the laser in the end. And this is where, again, you think TS should just come out ahead. Is going to use that Call of the Forge God, but we're going to see here, you pointed out, hates the pillar. And now we're at a point where we have a 5v3, 369 going in, everything looks good, but looking at Yagao's position on the minimap coming in from behind, Loken played that so well as Lumao pushing them off and now playing around this turret.
Dude, that you would hate Tom Kench after that fight, I'll tell you something, because Lumao was the start of that resurgence here for JDG. Now, the only reason I got excited because I thought, is it happening again? Top Esports, as you mentioned, are still in control. They can still play towards their Mountain Soul, but JDG essentially put a delay on this clock for an extra 5 minutes. And now we count down.
We're 6K gold advantage, but let's remember, JDG do have an Ornn. We do start having Ornn items on their side, so it's a bit less, maybe about like a 4.5K gold lead, and it's only going to get better for JDG as, you know, Yagao and Lumao start picking up more and more items as well.
So you can see Top Esports are looking for a pick, and onto Kanavi, they may have found it. Zenith Blade is there, the pillar again, eaten up by Lumao though. Chaos Storm in a choke, Call the Forge God comes through. Loken feeling confident, but a lot used by Top Esports. The Inferno multi comes through, and that's a Vigil only for one. Yagao gets caught out, the full time comes around, but only onto Zoom. JDG are chunked out. There's a Baron spawning in 3 seconds.
And we've seen a lot used by both sides, actually. TS, Victor, Misfortune using their ultimates, but as well Call of the Forge God down, Moonlight Vigil down, coming out from Loken. And again, you would expect not much is going to happen right now. Neither team has the ability to force. Neither AD carry has their flash up, so would be a bit dangerous. But we've seen Top Esports are willing to make the bold calls.
And they're pretending that they're not in the top rush yet again, waiting for Kanavi to walk through. Sonic Wave connects onto Caster, and they're spotted on out. Knight even rejoins the group.
But still great from 369 to walk up from pushing down the bot lane, so they're going to be able to just keep Vision secured if they find a pick he is there. Maybe they can even just try to force out Zoom's TP.
Yeah, because he is spotted out. No, he didn't walk into Vision at this point, but a teleport up and available, as you mentioned. Yagao doesn't need to use his, he's joined in the fight. Baron has started. Caster over the wall, drops control ward, spots this one out. The Chaos Storm comes through once again. Lumao pillared up. The Storm looks for its follower, and onto Yagao, almost finds it. The Solar Flare wanted to finish off the kill, but Yagao only managed to get away yet again.
And let's remember, TS aren't able to force anything else because Yagao does still have that TP if they wanted to keep going. And now JDG, Zoom pushing out in the mid lane. Dragon's coming up in a minute.
A minute with Baron fully warded by JDG, remember, as well. Someone from Top Esports has to clear that ward to try and play the double threat game.
Yeah, it's going to come down. You're going to feel very uneasy as JDG thinking, hey, if we go for this Dragon, they can try to turn it on to Baron, or vice versa, because actually, JDG are the one who holds the cards with neutral objectives, because you have an Azir and an Aphelios.
That are at 3 item points here. Look at the Aphelios with the Molten Edge now in the inventory. With the Morellonomicon with the Nash's Tooth and the Sonya's Hourglass for Yagao, who's level 16. So that Emperor's Divide at full capacity now. 20 seconds till the Dragon. Looking towards JDG, but I'm at the moment looking towards them top side. They put the priority in clearing out Vision themselves, while Top Esports are hanging around mid, preparing to go bot towards this Dragon.
Yep, TS having to feel some pressure from JDG's comp being on that top half of the map. You got to feel really scared to ever start the Dragon.
I want to see a 1 versus 1.
They're going for Hysterics.
The Baron instead. 369 was spotted out here. They don't care. They're starting it anyway.
No, this is great play from them. Again, Karsa cannot commit to the Dragon against an Aphelios and Azir comp.
369 though wants to find the chase up. JDG fully disengaged the Baron. I agree. It looked like a great play, but they don't want to risk it.
No, and now TS are going to be able to start controlling Vision once again. TS were able to get push on the mid wave, and now Jackie Love going to head and try to solo out that Dragon.
Again, another play that kind of delays the game a bit, right? JDG pull off of the Baron, they reset. They're like, okay, take the Dragon away anyway. 30 seconds later than it would have been if Top Esports just went down here. Taken, Yagao, they're doing it again. On Vision, do you think they can? No.
No, no way, but still very cheeky call, and I like it.
Well, Knight's here as well. I mean, the cheeky call can be used, but Chaos Storm over the backside. Teleport is coming in as well. 369, he's found out. Dodges away from the Shurima shuffle. JDG on the back of this one at 3K. Aggro is maintained. 3K still sitting there. Caster not going to receive Call the Forge God, but the ball time zones them away. A lot of ultis used. Baron still at 3.
Bad Baron calls are the death of this series so far, Hysterics. TS can just keep juggling this aggro.
He's still sitting there. Kanavi still in the back of the pit. Are we going to do another 50-50? Chocho's running in. On top, the Zola Flare comes in as well. 369. The AoE, the Baron. Secured here by Top Esports. And now they make their move. While the 80 carry finds Knight in the back end. He'll be traded by Jackie Love. And for JDG, this is done. Kanavi runs away. And finally, Top Esports convert that early game into the success of the late.
And like we said, Barons are being the decider of this series. Top Esports can probably just push down mid and end.
They're doing exactly that while 369 keeps Kanavi at bay. 30 seconds on the death timers here. The inhibitor's going to be broken, but they're going forward, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and again, no one on JDG can stop them. It's only Kanavi up.
All I can say is finally the script is burnt. We didn't want a 3-0 finals. We didn't want this to be over before it's begun. Top Esports, this time more successful, find that miracle fight, and we get one apiece. We get our grand final, becoming a series.
In great play from TS after that early game, really finding those advantages in the mid lane skirmishes, and finally able to snowball that went all the way into a win.
You gotta say, at this point, Now everything's even across the board. I started to think that game number 2 was going to be just like what we saw in game 1 with JDG wrestling back control. But good to see Top Esports coming out of their shell, the confidence finally coming through as well.
Yeah, and we finally got to see their mid and late game shot calling really come together again. When the way they were using that Baron was very beautiful, but then on the side of JDG, again, this game has started to be decided by very bold Baron calls that probably shouldn't happen.
And we get Knight on, like on a champion, that game that is a bit more Knight style at the very least. He did play the control mage very controlling, I'll say as well. At that point, I was like, well, you know what I mean. He did play a control mage, and he did control with Chaos Storm. But that game almost decided by someone like Loken, someone like Yagao as well. But at the end, Jaculov had a very clean performance to write home about.
I feel like a lot of the members of TS just stepped up. Again, we saw a 2v2 kill in the bot lane coming out from TS, so both of those guys looking great. And consistently, Top Esports are winning out on the top half of the map.
Yep.
And 369, another player we need to highlight because his flanks this game were absolutely beautiful.
It was 369. It was also set up by Casa, right? Because if you're talking about the setup in the early game, it was Casa on the Trundle pick.
Those
that was
pillars.
such a nuisance, man. And it is good to see Casa in a grand final environment performing to his limit. That's important because when Kanavi was the more hyped up jungler, Casa needs to show some merit. In this game, merit is all we got.
And the interesting thing is we have the best jungler from LPL last year against what is the current best jungler of LPL.
MVP.
And again, right now, teams are sitting at 1-1, so great job from TS showing that they can bounce back from a defeat in a final. And again, now it opens up for JDG. Where do you go from here?
Yeah, because their composition, we talked about it, there was a lot of late game scaling, but they had to secede. What's the word I'm looking for? They had to concede.
Yeah, there you go.
Obviously, I don't know English too well. I apologize. They had to give up a lot of objectives.
Concede was right.
Yeah, I just doubted myself. They had to concede a lot of objectives in the early game, and they conceded so much. We got to the point where they were getting into their element, but Top Esports was still on top of theirs. Like, great example, the pillars to set up, and 369 as the flank, as we mentioned.
Well, let's remember, JDG only had to start conceding everything because they fell so far behind through that mid lane skirmish where, again, Karsa did such a great job of counter-ganking. Then we just saw TS do such a good job of transferring that pressure on the map. And again, Jaculov and Chocho able to find their own advantages.
I mean, Jaculov and Chocho throughout this series has been, pretty decent, right? Like, throughout the game 1 when we saw Top Esports, it was Karsa making a bit of a mistake. It was through the Baron fight up topside that JDG netted the advantage. This game wasn't the same. And it is good to say that we're one apiece, right? We don't want to be LCK, LCS, LEC. We don't want to be a 3-0, man. We need to be the 5-game series, I'm just asking. But at this point, for Top Esports, that is the consistency of this brawny squad that was fighting all game long.
Yeah, they look great. And going back to a point you just made, what is that famous saying that, pressure creates diamonds, Hysteric? So we want the 5 games. We want, again, we have 2 world championships here in the LPL. So the more games, the better, just leading up for even more exciting international events later in the year.
Do you know what the trend is here, though, in the grand final so far? If you find your undefeated champion, you win. Your Gals LeBlanc, 369's Aatrox. And another revelation I've just had, Zoom has lost his first ever game of the regular season plus playoffs. They hadn't dropped a single game. And now for JDG, it's like, oh no, he can't find Dine.
I was going to say your theory falls apart a little bit when, Zoom is undefeated on the Ornn and on everything else.
That's
but
true.
Still, I'm just glad that TS were able to pull it together. I want to see where we go next game in terms of side selection because here in LPL Final, the loser does get to pick the next side.
True.
So things are now going to be in JDG's hands.
I mean, I'm excited because the drafts have been so different in both games here. We are going to throw to a break. We've won a piece here in the grand final. We're going to game 3, unsure as to what's going to happen next. Here, the grand finals. We'll be right back.
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo, the place is here. here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
Two games deep now in our finals, and we see a bit more life out of Top Esports. We see a stronger mid-game and a very strong victory at the end of things. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda once again on the desk. And what a way to continue this series, because it was all about Top Esports. They were in control of the entire game, but JDG certainly didn't go down without a fight.
They definitely didn't, but it was Top Esports to start things off, controlling this pace of the game. And it was great to see, because once again, they set off onto a great start. We saw one gank mid, and then we saw the second gank mid, which was the big game changer, where you already get Zoom trying to teleport down to set up for this play. But the problem was, you'd already done the damage as Top Esports. With that great stun onto Kanavi, they get the kill. Nice Knight does an amazing job of kiting back, and the power from Karsa with that pillar and the damage is able to turn it back in their favor. And again, it was, if we look at game number 1, Zoom with the teleport down, not able to make anything of it. Again, this teleport advantage and how we talk about JDG getting off and making their play stick is using Zoom's pressure, but the teleport again went
That's
to nothing.
usually the strength.
Yeah.
That's usually what goes really well for them. But and in this game, Top managing to find these these advantages came from inches. They came from these minuscule differences in the team fight. So then we saw a few minutes later, once we got to, we had a huge fight around the 15-minute mark at the blue buff that was just absolutely insane. And we talk about Zoom being a great top player. Keep your eyes on 369.
Yeah, 369 with the Hulk smash on the back line. That was beautiful to watch, but very strange for JDG to opt into. They'd already used the Call of the Forge God. They'd already used the Emperor's Divide as well. And when I went in there, I was like, okay, so JDG are trying to walk away. They're not going to go in here. But they aggressively go for the play at a point in time where not only do they have the ultimates down, they don't have the team fight victory right there. They're still waiting on their items to come through. And as Lyric talked about, they were waiting for that 3-item spike. They're only about 1.5, maybe 2 at a stretch at that point. So you needed to take it back a step in JDG. If you're going to go for this late game scaling, fight when you're able to. But I think they felt the desperation where it was just like, we are losing everything plus more on this map.
I would argue that, especially in the LPL, drafting a composition that is like, I don't want to play the game for 40 minutes and then I'm going to win a fight. You don't get to wait that long. That's not how this league works.
Esports. That is a team that wants to get the ball rolling early. We talked about it, solo lane domination. They want 369 ahead. Cool, check that box. We've got it up in the top lane against Zoom. Aatrox beats Ornn. Let's look towards mid lane. Okay, well, Knight's on his signature pick in this Victor. Yeah, it's a little bit more of a scrappy one, but that push power you can get as Victor can set up to play alongside Karsa, especially when you get those 2 kills early. Yeah. We'll take that box. And in the bottom lane, Loken and Lumeo had no hope against everything that was coming out from Top Esports. Jackie Love was on point. Chocho was on point. 3 winning lanes across the board, and Top just swept through everyone.
Beautiful thing to watch. And I mean, you mentioned the 2 kills early on Knight as well. Especially for Victor, it's super crucial because you have that Hex Core. Getting a couple of upgrades in that early on really bridges the gap to being a bit more influential in the game. Just getting the upgraded death rate to be able to clear those waves is so crucial. And then as the game went on, it turned into a brawl like that. We saw these teams just going back and forth.
Especially at that last Baron fight. That was the clincher.
It was so
right
long.
There. How long that went on. But again, we're seeing a lot of these early ultimates come out from JDG where they weren't able to really connect with anything.
That was a nice dash.
It was a great dash from 369, but now Emperor's Divide is down. Then we look at the Call of the Forge God, not really able to get too much down because, again, disruptive pillars in the back line. And Jackie Love's ultimates here were so well placed. Because usually we see these misfortunes trying to use them aggressively, get the kills, get the damage down. But Jackie Love was using them after the Call of Forge God was down to zone away JDG, not allowing for the follow-up plays. And after all that is down, well, Top, you've got that ultimate advantage. You're the ones that are going to be able to take these fights. And even though Loken played his heart out in this game, trying desperately to claw back this game from Top Esports, it just was not enough.
And I love how they see that they're like, okay, we can only tank this Baron for so long. We've already been tanking it for about 4 minutes now at this point. Chocho, just go in. Get some CC down onto Kanavi. Stop him coming anywhere near. Finish this fight off. And then Jackie Love, he was holding his flash. He didn't want to flash over for Loken, but he's like, all right, I guess I'm going to have to. Knight's already gone down. But such a great fight, such great patience from Top Esports, because that's what they were lacking in game number 1.
And that's exactly it. You nailed it, Munch. The patience that we saw come out for them. How they address the vision control. So then there's no way that JDG can ever come in and catch them unaware. You've got the... Even when they're pushing in the bottom side of the map, they've done a full sweep of everywhere in the enemy jungle, so there's nowhere for Zoom to even get this teleport into the backline. Everything was set up by Top Esports. They executed beautifully, and their ability to just kite back and get the hell out of dodge, especially when you're looking at Jackie Love, not exactly the most mobile of the champions. Same with Knight on this Victor. They should have been prey to the likes of Yugao on, if you guess this sweeping Emperor's Divide, you get these big Call of the Forge Gods, especially with the setup for Kanavi, where he can dive in on these dragon kicks, but they did such a good job of positioning themselves away from any sort of threat and playing in the darkness, so JDG never knew if they were connecting onto these key carries.
There was that fight around the mid lane that was almost beautiful. Almost it all came together, but wasn't quite enough. And At the end of the day, we saw game number 1. The MVP went to the mid lane. Game number 2, same thing's going to be coming through. Knight on this Victor grabs that title for himself. Look at the damage to gold conversion right there, 200%.
Yeah, Knight was monstrous on this Victor, especially as we talked about off the back of that constant pressure from Karsa. And I love that we're now seeing that synergy between Karsa and Knight, because this was one of the big vocal points that we had, was the two best, or what we expected to be the best mid-jungle duo in the LPL, never came to fruition. Now though, Karsa and Knight are working together, and Knight is benefiting massively.
And Karsa, for the second game in a row, controlling this early game when it comes to the objectives, especially this Rift Herald. Clearly, Top Esports, they are loving the Herald in this series. They're quite happy to just concede dragons early on.
Yeah, and I think that's the best way for them to go across. And when we look at the Rift Herald control that has come through from Top Esports, that's been such a strong point as well. Especially when we look towards that point, the 19, 18 minute mark, where they're able to dance between the turrets, draw JDG into these uncomfortable positions where they get the tower top for Top Esports without using that Rift Herald, transfer to mid. We're like, great, we've caught you in your jig across the way. We're going to toss down this Rift Herald, get the mid turret, and now all these outer structures are gone, opening up for this vision control we talked about. And Top Esports, this beautiful snowball just kept on going.
And you know what? I was told coming into this series that Zoom is the best top laner, maybe in the world, right? And he's come in with this ridiculous win streak. He's come in with this ridiculous title. And twice in a row now, he has lost top. Granted, obviously, Karsa has been focusing on the top side of the map, but Zoom is really struggling to have an impact in the game.
Well, don't forget, he is on the Ornn, so we never really
That's
expect...
what he likes!
Well, that's what I mean,
That's
is
what he
that you
wants
don't
to
need to have the biggest impact in the lane. It's more when you get towards those team fights. And especially what I like about Zoom is his ability to go, okay, look, I'm losing control of topside, or I'm going to give up control of topside and trying to make these plays with the rest of the team. We saw where 369 in this Aatrox was continuously battering away this minion wave, trying to push it in against the turret, but it was fine. Zoom just said, look, hands off, I don't care, I need to try and make these plays towards mid, I need to try and make these plays towards Dragon, but the problem was JDG weren't finding success, and that's 2 games in a row now where that early game control has gone to top, and they've shut down the pressure from JDG.
Yeah, and now we'll be seeing how the draft goes once again, because this was top on the blue side of the draft, and they got the first pick Trundle, something that JDG actually banned away in game number 1 when they were going through their bans. They were on the blue side. They actually banned Trundle as opposed to first picking.
And I mean, this comes back to what we were talking about actually after that first game of how we wanted to see the bans mixed up.
Yeah.
Well, they left open the Varus on Top Esports side. They said, hey, look, we don't mind if this gets through. Instead, we're going to ban the LeBlanc. And that meant that when we looked towards JDG side, they felt the need to ban the Varus. The Trundle gets left open. And when this entire game is so pivotal on this jungle matchup between Karsa and Kanavi, if you get that Trundle, you pretty much set yourself up to have that winning matchup, and then you can control and dictate that early game.
Yeah, and I want to revisit something you just mentioned there, the LeBlanc ban that came on through, because obviously, game number 1, Yagao looks exceptional, and it's not like we've not seen Azir from Yagao before. He's looked great on Azir in the past, but this game, he just wasn't able to get anything done. We've seen him have exceptional Emperor's Divide that define fights, that define games for JDG, but here, Top Esports, was it Yagao not performing, or was it Top playing around him?
Well, the difference here is that usually when we see Yagao go for this Azir, it's in where, okay, we've got this mid-game AD carry that we can focus around and play around and still have Yagao's our late-game insurance. This time around, though, we saw the double scaling from both carries on JDG, and it meant that they had no pressure in this mid-game. That was the major issue here. And I mean, look, Yagao has found so much success in this. He's 70+% win rate on that Azir, but in this game specifically, giving that much control over to Top Esports was the big issue for JDG.
You can see smiles all around here for Top Esports, and rightly so after a convincing win like that. But also, I think importantly for Top Esports, while it's only 1 game win, it's 2 early game wins. And that's clearly the strategy coming into this series for Top Esports. So far, it's gone well to get those leads. They just need to be more like Game 2 when it comes to the consistency.
That's what we talked about in this series, though. We said Top Esports were going to beat you out when it came to that early game. They are the superstars. They are the ones that want to outperform you. And we highlighted Knight specifically. And every single time, Knight has been getting these leads, either by killing you or beating you back and taking that CS lead. So now Top Esports, yes, have been winning aggressively in this early game, but it's up to JDG to try and outthink them when they get towards that mid game, or mix things up in the draft and try and match toe-to-toe against top esports.
Yeah, and honestly, when it comes to the kind of brain versus brawn that we've been talking about, it was JDG that with the brain, but Jackie Love seems to be the pivotal member here in both of these games, because the lead that JDG managed to get in game number 1 for themselves, it was top esports taking a risky call. Game number 2, we saw an opportunity where they could have gone for that risky call, but they back away. They say, hang on, no, let's not go for that this time around. And it feels like they've learned from that mistake, and maybe that's not going to happen again. So, do JDG now have to change the strategy, change the tact as they come into game 3?
I certainly think so from game number 2. I was not the biggest fan of the Azir and the Aphelios. It just gave way too much control over the early game.
Too many lanes that weren't going to be able to get things done. Let's find out if the third draft is going to resemble it or if they change things up. It's time to head over to our casters once again. Hysterics, Lyric, take it away.
Of course we will. Thank you very much, gents. And welcome back to the casting stage. I'm Hysterics. I got Lyric next to me. And drafts, I mean, that's been the topic of conversation, right? It does feel like the drafts here in this series have been pretty interesting to kind of dissect.
Like, the interesting thing for me is not... I actually thought JDG's draft was fine for what they were doing, and it was really that, you know, level 3, level 4 mark where the game just totally blew open for TES.
Yep.
And then we even got to a point where JDG were starting to claw back into the game, but then some very dicey objective calls as, you know, what just blew the game out of the water and let TES.
And now we're one apiece, right? Because like top esports have shored up what game 1, the weakness and the opening for JDG to take, and we're at a point where the same 80 carry bans are coming through by top esports, but 369 will not get his Aatrox. Knight will not get the Syndra or the Zoe as well. Very targeted from JDG.
Well, and taking away the Trundle as well, but I love that you highlight the Aatrox ban because 369 just feels like a different player on that Aatrox.
Yep.
He knows the ins and outs of that champion so well. And again, once again, draft's kind of starting as we'd expect. I would think TS are just going to pick up the Aphelios. And then the question is, hey, do you yourself actually want to try and take away the Ornn this time, or do we see a set once again like we did in game 1?
Just remember, as a side note, JDG, they lost the last game, so they chose blue side here, going for the Trundle first pick, while it's an early Braum setting up the bottom lane.
Yeah, just wanting to go with that hard scaling option in the bot lane. Of course, Aphelios does have a very easy time of proccing Braum's passive as well, so just gives a lot of safety. Also does dissuade the Ornn pick, right? Is able to cancel out that call of the Forge God. But this is why you don't blind pick Braum, Hysterics. It just sets up a very free lane for Yuumi where you have no answer of contesting.
The bottom lane that was successful for Loken and Lumao in game number 1. This, however, would be a takeaway because this is Ygal's best champion. This is undefeated.
Yeah, and the question is, if they do pick this up, what answers does Yigal even really have into it? But no, looks like we're going towards the Jace, which I would expect for 369,
Yes.
but you never know.
I was about to say, in this team, the person that plays Jace the most is 369, not Knight. But we'll see the flex is still there, available for top esports.
I actually like the pick a lot when you think about that. JDG look like they want to set up this front-to-back teamfight comp. They really need Engage in the top side, or I guess mid lane if Yagao does have some kind of like Doinby-esque tricks in his book. So pick the Jace, just play far back. You know, the Yuumi doesn't really matter. It's going to be really interesting.
Put Ygal into one of his champions that you know is in his comfort pool. At this point, you're not going to get the LeBlanc. You're not going to get the Ornn for Zoom. So changing things up, JDG are shifting towards jungle bans instead. Castle still doesn't have his pick.
Yeah, and again, Karsa has just continuously gone towards that Lee Sin, so that would be the expected ban from JDG.
Yeah.
Karsa really hasn't played many different champions in a long while. Of course, you can go for something like a Gragas or even maybe pull out something a bit further in your pool, like an Elise when you have this AD Soul Laner.
Well, you're not going to get the Elise, but I like the Gragas mention. That feels like an RNG Karsa pick of the past.
And again, you already have a lot of disengage in your comp with the Braum, and you have a lot of like poke and distance elements, so just adding in Gragas with a lot of different modes can disengage with that cast. I like it a lot.
And again, a very different composition. We're going to talk about that a little bit on top esports, but JDG need to round this one up, Lyric.
I'm just saying Zoom has not really played that many. Zoom has not played Renekton, so Zoom, first time this split playing Renekton. We haven't seen JDG play for an aggressive top side, and the Azir is what I would expect from Yagao. It is just a very safe blind pick with not too many options that can go into it, but it sets up Knight for a very free Corki. Of course, you do have other obscure champions. Vel'Koz can be played into it, Xerath as well, but Corki would be the expected answer.
I like the honorable mention there. I'm not sure how much I believe the Xerath at this point. I know everyone watching on the stream wants Azir Corki. It's their favorite matchup, man.
You know, it's not, I wouldn't usually mention those cheeky picks, but when it is Knight, someone who can play just about anything, it's worth a mention. And it's so easy looking at top esports comp what they want to do, right? It's all about kiting back, poking, and disengaging. On the side of JDG, things are a bit more mashed up, right? We have this, first of all, Renekton with Trundle is pretty weird, so you are going to want to look topside to set this Jace behind.
Okay.
But then once again, it's about front-to-back team fights for you, but you have no hard engage into a poke comp.
This looks like more of a comp that we'd see when JDG had 705 during the regular season, right? 705 was
Yes.
a big lover.
He loves Renekton, right?
Absolutely loves it, lives for it. So for Zoom, you talk about him picking up this champion. Well, for JDG, in a way, returning to what we've seen during the regular season when Zoom wasn't here.
But still, again, you're playing into a poking, kiting siege comp when your only real form of engage is like Azir going with what Dagda calls the swoop and boop.
Yeah, the swoop and boop that we saw from Rookie's a great example, right?
Yeah.
The team that,
Yes.
the team that came through and top esports beat. Now for JDG, playing in a similar formation could be a little bit difficult here, but for JDG, we need to see this brain come into fruition. We need to see JDG find some momentum here in this series. Now, yes, they won game 1, but the game 1 win condition there wasn't as clear-cut as we expected to see. Top esports, the momentum from second game, it's one apiece. And JDG are looking to find it here with Zoom's first Renekton.
And again, that's where I really want to see this matchup, because we have Zoom, who already said maybe the best top laner in the world against 369, who just had an amazing performance on the Aatrox.
Yeah.
And these champions are going to be all about the top side 2v2, because 369 really needs attention from Karsa, which is great that he plays on top esports because they love going top.
They love going top, and Karsa has been there multiple times. Karsa has been playing around these solo lanes, and Kanavi with the match. This time, we haven't seen too much attention in the bottom side.
Well, we never do from either of these teams.
As we return to the Rift. Lyric, it's one apiece. We don't have that 3-0. I'm so glad. Jackalove back on Aphelios. Loken back on the Misfortune. And we won't look bot. As we have some quick gyros that time here in the grand final. We go into a game 3. Jace top versus the Renekton. Corki and Azir. I know, chat. Simmer down. But here in the spring finals, we're at an even point, and someone needs to break the deadlock to move to match point.
JDG actually going to use their level 1 Yuumi to maybe get some deep vision. I was actually scared because we've seen top esports before draft things like Jason Kennan and then split the map for bot side and say, hey, 369, have fun in this matchup.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, that's not what we want to see from top esports this game.
And we've seen 369 come into team fights where he has been put in bad situations and he has limited impact. I love that you bring up the Kennen. I've been looking for that in this series. But 369 so far, even though he's not been on the Kennen, he has had a pretty good series. He's had a great start in game 1, a really good game number 2 on the Aatrox. Now he's sampling on the Jace here with the phase rush in the top lane. And he's got a Predator Gragas alongside.
Yeah, and he's up against a press the attack Renekton, so I'm expecting to see a lot of action in this top side. Of course, Renekton should lose out the first 3 levels, but then especially if Kanavi can get up there and Renekton can get on top of the Jace, they should be able to come out ahead in that early 2v2.
It's been a while since we've seen a press the attack Renekton. It's normally the Conquerors we see in the LPL. I also want to note that it is lethal tempo Corki. Now, over in the LCK when we watched the finals, when we went through and we saw the Corkies there, it was fleet footwork. Here in the LPL, we've been doing a lot of lethal tempo.
Lethal tempo on that Corki, especially to go that Mura mana build and be a lot more about getting in these trades with the auto attacks.
Sure.
And again, just going back up towards the top lane, because you said we don't really see press the attack Renekton, right? It is a lot better in early trades. You don't have to stack it up 10 times like that Conqueror. It's just very easy to get that damage in early. Sets up for your jungle as well, because after you do get those 3 hits, there's a short amount of time where your allies do more damage to that person as well. So again, top side action, name of the game.
As we look towards the top side, you can also see that Kanavi is starting up towards this top lane here, with position available to hit on 369, while Karsa is down towards the bottom side with the pushing bottom lane.
Yeah, and pretty interesting to see that Kanavi is just going to go for a full clear. Not a full clear because he did start as red, but heading back down towards the bottom lane.
Actually, a Raptor start here from Karsa as well. Picking up the blue buff now, that'll get him level 3. But Lyric, while we do have our slow jungle clear coming through, I just want to reiterate, as we talked about win conditions going into this game, and you talk heavily about the early jungle influence towards top side. But I'm looking across the board and I'm like, okay, scaling is a word that comes into mind. but it seems like there's a lot more to it than that.
Well, and when it comes to scaling this game, again, we look at the other side, and of course there's a Trundle, there's an Azir, there's a Yuumi. But again, for the side of JDG, you have no way of getting on top of TS.
Yeah.
So when it comes to this late game, I feel great as top esports. You have Karsa with the Gragas can disengage with both his E and the cast. Of course, Braum, his whole kit is all about peeling and disengage. So Knight especially should have a ton of room to deal his damage. And that's the person you want to entrust the damage to, right? You want Knight to be the big carry on your team.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you know he's capable. You know that Knight has been, you know, in dangerous positions before. Rather, should I say, in accelerated positions. And he's the person that Top Esports is all about. As Kanavi pokes his head around to Karsa, but Scuttle Crab is already going to be secured, while Kanavi's going for the invade. Karsa has not taken his red buff just yet. They're splitting the map, but towards the same side.
That's actually really confusing. Of course, 369 can just follow up so easily.
He knows.
Of course he knows.
Okay, Splight's going to come through. The body bop on top of Kanavi. Knight's getting poked out. Meanwhile, though, the mid lane is in the 1v1. It's going to be winning out by Yagao, but 369 comes in to help Kanavi in a 1v2 until Zoom comes in behind. Karsa getting low on top. They spin to win, and Zoom picks up first blood here of Game 3 while Knight comes in epically low. The flash forward is not the way to go. And JDG start us off here with their first blood renekton.
I'm just saying that was an absolute LPL play where Kanavi splits the map. And hey, we've already set up JDG's top 2v2 wins, but Zoom was under his tower. But again, here in the LPL, we don't care about waves. We don't care about wave states and things like this. Zoom follows anyway. They come out ahead in the 2v2, and JDG now having the better early game.
And to reiterate your point, if you look at JDG and you talked about, oh, how difficult it is to find the engage. You don't need to engage if you're ahead, right? You said that in game 2. You find that early lead and you're able to accelerate, then for JDG, this gets a whole lot easier.
Yeah, and again, didn't really need to engage when he just ran right past Karsa and said, hey man, I'll see you in your jungle in like 2 minutes, meet me there.
And he predators towards him. That was a nice interaction.
I just want to know what was going through Karsa's mind, like, this is so free.
Maybe he thought, oh, he's going to back, it's okay. He's going to play the bluff. Like a hand of poker here. Karsa going to be spotted out on the top side ward meanwhile though, but you look after that trade, after that first blood goes across, all the deep vision that was secured. Now Karsa's being tracked up towards the Raptors where he started.
Yeah, and talking about this, we actually see in the mid lane that Yagao has pushed, so Karsa gonna feel constant threat coming out from Kanavi's Trundle. And again, this isn't a matchup we need to go into too much depth about. We see it all the time, but Azir will have push on Corki in these early levels. And there's Kanavi going for these invades.
I mean, the jungle 1 versus 1. Peekaboo yet again. Karsa going to get the smite on down here on the big wolf, but he's getting low. Remember, press the attack. Trundle likes to take a big chop. In comes Yagao, but it's Kanavi. This secures the second blood.
And Kanavi having so much confidence. His bot lane just reset. He doesn't care. He knows Yagao's going to follow up.
This is not the only trade. Dominus going to come through. 369 is only level 5 here. He's weak. His arms are like spaghetti. And Zoom the Croc almost gets a solo kill, but he forces away 369, who now has no flash.
And Renekton against Jace, even if 369 had been level 6, it doesn't matter. You don't really have an ultimate. Renekton does. He gets on top of you and forcing that 1v1. This is why we've sung Zoom so many praises this split. And again, Top Esports in the first 2 games, early game, were just a hands-down better team. When you think about TS as an individuals, you'd even just think they're better.
Yeah.
So nice to see JDG bouncing back this game and having a much stronger early game.
Yeah, very important for the momentum of this series here. Let's note where the kills go, though, as we go towards the 7-minute mark. Zoom got first blood, Kanavi with the second. And this Trundle is, okay, I'm going to pause again. Graviton bottom lane, Lumel gets healed on up. One auto, but Jakila gets flushed on by big boy Loken. Chocho now left in a 1 versus 2, and Lumel may be a Yuumi, but a bit of excess damage and healing going to be coming through. And JDG's bottom lane also winning out.
Hysterics, there are not supposed to be 2v2 kills in a Misfortune Yuumi against Aphelios Braum lane. Looked like TS were the aggressors, but JDG coming out on top, and now we've seen both bottom lanes solo kill each other. And yeah, TS are the ones to go in on this. Great job by Lumao just blocking up all that damage, is able to get the heal off and then survive, and left Jaculov in such a bad position. And guess what? Loken was untouched that whole time.
He was full health, ran forward and said yoink. Another kill going over. And you mentioned it just before. I mean, JDG with an early start this game. This is really accelerating. And now all 3 lanes feel pretty comfortable here after the start that was.
And I love this because we said, okay, top esports composition in the late game it makes a lot more sense, does well into what JDG have drafted. But guess what? You don't need, exactly, if you can just snowball the early game, just consistently use your pressures across the map, build up this 5-6K gold lead, doesn't matter, right? You're going to be able to force the objectives. TS are going to have to come into you. You're going to be able to get the Heralds, get the Baron, and try to force these pushes. I'm going to slow down, though, because this game's not over for TS. Again, they outscale. They will have a period where they're much stronger. We haven't even seen the Manamune come out from that yet.
But it feels like we're now finally able to talk up the praises of JDG through this early game. A much cleaner scenario. Rift Herald this time going to be going over to JDG, while Casa will take the trade towards the Ocean Dragon to start us off.
Which, if you're TS, you do feel fine with this situation. You're going to get the Dragon, you're going to start making your way towards that Soul. And again, you feel fine with the way the game is panning out as TS. Sure, you would have preferred something differently. Carson does not want to be 0-2-0. You would have liked to give 369 more attention in the top lane.
Yeah, I guess that comes back to our other point, doesn't it? Where 369 is not in a favorable position, and then this happens. Turret getting set up for Rift Herald top.
Every time,
Going forward, Yagao doesn't have enough mana to send the wall out, but Lumao now jumping between targets. As you can see the turret trade here. Top esports not going to get first turret in the bottom side, but they are giving gold over to Jackie Love and Cho-Cho to put them back in a favorable position, while first turret for JDG top side, with Rift Herald having a happy time.
So JDG being able to pick that one up, still a lot of plate gold going onto Jackie Love's Aphelios, but sad to say, every time I've seen 369 end up on, again, the Jaces, the Kennons, he's always left to his own devices. Something happens early where he's not allowed to have a good time in this matchup. Feeling a bit like the Shy did the other day.
Yeah, but not playing like the Shy, which is the important part. That's why we came back to the top lane discussion, and what we mentioned was 369 and Zoom kind of battling out a little bit. I know you feel like Zoom is, you know, kind of the best top laner in the LPL right now, which a lot of people will agree with. But 369 is a really sharp contender now that the Shy has fallen down.
The fact that 369 wasn't second on our All-Pro team, I think was very unfair to him. We did see it go over to Gimgoon, and 369 had such a good split. If you don't want to put Zoom on it because he didn't play all the games, that's fair. But 369 was up there with people like Zoom having an amazing split in the top lane.
This is only his third split. He started last year in 2019. That was his rookie year playing with Knight, and he grew into this roster as a very big core identity. As now, Zoom is going to be spotting his head up towards Casa. It's 2v1 in the top lane, but Zoom has control. While we are talking about these top laners, Zoom on the other side, you know, he joined when Yagao joined over in 2018. And he came towards this JDG roster full of hope and ambition. This is the second spring in a row that he's been in a final, so those ambitions are pretty much getting achieved.
Yeah, but we see a lot happening on the screen right now with this top lane matchup, and for anyone who doesn't know, LPL Renekton's are allergic to Blade of the Rune King. We almost never see them pick it up here. Zoom is going for this Tiamat into the Black Cleaver. When you pick up something like the Tiamat, it signals a lot more of that you do just want to clear out that wave and hover for your mid lane, hover for Herald, Dragon, etc., etc. So I like that, and I want to see Kanavi player on the bot lane. You are going to have consistent push and poke coming out from the Yuumi and just set up for either contesting things like camps, which JDG do so well, contesting blue buff, or even just trying to zone TS off their bot lane turret.
And doing that now with a bit of the teleport play from Yagao. Knight sitting in mid-wave while that happens. Kanavi roaming around with the Yuumi. You are right, there is a lot happening on the map. I just want to come back to a quick point that when we talk about builds in the LPL, it is kind of incestuous in a way. The builds stay within the LPL, right? If one player thinks it's good, usually they go by that. As Carson's going to get caught out, flashes away. The explosive cast doesn't work as Lost Chapter locks him down. Remember, PTA Trundle does a bit of damage. As through with the subjugate, Casa has to back away. Now Zoom looking for something in the top side, but 369 going to be backing away with a big old question mark.
Yeah, just going to walk away, but still in that bot side skirmish, we saw the fact that both Kanavi and Karsa blew Flash, but Lumao blew all of his summoners as well. Still overall a pressure win for JDG, but weren't able to really capitalize off of that.
So we get to a point where we're, okay, resetting, back into the waves. Turret plating available for 1:30. Dragon's going to be up in about 1:20 as well. So I'm going to ask you, there's no contest from a side like Top Esports at this point for this next Dragon.
You don't need to, right? There's no reason for you to contest for this Drake. You can just keep letting Corki get items. Even this Manamune spike isn't really a spike until you do get that full-on Mira mana.
Sure.
So, again, play the slow game. You already got the first Drake.
Zoom doesn't want to play a slow game at all, though. He's going to get help from Caster, but Zoom is quite large. And in charge, maybe. Predator going to come through with the body bop as well. The damage going through, flushing away. Knight now joining the play with Yagao coming in. That's a lethal tempo Azir, remember? So can only poke them for now. And Zoom does manage to escape with his life.
At first, I thought Zoom was absolutely crazy, thinking, hey, man, your mid laner doesn't have TP.
Walk on the wall.
The other mid laner and the enemy AD carry both have teleport. What are you doing? But Yagao hovering up, making it so Zoom is able to get away. You traded a flash for a teleport, though. Not very worth.
Okay. Well, Zoom got a bit of time to kill before that comes back up and available. Is now heading towards the mid lane, closer towards this dragon. Has the teleport, but opts to be near it and clear out the mid wave, with the rest of top esports now positioning there as well.
Yeah, and we see Yagao has no mana. Yagao needs to back. JDG should have been the ones in position with the better power spikes right now to force this dragon. And again, they're left in a situation where top get it for free.
And you get the extra stats that are going to mean more and more towards the late game. Sure, it's only 4%, but an Infernal's an Infernal, and there is a Cloud Soul now available on Summoner's Rift. And top esports have both the dragons, so sure, they're down 3,000 gold, but we set up what this team's about, and that timer has been set back yet again.
And Hysterics, I want to point out that, again, you would have gained nothing off of that top lane kill even if you had been able to pull it off. But again, TS had 2 teleports. There's no way it would have ever panned out. Why instead would you not take the free Drake when you had push advantage in the top lane and Zoom can just walk down himself?
Now we're at a point where you know Zoom doesn't have flash. The setup here for 369, now he can't kill it by himself. He needs a bit of help. But he can try and push Zoom off of the wave, get a bit of that CS, and that Youmuu's Jace get closer towards the 2-3 item mark that can just punish some of this back line.
Still, I actually do like this from JDG, knowing, hey, we can just take the Rift Herald.
Okay.
Even though he does have first item, 369, isn't going to be able to do much in this setup. Ooh,
what do you think about this? Because I could see it. Caster in position to try and get Loken and Lumao while Herald.
They're going to commit now, yep. They're doomed.
Okay, doomed. I like the word. Glacial Fish is going to come out. Loken flashes away here. 2-man on the explosive cast. Kind of whiffed there. He comes in with a body slam though to redeem Caster. Is he dead? Yes, he is. As in comes Zoom yet again with the dominance, but versus 5. Kind of a bit inty there. Top esports group up, complete their transaction, and take the turret alongside with it.
And JDG are the ones who commit to taking the Rift Herald. They should know that TS have full control of the bot side. Still gonna pick up 2 turrets, but makes you question, why did Zoom have to TP in this game? Just accept the fact that Loken and Luma are gonna go down. Even Karsa, not the best cast, but still, TS are able to pick up the kills. They are able to get the turret. And again, I feel like TS come out way ahead on that tree.
They really do. Let's have a look again because it looked pretty...
Well, again, JDG are the ones taking the Herald. They don't see TS on the map. They just invaded their topside jungle. You know Karsa and Knight are bot. You don't need to be here. And even if, regardless, even if you reacted too late, Zoom shouldn't be TPing here. Great play coming out from top esports to recognize this mistake. But still, JDG were able to answer with 2 turrets. But overall, not what you want to see from JDG.
Top esports got 1.5. You're right, though. We'll harp on that a little bit later because we'll see what the, I guess, trade-off is at this point. It was a 3k gold lead by JDG, now only 1,500. Loken and Lumao return to the bottom lane, but 369 ready to match, and we know what the wave clear of a Jace looks like, so hard to get against the turret. While top esports have other ideas towards the top side of the map. Jackie Love now rotating and swapping line.
Yeah, but right now we actually don't have Kanavi anywhere on the map, so JDG can't do anything bot side. And going back to what you said about TS top, they should just be able to zone Zoom off the turret and pick that one up for free.
Yeah.
And, you know, over this past few minutes, it might sound like we've been very harsh to JDG, but I came in here today with a 3-0 JDG prediction. We called JDG the smartest team in LPL.
They 3-0 at FBX, the current world champions. Now, we'll see what they can do towards top esports because they found Caster in 369. Youmuu's to get out a great pillar placement, but slowed on down by the barrel roll. Loken going to be sitting in this bottom side meanwhile, though, so that is a better trade for JDG, getting this in a turret.
Yeah, I mean, now it's TS, the ones left behind. JDG doing such a good job at controlling 2 objectives, and it feels like 1 second we have to kind of talk about the mistakes by the team, but the next second it's like, oh, hey, now they're making a good play. Oh, just constant action. Hysterics.
But that's the back and forth nature within the series, right? Even those little micro transactions that we've seen between the 2 teams where One moment it looks great, one moment it looks horrible, right? We see Casa miss the explosive cast, but then come in with a really nice body slam in the bottom lane. Stuff like that has pushed us in different directions here in this series already.
I was going to say, we've seen it every game now, right? We've seen, oh, great early games, ooh, questionable Barons, ooh, good team fight, ooh, bad pick, and it's been very back and forth, but now we're at a point where gold is just about even, right? We're 2K ahead on the side of JDG, but TES do have the Corki, they do have the Aphelios, and they are the ones starting to put JDG on a timer for Cloud Soul, but again, those individual Cloud Drakes are going to be a lot more impactful than the actual Soul itself.
Yeah, the 10%, right? If JDG can pick them up, that's 40% towards the ultimates of the things like the Emperor's Divide, the Dominant,
Yumi.
and the Yumi, yeah. Isn't that just gorgeous? Well, we'll see, because JDG right now are setting up towards that bottom side. And Lyric, we're getting to the point where JDG, as you mentioned, we're going to see more of that front to back, the potential of engage from someone like Yagao, especially around this objective.
It's going to have to be engaged from someone like Yagao or Zoom, again, finding some kind of flank. And if TS just play very patiently, going to be very hard for JDG to get on top of them.
Right
so again,
now,
I want to see TS take this one slow.
Okay. I was going to say, right now, it does feel like they're being very patient. Chocho's the only one who's kind of pushing above the brush line. As top esports are backing away, JDG hold priority in the river, but they're taking a different route in. Remember the poke from 369. Crucial, doesn't land though. JDG start the dragon. Top esports, there you go, bit of patience for you.
Yep, they weren't able to get any sort of setup, weren't able to lay down any poke that they would have liked, so saying, hey, guess what, we don't really need this dragon. But we've actually seen this before, where JDG gives up the first 2 Drakes and then stacks forward. It actually happened, I think, in 2 games against FPX, Game 1 and Game 3, if I remember correctly. So JDG love this situation. Of course, being able to continuously stack up those clouds is just going to feel so good.
Oh yeah, first 10% online here. What do we got next, Lyric? What would you like to look towards? Because we've got a Baron up in 10 seconds, and actually, to be fair, it doesn't matter the composition. We have seen early Barons here in this series so far.
Yeah, but I don't want to see any early... Okay, as a viewer, I want to see early Barons. I want to see those kinds of shenanigans.
Like
but as maybe an analyst, maybe as a former coach, I want to see these teams take it a bit slower. I want to see Karsa playing with this mid lane and hovering for Zoom, which, again, you pick this press the attack renekton. It is your theoretical strong side. Yagao has the TP. And for the side of TS, you feel fine just answering waves, and again, still getting a few more items under your belt. Corki is going to hit that power spike soon. He doesn't have the Triforce, but still doesn't have that mirror mana.
At 20 minutes, I mean, you'd have to think it's any moment now, right? We've gone long enough without seeing that upgraded. With those 2 items, with lethal tempo, again, to reiterate how powerful that is in fights with the Aphelios beside you. That double 80 carry is going to be quite massive. And at this point, you can see now positioning around the Baron. Just waiting for that to upgrade. I'll let you know when, Lyric.
And
good up and down.
For JDG, with the fact that you don't have any reliable engage, it's going to be a lot more about picking people off either in transition or when you're aggressively pushing for vision, you know, pushing out the mid lane, transition to top. And it's like, oh, this person's here, they're walking into our vision, but no neutral objectives that either team should fight for. We've seen it the first 2 games that these teams are going for early Barons, so maybe it'll happen again.
You cast this region. This is your first split with us. But you know what the LPL is all about. Say it back to me. What is it?
Endless bloodshed?
Yes! Perfect. You belong here, sir. You definitely belong here. That's what it's all about, testing the limits. Many people have said over the course of this split. And when we've had 7 weeks straight, or 6 weeks, I should say, straight, that's all it's been. Constant bloodshed and testing the limits here in the LPL. Now, the limits aren't being tested right now. We've gotten to a slower pace, as mentioned before. With only 6 kills at 22 minutes, but JDG are on the prowl. Maiev comes in with a bit of a blink, and JDG are playing between vision here, looking to try and blink on someone else.
Doing exactly what we had just set out for them, right? Pushing in that mid lane, walking aggressively into the enemy jungle, hoping to find some sort of pick, but TS are respecting it. They know, hey, again, nothing we need to be on the map for. I would say JDG have a bit more Baron threat this time around because they do have the Azir. But still, as long as you have some tools to check, whether it's a Scrying Orb, which we can't see right now because the Colonel's on our screen, TS you'll find.
Don't be afraid of Robo Colonel, it's okay. Well, that threat definitely there, but Yagao spotted out clearing a ward. Karsa not going to commit. He thinks that Yagao's going to be disappearing. Teleport used by Knight, who has package.
That respect from top esports, because they don't have vision, right? They don't know if he's just trying to bait, but it was Yagao actually just making a mistake. So we see Top Esports having a lot of patience.
Comes back to, yes, the key word patience that you mentioned earlier in the game, especially with this composition. Now working towards the mid lane after seeing Yagao, after pushing him away. There's a lot of wave clear still here from Yagao, but Knight in the flanking position.
But it's not about flanks or wave clear right now, Hysterics. If you're TS, you just poke them out, right?
Okay.
Oh, let them clear the wave. We're still going to sit here in front of you. We're still going to throw out these rockets and these shot blasts. What are you going to do, JDG?
Oh, Yagao gets cancelled with his back. You couldn't have said it better. Loken and Zoom still sticking around. Knight is such a nuisance. He definitely does. Package just going to go back into wave. A nice crit there as Yagao joins back in. I think he got poked out again.
Yes, he did, but still, TS not able to do anything. They were able to, right, get a bit of turret damage down. They did force JDG there, so they weren't able to pressure in a side lane with Zoom. And now Dragon's up in 40 seconds. Both teams are going to reset. It's going to be a fight for this vision. It's really going to be about which team can get there first because, again, if TS get there first, it's going to be really hard for JDG to walk in through all this poke. They have no set engage. And if JDG do stay on the map, we do see Zoom pushing out, so they should theoretically have vision control. It's going to be all on 369 and Knight, again, laying down these rockets and these shot blasts.
I was going to say, at least for JDG, they'd be happy that there's no package for Knight for this fight towards the Dragon that was just used and seen before. It is JDG, as you mentioned, who get the position advantage, but Top Esports man-force their way in. You can see Knight has 2 items with the Mirror Mana, now complete. 2 items here with the Renowned Hurricane in the bottom lane versus the Infinity Edge Essence for Loken. So we've got 2 items realistically across the board. This is a big moment here, especially for JDG.
But moving over real quick, one thing I liked about what Top Esports just did is we saw them question mark pinging their jungle. They did set up and clear a lot of vision, making sure that Zoom can't flank.
Yep.
And again, now everything's up to JDG. Can they get off either a good bullet time or can Yagao make some kind of crazy stream of shuffle?
369 definitely needs to make his way in there. That's what I know. The poke comes through onto Loken and Zoom, and that's quite a bit. Dragon resets over to 3K. Remember, this will set up Soul Point for Top Esports, and they're just hitting it away. Caster there. Explosive cast onto Kanavi, and they can't find 369. The Yumi to get the slow down, but that is now Soul coming up next. And Top Esports played that really cleverly.
It was really good, but also got a little questionable at the end why 369 was kind of in a flanking position where if JDG turned, that opens up the game, but still, Top Esports doing a great job picking up the Dragon, playing it slow.
I guess it's not questionable because it didn't happen,
Exactly,
right?
but I mean, actually, I don't agree. Just because it didn't happen doesn't make it not questionable.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll move past it anyway because at the end of the day, there's more fighting to be had. Kanavi going around with Lumao attached, but JDG, they're positioning a bit split here. A great pillar, but Top Esports now getting poked out by Yagao. Here comes the Lost Chapter on top of Chocho. The door doesn't stay up for very, very long. As Knight comes in for the re-engage, it's only pokes to be coming through, and Top Esports make it out alive.
I just want to say, I don't know why I'm oohing. They found an engage onto Chocho, easily able to just jump away. Didn't even have to blow his flash, but I like that JDG are trying to find picks any way they can. Again, this is really all their comp can do at this point in time is they were able to turn mid first because they weren't the team that got Dragon. They did get into TS's topside jungle, set up vision, and then it's about, hey, waiting for one of them to step in here. They did that, weren't able to secure the pick, and now map's going to reset, Hysterics.
But going forward, we see the way JDG, as you mentioned, are playing towards picks. How does this game progress from here for a team like JDG? What do you expect to see in the next 5-10 minutes as we get towards this ultimate Baron play, the Dragon Soul up in 3 minutes as well?
Well, you're asking how it progresses, and again, we only have six kills at an almost 30-minute game. We're not going to see a lot of proactivity when JDG's comp doesn't really open them to making any sort of proactive plays. Sure, what we want to see is them turn towards the mid lane first, push out that wave, and then try to aggressively invade TS's jungle and make them think, hey, we're doing Baron, we have a 0+80 carry, come into us. But again, if TS just say, hey, we're not going to walk in your jungle, we're going to wait for the next Dragon, realistically, what can JDG do?
Sir, if something happens with the solo kill, which is going to be denied by the teleport on the opposite side of Summoner's Rift. Now looking towards Kanavi. Remember, no solo lanes are here. TP going to be used by the side of 369. Kanavi getting low. Subjugate helps. Jojo flashing away with the door. He does go down as 369. Can't execute as well. This is turned around against Top Esports. Caster locked in a corner on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. And that guy's just had his last call. Kick him out of the bar. The slow comes in with Loken about to serve the toxic drink. And Caster has nowhere to go. He tries to outplay that one. But JDG just send it right against them.
Finding exactly what they need. Top Esports, a poke comp, not able to poke. We actually didn't see how JDG got on top of them, but it doesn't matter how. They were able to do it, and now they can start forcing the Baron because there is no smite up for the side of TES.
I will say, though, Moonlight Vigil, Infernum. Knight has package. JDG, it's a numbers advantage, but Top Esports, individual players. But the ult misses from JackieLove. The pillar comes through. Knight comes in, lines it up, and kills Zoom. JackieLove with Severum has a bit of healing. Kanavi slowed by the package again. Every single time I cast this champion, he pops off.
What is happening right now? Oh my god, JackieLove and Knight showing up so clutch, and this is what finals are built on. They're not built on who's the smarter team, they're built on clutch star performances.
Just like he did in Invictus Gaming, and just like Knight's been doing all across Top Esports, they clutch it out as we look at this once again.
This is actually insane. They are looking for a 2v5 right now. And again, they back off when Knight goes for this package right here. It's like, what are you doing, man? Flashes out. Woo! The burn coming in is slightly buffed this patch, but then JackieLove playing so well on the back of this fight. Things just looking great for TES.
Oh, man. Knight now huge after that one as well. Picked up a rapid fire cannon and is close towards Infinity Edge. And that's right, Top Esports, come over here, have a beer. You deserve it after that. And this game, after JDG found that miracle, that window towards the mid lane, Top Esports take it right back. And now they have Baron. You know what, Kanavi? Watch out. Pillar's going to come on down. Maybe not. If Zoom can come in as the Lost Chapter finds its mark as well, maybe there's something. Casa on the back as well to support them. Zoom is spotted out. And the poke comes through and realigns against JDG. So JackieLove says, okay, I'll move to the bottom lane. Look at the size of this minion wave.
Not even this minion wave. Look top as well. TES have the top wave pushing. The mid lane was pushing. They're doing such a great job of utilizing the whole map. They're going to be able to push this in, and Karso or any member of TES can just go look to take Dragon for free if they so want. But you're right. When you have this minion wave, why look for Dragon when you can just siege down this turret?
And especially when you keep saying the words poke comp, I now see it. Locked on down is your gal. And gone is your gal. Top Esports are running in, and with a death timer like that, and a 4 versus 5, I don't know what's next.
What's next is they just keep going. They have the poke, they have the siege, they have the Baron minions. Why stop now?
Bullet time's going to come through. Interrupted gets half of the minion wave, but locked on down. Aphelios does it again. Kanavi locked as well, and Knight kills him. Top Esports say go. It's Brain versus Brawn, and the Brawn says, sit down, kids. Back to the library. Loken at the Nexus, rather the Fountain will die, and Top Esports take us to match point.
And that was absolutely insane coming out from TES. JackieLove and Knight, what are you doing? That was just disgusting to see, but great play pulling it in their favor.
I apologize to everyone who uses libraries, but at this point, forcing that through Baron, the bottom wave as well. We said when JDG get going, they don't stop, but when Top Esports find their suit of armor, they just run right at you.
Yeah, that was, and again, it was great seeing even from draft, where I feel like TS's draft was a lot more coherent, did very well into what JDG had picked up, and then they knew, hey, we can take this slow. They still were able to pick up early dragons off JDG's mistakes.
Yep.
And then again, when it came down to it, when it looked like JDG had found the fight they wanted, 2 star level performances in a final, nonetheless.
In a final. See, this is what I wanted, right? At the end of the day, I wanted 2 things. I wanted a game 5, and I wanted star power.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, Top Esports were built on Knight, the star player. JackieLove joins, and we talked about their shot calling a lot. But one thing we didn't mention as much is how individually talented JackieLove is. And we saw it there in that play where JDG were overwhelmed within a 5 versus 2, 5 versus 3.
Yeah, and it was just absolutely insane. And again, this is, I can't reiterate enough that this is a final, and these are the types of performances that really make or break. I shouldn't even say this because, again, JackieLove's a world champion, right?
I mean, he's been in many finals.
Exactly. He's been here before. Karsa, MSI champion, and Knight. Okay, Knight actually insanely impressive. This is his first final.
His very first final. I mean, Knight has not picked up a championship and let alone been in a final before. Knight is now 1 step away. We're on match point. I mean, that's impressive here for Top Esports because not only have they won both early games, JDG snuck away game number 1, which was impressive from them.
Yeah.
But this time, they lost the early game, essentially. and they clawed it back.
True, Karsa really got abused in the early game, but they kept calm and said, hey, we know what we're doing. 369 was not able to get going on this chase, but they knew that they had the carries they could rely on, and things came together in the end. And again, moving over to the other side, as JDG right now, your back is against the wall. There is no room for mistakes in game or in draft.
The Demon Dogs need to start playing like Demon Dogs, right? Because at this point, JDG, you said it so well, backs against the wall. We had really high expectations of JDG coming into this series. Now, have they hit them here? Is this more of a case of Top Esports rising to a higher platform?
I feel like it's a little bit of both, honestly. TES performing so well in these early games, finding advantages that I thought JDG would be able to hold up against. Again, they just beat former world champions in FPX in a very dominant fashion, and at the same time, JDG have shown a bit of sloppiness in their macro game, in the decisions they've been making.
Which was their hardcore strength, which is what made them look like the best team currently in the LPL.
And I just love that we have another very LPL-esque gold graph on our screens.
Now can JDG fight back? A lot of questions to be asked. I know our analyst desk will delve into this. There were some good moments from JDG. You know, we talk about the mid lane play where the teleport came through and we're like, oh no, Yagao just TP'd bot. This won't look good for JDG. But a lot of resources burnt. JDG managed to kind of outplay Top Esports. And so there were good moments to sell for JDG that could potentially sell them into a game 4.
I love how Kanavi played this early game, right? We said, okay, going to be hard to find a way into any of these lanes, but still, you have topside pressure. It is about these, well, in the top lane 2v2, you want to look for these invades early. He does look for the invades. Really, looked really questionable when he invaded Karsa's jungle, but then just abused Karsa across the map, and it was beautiful to see.
Because it has been a little bit about jungle versus jungle throughout the series, right? Because there's a lot of matchups you could talk about here. I think top has been very important. I think 369 so far has looked, what do you think? Better top laner?
In the Aatrox game, looked absolutely amazing.
That one, no doubt.
This game wasn't really his own fault, right? We saw the fact that JDG were playing around topside early on, so it happens. But I like that you said it comes down to jungle, because we saw game 1 and game 2, Karsa was ganking so heavily, and Kanavi not doing that much in the early levels. This game, Kanavi was so proactive early on, and we saw, again, JDG came out ahead in the early game, just weren't able to close it out.
And Lumao roaming around with him felt like it was the kind of key for them bridging the game further on. However, for JDG, backs against the wall as said before, but Top Esports now on match point as we go to a break, ready for game number 4.
You while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. Bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize I need more than a keepsake? I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel the kind of the outtakes. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake.
感觉这个赛季一路走过来，还是就跌跌撞撞的吧，还是挺多问题出现的。然后感觉走到这一步，其实我自己也没有想到，就真的能够踏进决赛吧。就因为我们中间确实出现了挺多问题的嘛。杰克加入后，就我们队员都比较有信心了吧。然后今天就已经走到决赛了嘛，希望还是能在决赛这个舞台拿到最好的成绩。冠军绝对是我们套博的。
Great to see the confidence there coming through for Carso. And he's living up to that confidence so far. 2-1 now on the scoreboard. And I don't know what it is about Top Esports, but they seem to specialize in 3v5s. My name is Munchbles. I'm joined by Dagda. Dagda, break that down for me, because Knight and Jackie Love, they just seem insane.
I miss Jackie Love so much. I am so glad this guy is
The
back.
wait is over.
Because it is amazing to see him. And as you said, I mean, incredible performances across the board from both Knight, Jackie Love, Karsa as well. And it was a difficult composition for Top Esports to try and orchestrate all together. So for them to be able to find the success that they did in this game spoke volumes to the team.
It's the different styles as well. We've seen a different Top Esports every single game so far when it comes to these compositions, and they're playing these different styles very well. But let's get on into the nitty-gritty here, and we'll start with our first replay, which is of JDG being the ones to put the pedal down first with an early invade.
And this is where we talk about how Kanavi gets set up by his team for success. So JDG, both Zoom and Yagao, coming to support Kanavi on what was a very dangerous invade. If Zoom and Yagao hadn't come across the time that you wanted, well, that would have been a great start for Top Esports. And from that play, JDG do get the ball rolling. They've got several kills, they start to get themselves into great position, and then you start to look at that 7-minute, 30-second mark where Jackie Love again goes for this fight in the bottom lane, and this was something we saw a little bit from Top more and more in this game, or at least, sorry, that's unfair. A little bit in this series for Top Esports is this over-aggression where they don't need to. So Jackie Love tries to make a play on towards the Lumao's Yuumi in the bottom side, but the Summoner Spell advantage means that, okay, now JDG have got a winning jungle, they have a winning mid, winning bot. It's all going in their favor, but they just kind of forgot that neutral objectives existed for 15 minutes. No Rift Heralds, no Dragons. I was like, what are you doing with your lead?
That is sort of how JDG plays in the early game. They play very passively, generally speaking, to start the game off. And then it's the mid game that they start to snowball. But Top didn't allow them to wait until the mid game. At about 15 minutes, we saw Top then going for dives in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and this was a great play from Top, because what you see here is, okay, now we got an opportunity to crack open, and especially when you look at the way JDG played this, Lyric was talking about it on the cast, was how he didn't like this, because Zoom TP's in, they give over 3 kills, they get a bunch of gold back into the hands of Top Esports. It was a good trade, though, for JDG, where they do use the Herald to get 2 towers mid. And this was where I was like, okay, JDG can now use this pressure that they have to get control of the map. And it started off well for them. They managed to split the map. They have Kanavi on his Trundle alongside Lumao, supporting Loken and taking Tara's bot side. And they're starting to get this deep vision. But this is really where this stalemate started to happen, because you didn't have the damage for JDG to start the Baron, because you were always able to check on the Top Esports side, but Top Esports didn't really want to push in because they had a poke comp, so it was this back and forth between, if JDG start Baron, the poke from Top Esports is too strong. So there was this back and forth at all points in time, and it never really felt like either team was able to break that until we saw the ending.
It felt to me like Top were able to break that in the end, because when we take a look at our last replay, you already know at home what replay this one's going to be, because it was Top somehow winning a 3v5.
And this was Top Esports, again, this is what I talked about, a little bit of over-aggression. They think, okay, we can make the play because we've got multiple members from JDG committed to the bottom side, but no poke put down means Top will lose. And then Jackie Love and Knight once again step up. Knight with this great package, one, kills Zoom, then ends up putting Yigao in this awful position where Kanavi and Yigao can't close the gap thanks to the slow on the package to get onto Jackie Love. And when Jackie Love is untouched here, the dueling potential with the combo of the weapons, the Calibrum and the Severum, is sky high, rips through Yigao, turns towards Kanavi, and Loken is stuck, slowed in the pit, just like,
the Baron and the Equalizer. Well, not the Equalizer, the package. Same difference. But yeah, it was actually Knight that gets the triple kill for that one as well. They then get the Baron, and then, I mean, we've all seen what happens when a poke composition gets a Baron on top of it. There's nothing you can do about it at that stage. And we've seen for the second game now, when Top can get ahead and get a Baron, they will close out the game damn fast.
And it feels like that's the capabilities of both of these teams, though. It's one mistake either way that ends up costing them. And JDG sticking slightly too long on that Baron, not turning to just kill the 2-man. And especially when you're playing against a poke composition, you have to turn on a dime, because that poke is going to continue to come through. Knight, especially with that package, was able to tear through the health bars of JDG and Loken to finish them off. So again, it's these minuscule details that are causing the breaking point for both of these squads, and this is why we are putting up the 2 best teams in the LPL.
The packages from Knight across this game, we saw it early on in the game as well. Packages straight through mid lane to get back to his team while he's flanking under the tower. That's why he's going to grab himself MVP here for game number 3. It's his second of the series. That's now what is 46th since Spring 2019. Just mind-blowing how consistent. 100% kill participation.
That's what I was going to say, and 35% of the team's damage, especially when you've got a Jace and an Aphelios to try and contend with. That is an insane stat for Knight, and a well-earned MVP here. And this is where we do come back to how strong he has been with these counter picks on the red side. He's gone towards the Victor, worked out great for him in game 2. Now looking towards the Corki, I mean, it was the standard pick, but definitely playing it to perfection in the composition that was set up early from Top Esports. Because when we look at the draft, Top called very early, we're going for this play. We are taking the Jace, and once you see the Jace, you're like, okay, you're poking, you're disengaged. That's the way you're working.
Honestly, after the IG semi-final, I saw the Jace, I was like, well, Top have lost this series, but I mean, I do want to talk as well about Lumao here, because he went for the Yuumi for a second time in this series, and it looked okay in game number 1 alongside an Olaf. They didn't have an Olaf this time, and the Yuumi didn't really feel like it was able to do too much.
So it works well against the Braum. The whole idea is that Braum can't really get on top of you, and you can provide a bunch of poke, and it does work very well with Trundle in the same vein as the Olaf, where you just attach, you speed him up, you get him into this and provide a bunch of CC. But either way, having the Yumi I don't think was the problem, especially the healing she provides is really good against this poke situation. The biggest problem was they didn't have a guaranteed engage on JDG's side, because you're relying on Trundle running at you. Well, we've got Accelerated Shock Blast, we got Braum, we got a bunch of ways of getting the hell out of dodge. We don't have to worry about that Trundle. Then you look towards Zoom as well on this Renekton. With the control the top esports were having on Vision, it never gave the opportunity for Zoom to find the flanks he needed as Renekton. So overall, the engage tools were missing from JDG to get on top of top esports, and that's why we saw this long stalemate when we got towards the mid game, where JDG couldn't engage and top couldn't find the poke that they wanted to set up for their advantages.
And I feel like with the Ornn being banned away there from top esports, bear in mind, JDG are going to be on the blue side of the draft once again, so we could have a rinse repeat. It's very possible. I feel like that Ornn needs to be higher priority, because I feel like Zoom on the Ornn changes this game so much. And this Azir pick coming out from Yagao, I asked you before game number 3 there, does this need to change? Because Yagao doesn't look good on it today.
Look, I think it's a bit unfair to say he doesn't look good. I think it has been working as intended in certain situations, but unfortunately, as you said, like in the current situation where he's not able to get these guaranteed engages off with that composition from top esports, 100% agree. Probably wasn't the time to pick it, because it does. You're not ever going to see the likes of top esports go aggressive onto you, and then it's really difficult to find these engage Azir Emperor's Divides, because, well, they're running for the hills. There's no way you're going to find them. So I agree, in this certain situation, I don't think the Azir was the right pick. And I think, again, coming back to this draft, we got to see an adaptation come through from JDG, because this was what FPX figured out with that Ornn pick, was if we just contest this all the time or we take it away, well, suddenly JDG, they start to stumble in this early game. They don't have those same guaranteed engage tools. Now, it didn't work out for FPX, but it definitely was a better situation for them.
Now, I do kind of want to revisit a topic that you're not going to be happy about, because at the start of the day, we put some predictions down, and I told you that top esports were going to win this series 3-1 through star power, through bringing chaos into this game and outshining individually. This is your opportunity, Dagda. Do you want to change that prediction?
I would never flip-flop. I am a man of my word. How dare you? No, I won't be flip-flopping here. My prediction is wrong either way, because I did go for the 3-1 for JDG, but still, I agree. I think top esports here definitely looking like the stronger team. They've out-macroed, they've outplayed, outperformed, and across the board just been better than JDG here today. And that's a really surprising statement, not in that I doubted top esports capabilities, but that JDG, we set them up as this controlled team, how they get their wins.
They 3-0'd FPX.
Yeah.
Like, you expect them to come in and kind of dominate. They just beat the world champion 3-0, and FPX by no means looked bad. Like, FPX then went and 3-0'd IG in the third place match as well, so it's not like FPX weren't even performing. JDG looked great coming into this series, and I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more of that, because it felt like maybe this was their game, especially with game 1 was a little bit slower. They managed to take that one, and then suddenly game number 3, it felt slow. It felt like JDG maybe had the advantages they needed.
It feels like we're starting to see the Jackie Love shot calling magic really come through, though. Because don't forget, when we saw them coming into the spring finals, or the spring playoffs, we hadn't seen a huge amount of Jackie Love on this squad. They'd only started to get to grips with him. A month as of tomorrow was when Jackie Love joined that team. So this is now him starting to figure out how the team works. What calls can I make? How quickly will people follow? This takes a little bit of time to get used to, and this only feels like top esports are having the up and up as he gets more time to experience with the team.
That's the most impressive thing to me about this team, is that they're just getting started. Top esports, they're still making mistakes. Like, these games, I'm sure you guys are aware, have not been clean from either side. There have been mistakes galore, but top esports are the ones winning out when it comes to those clutch moments. And I think when we look back on this series, whichever way it does end up going, I think that the clutch moments are going to be what really defines this series out from the other LPL finals.
And that's the thing. When you come into a finals, it's not, how well can the team, well, not always how well can the team as a whole play. There are always moments that shine from the individual performances. It's the players who are willing to push the envelope that make or break for these squads. And so far, we've seen Jackie Love in that last game step up with this amazing performance alongside Knight at that Baron to secure the victory for Top Esports. But as we start to get the ball rolling again in towards our next game, can we see JDG have a similar performance? Because it's not like they don't have the talent for it.
Yeah.
This is a squad that across the board, in especially
the
that top side
Dumpling
of the map.
Brothers.
Yeah, the Dumpling Brothers, Kanavi, our Spring Split MVP. These are the players that we need to see step up alongside Loken. Because when in game number 1, Loken was given this Aphelios pick, or game 2, he played his damn heart out.
Yeah.
And it really looked like he might have been able to clean this game up for JDG, but they just fall short. And now, with their backs against the wall, we'll have to see if they can take it up another notch and take on Top Esports.
Yeah, and looking towards the mid lane as well, I'm curious how JDG are going to approach this draft. Because when you look at the draft for game number 3 with JDG on the blue side like they will be here for game number 4, they start things off by focusing out Knight. They go Zoe off the board, Syndra off the board. Kind of the 2 picks that we know Knight for. Certainly the Syndra when it comes to this playoffs. On the other side of the board, Top Esports also ended up banning out the LeBlanc, so you end up with the mid lane champion pools getting pinched pretty significantly. And when we end up on this neutral matchup of the Azir Corki, Knight very clearly has the upper hand in that matchup. When it comes to this Corki play, I mean, Knight, he got the MVP for a reason.
And I think when I look at the draft, I'm like, okay, well, both teams are kind of playing the way you want them to. It's still, we're still seeing Kanavi with this heavy presence towards top side of the map where he's able to play through Zoom's pressure and through Yagao as well. But the problem seems to be more so with JDG's fundamentals, where they are incredibly smart. They will be able to play the map, but their objective control towards top side has been severely lacking. They are the 4th lowest Rift Tower control in the league. And for a team to play so heavily towards top side, for them not to prioritize that makes very little sense to me. And as well, when we see them go towards Dragon, they're only sitting around that 50% mark for Dragons. They're not sky high like the rest of these squads. And that's why you can see the difference here in this game. 15 minutes and not a single neutral objective picked up for JDG, especially when you have the gold lead. You've gone for this team build on the Renekton where you can push a wave and then go and influence the rest of the map. It doesn't make sense that JDG aren't looking to push the envelope with these advantages that they've found and try and set themselves up for success.
Yeah, let's talk about the support role as well, because let's not forget, we got Chocho stepping in here for the finals. It's not who we expected to be in that bottom lane. Throughout playoffs, we saw Yuyanja being played, and towards the end of the split as well, we saw Yuyanja was typically the preference for Jackalov down in that bottom lane, and a lot of that came down to Yuyanja's Thresh as well. He really excelled on that pick. But as we've moved into the finals, there's been a change in pace. We've seen Chocho coming on in. His Leona looked pretty great in the previous game. Now on the Braum as well. I'm starting to get impressed by Chocho, and he wasn't the player that I think people were expecting to see it.
Especially when we've seen a bit of an issue with Chocho in how he's able to play certain styles of compositions, how he's able to support his jungle and his teammates in certain scenarios. But especially when we've seen Leona, a Braum, a Thresh, these are 3 very distinct styles that you have to hit. So super hyper engage on the Leona, much more of a standoffish Braum, kite back, be more protective. And same with Thresh, who kind of fits into how do I use this lantern to position Jackie Love in awful lot of situations, because he was playing that Aphelios. But this is where we start to see, okay, Chocho has taken on and again evolved with the team. Maybe it was just a needed that Jackie Love shot calling beside him, because at the time that we saw a lot from Chocho, he was playing with Photic, and Photic really did struggle in that lane. So now that Chocho has got a stronger voice in that bottom lane, so when you can lend himself to lean on the veterancy of Chocho, it seems to be a lot better for them.
Yeah, one other person I want to talk about when it comes to the bottom lane as well as Loken here, because you mentioned him briefly before as well. He has had some highlight moments in these games, especially his Aphelios, as you say, in game number 2. But I want to mention as well that, let's not forget, Loken is up against his old squad here. Loken was on Top Esports back in 2019. He moved out of the squad. Photic stepped up for Top Esports. Photic now being replaced by Jackie Love. And suddenly, Loken makes it to the final on his new team, finds his old squad as his opponents, and is now, with his back against the wall, He's got pride on the line now in game number 4.
And you can feel that grudge match in the bottom lane as well, because they are
We've
going
had
ham
2v2s
against each other. But the thing is, you're not getting the support towards Loken. Loken has never really gotten much backup coming through from his squad, and it's actually been the same when you look over at Top Esports. So that's why you feel this, okay, well, we're afraid to go aggressive because we know chances are junglers aren't going to appear bot side of the map anytime soon. So I think as I start to go into this game a little bit more, maybe we start to see a mix-up come through from JDG, because clearly their game plan isn't working. Maybe we start to see them open up the map, play more towards that bottom side, especially with picks like this Aphelios being opened up quite a bit, being left on the wayside. If they can take that for themselves, play it through bottom side, get Loken set up for success, we can see that Loken has been doing a great job in these series, and then you can start to get over towards Dragons, change your objective control and start to prioritize getting this early to mid-game rolling better, because I think that's the difference when we look at Top Esports versus JDG. Top Esports will get this early lead. They will then have this snowball start rolling because they've gotten double Rift Heralds, they've gotten Dragons, and that's how they get the ball rolling.
They do a lot with the Herald as well.
Exactly, and this is the problem when we look towards JDG. In this game, JDG got the early snowball. They got the lead rolling. And then, okay, cool, we got top lane tower.
And hit the pause button.
What happened? Yeah, it just kind of sat there. They didn't try to make plays towards the Dragons. They didn't try to take these Rift Herald plays. They just left them up, and JDG were happy to go, okay, well, we spot Kanavi on the top side of the map. Well, we'll just steal away this dragon. I literally watched Lyric's face getting more and more upset that JDG weren't doing anything with this map pressure, and that was the problem, is the transitional point from early game lead into Top Esports. And actually in the last game we called, hey, maybe we want to see Top Esports match JDG on this early plays, get a bit of an early scaling composition where they can try and go aggressive, and they did it well, but it was that transitional point that saw them fall.
Alright, so coming into game number 4 then, when we look at the draft, do you expect JDG to start to change things up and try and have a little bit more early presence, not just in terms of making that early play, but being able to snowball, being able to find more advantages off the back of that very early play?
I think what I'd like to see them do is get Yagao back onto something where he can have more pressure in the mid. Because as you said, this Azir hasn't quite been working out for them. And it's not that it's a terrible pick for Yagao. It's just when I look at prime JDG, it's Kanavi working in tandem with Yagao to set up Zoom in the top lane. 3-man dives, 2-man dives, very FPX-esque in the way that they played. But now that we've got the Azir here, it hasn't really been able to have the advantages that we thought for, and especially when we're looking at the bans that are coming through in this series. We've seen a lot towards Zoe, we've seen a lot towards Syndra. I'd love to see, especially that Zoe pick, left open for Yagao, because one of the more potent roaming plays that Yagao has been able to make has been on this Zoe. Push in that wave super aggressively, then start to roam towards top side with Kanavi. You already have these long-range trouble bubbles that can set up plays on that top side. They can pick off Karsa, who's been struggling really hard when Kanavi gets that early lead.
You run a risk if you leave that Zoe open, because Zoe is what Knight made his name on. That is the champion that people know Knight for. You leave that open in the draft and you're not... Bear in mind, they're on blue side, right? So you don't ban that, and realistically, you're probably not going to first pick Zoe. We did right at the start of the split, but right now, it's just not the priority. I'm pretty much going to guarantee that Top are going to grab that mage for themselves.
Well, I feel like if you're coming into this, you can, say, take that Trundle away in the first rotation. That's all well and good. Chances are, with the way this game is going, you leave the Aphelios over towards the far side. And I don't feel like Knight is going to first rotation that pick. Instead, probably opting more towards a jungle or support to set up for the Aphelios. And it means that on your own second rotation as JDG, that's where you can take out the Zoe for yourself, again get yourself set up, and then start moving in towards a stronger game. But again, this is still very up in the air, because even if you get that early lead, well, JDG haven't been doing anything with it. So we're calling for them to fight Top Esports, but it feels like nearly JDG have realized, hey, look, if we just try and handshake as we go in towards the mid game, we don't really try to do too much, Top will over-aggress at some point. They'll slip and we can collapse.
Or will they? Because we've seen that Top's aggression has been pretty tempered, and I think that there's a distinct difference between Top in game number 1, where they did over-aggress, they did overstep, they tried to go for the Baron and were denied. From that point, I think the key word for Top Esports has been patience. They have been way more reserved, they've been way more willing to play it by the book and make sure that everything is guaranteed. Well, I say that. They did go for a 3v5 in the last game, so maybe that's overstating it slightly. But I do want to commend JDG on one thing, because, you know, this top lane this top esports dive in that last game, when they dived in the bottom side of the map to make the play, it was actually kind of reminiscent to top esports overcommitting to Zoom in game number 1. And the whole of JDG responds and goes, we're going to fight you, we're going to protect Zoom. And it felt a little bit like that in that dive. This time it went the way of top esports, but again, it was like JDG saying, we're going to commit to this fight. We are not going to let we're no man left behind. We fight as a team.
And I feel like that's the confidence that Jackie Love has brought with them onto this roster. Don't forget, I mean, 369, Knight, even, well, not Yuanji here today, but these are newer players. I mean, both 369 and Knight only really started to get themselves into the LPL in that 2019 split. Like, yes, we did see Knight on Suning, but never really got his start there. So this is a newer roster, and I still think bringing in the veterancy of Jackie Love, who has been a shot caller, has been on the IG roster since 2018, has brought so much with us.
The man's a damn world champion, after all. Like, if you want someone that counts as a veteran, that counts as an experienced player, I think a world champion ticks pretty much every one of those boxes. Jackie Love coming in, and as we've said, has changed the face of this team. And I think as well, like we say it every single time, but Knight has looked amazing this series. 369 though. He has stepped up because up against Zoom, arguably the best top laner in the LPL, but after this series, maybe not, because 369, he's making an argument for himself.
And I'd love to see 369 and Knight both pick up a win here today, because when we look towards 369, he's been top since the beginning. He played for King of Future, which was top esports sister team, then moved over towards the main roster. You see Knight, who, yes, started on Suning, but has been stuck with top esports for such a long time. And it feels like just giving these guys the opportunity to not only prove themselves here today, like you talk about with 369 stepping up, but on an international level as well would be amazing.
And on the other side of the board, JDG, kind of a similar story when you look at these players that have been around for a long time and have been trying to make it to that first place spot. We said it right at the very start of the day. Whoever loses out this series, it's going to be a very familiar taste of defeat in playoffs.
These teams have not been able to lift the cup for themselves at all so far in the LPL. JDG being shut down in 2019 summer by IG. Now JDG again in having the opportunity to be shut down by Jackie Love here today.
You could see the difference between the two mid laners there. As he got a massive smile on the side of Knight. And on the other side, Yagao, you know, kind of quiet, confident. It doesn't look like he's defeated just yet, but certainly not having quite as much fun. Then again, Zoom looks like he's having a bit of a whale of a time, so maybe some banter going on in the chat. But I would actually love to get in the pre-game lobbies between these guys, see what's being said, because I'm sure that there are plenty high-class memes going on.
I was going to say, how many of these are just steak and wine, just over and over towards Zoom? That would be amazing.
Well, we'll have to see if Zoom gets any steak and wine tonight, or whether it's going to be top esports that walk away victorious. It's time to jump into game number 4 as we kick it over to our casters once more.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being patient with us. We are slowly heading into game here, and just about to, I should say. My name's Derek. I'm joined by Lyric to take us through game number 4. And a lot of history behind these players. There's a lot of anger, I'm sure, from Top Esports and JDG towards IG for the past year. But for Top Esports, they've always been so close, right? Semi-finals through spring. Regional finals, game 5, taken down by Invictus Gaming, denied Worlds. So their first championship here. Now at match point, would be a bit of a reprieve here for this team that's always been so close.
Yeah, and again, they've always had the level of talent to pull it off, but not having the level of experience of a lot of our veteran squads.
JDG want the same, but now they have to force us to the silver scrapes here. Game 4 begins now. Into pick and ban, and you can see no real changes. JDG this time have gone, okay, Knight again, but maybe there is a change with the Trundle.
Exactly, right, there you go. And big change is JDG this time saying, hey, that Aphelios did work out. We want to pick that up ourselves. We saw how that worked out for TES last game. And now TES taking away the Ornn, which is great. Again, Zoom has looked amazing on that champion. And then just picking up the misfortune for themselves.
So scary when you go to Darkness and shift over to Ornn and he's waiting there for you. Actually quite a brute. As Top Esports, it looks like we're just shifting 80 carries though, aren't we? We're going from Misfortune, Aphelios, and guys happy to do the handshake in the bottom lane again.
You know, but moving to the mid lane, I was going to say, I wonder where Yagao is going to go. That LeBlanc is still left open, and of course going to feel good for this. And then again, Thresh, is probably the best blind pick support in the sense that you want something that provides safety towards your Aphelios, but Braum and Tahm Kench do unlock the Yuumi, so I love this coming out from Lumao as well.
Especially when Lumao, one of the best roaming supports in the league last year, I mean, this sets him up again, right? And especially when you Gao on this LeBlanc, there's a lot of versatility and that win rate that we can't deny, now sitting at 10-0 on LeBlanc.
Yep,
as we're just going to get the bottom lane Nautilus.
Yep, Nautilus, of course, doing pretty well into Thresh with that all-in potential, having a lot of early damage. Now I expect to see TS actually just ban out Zoom. We've seen that Zoom is such a limited champion pool. You've already taken away the Ornn for yourself. Again, he's only actually played 4 other champions. He's played Set, Mordekaiser, GP, and Maokai. So
Sure.
this guy doesn't have a very wide champion pool.
We're not going there yet, Low Lyric. If we talk about Zoom, his champion pool going to remain intact because it's about getting rid of Kanavi from his Olaf. So jungle bans versus mid against Knight.
Yeah, makes me think, and just even knowing Top Esports, right, that they're going to head towards something like a Lee Sin on 4.
Oh, okay.
Which you don't really need to do because JDG have already shown their mid laner, so you can even just look to pick up your mid lane champion early, but Mordekaiser ban, something I like.
Okay. Also, you're going to get rid of Knight's Corki on the other side. So we got 4 mid lane bans towards Knight. That's just kind of the performance he had in last game. Very representative of how much attention Knight gets in these games.
Yeah, and you're gonna have a lot of options into what you can pick into the LeBlanc. We've already seen the Lissandra. The Analyst Desk already talked about that Knight isn't the type of player that you think of as like a neutralizing lane.
True.
But still, they have a lot of setup for a great team fight, and Lissandra's only going to add to that.
Now, before, you were mentioning for JDG's top lane Zoom, his GP is what he pulled out in Game 5 last year against FPX when they made the dream run. We're not at that point here, but the GP saves lives here for JDG's top laners.
And you've already set up such good scaling options from the GP and the Aphelios, and you're going to have a very good ability to play through mid with that Cannon Barrage, of course, with all the kind of skirmishing potential that LeBlanc brings as well.
If you're talking about skirmishing, though, what else but the Silas to finish it off?
Yeah, and again, it's pretty interesting because Silas not really going to pair that well with LeBlanc. Typically, you want a jungler that can gank mid very easily. Knight can have a very easy option to just take magic resist in his runes and just prioritize that early in his build. And we look at the side of Top Esports locking in that Lee Sin like we expected. They just have a really standard front-to-back team fight. Has a pretty good mid-game power spike as well with the Lissandra and the Misfortune. And I'd say it's just very stock and standard LPL.
Yeah, I agree. Like if we use words like skirmishes and we see the champions like the LeBlanc, and I guess the Lissandra I'm a little bit unhappy about again, but moving forward, let's find a conclusion here because these games have been about the mid game realistically, and to that transition there. What does it look like on the board here for JDG starting off?
For JDG, it is going to be about creating picks, and the thing I like is you have global pressure coming out from that GP ultimate. You have a lot of aggressive potential coming out from both Silas and LeBlanc once Silas gets a few levels under his belt. So we want to see these, level 4, level 5, and then especially level 6 once GP gets that Cannon Barrage, skirmishes, right?
Yeah.
You need to start fighting pretty early on the side of JDG.
We get attention towards the bottom lane with the GP and the LeBlanc there as well, right? We know how easy it is to set up Loken and Lumao, who are actually having a decent series themselves as well. I think Loken performing great in playoffs. So if there is attention to be put towards the bottom side or even enabling him earlier on the Aphelios, I think that potential goes up.
Problem is, you don't really think of Aphelios as an early game champion, right? Does want to get to that 3-item point, but when you have Cannon Barrage, when you have the LeBlanc and the Thresh in the bottom lane, going to be very easy to set up these kinds of kills. But knowing JDG, it is typically more about invading the enemy jungle rather than, actually ganking the lanes themselves.
Kanavi's individual pressure. That's what we came into this series talking about. And again, just to revisit what the narrative was when we were jumping into this one. It was Brain versus Brawn. Now, we've seen a bit of both from Top Esports, and to be fair, we've seen a bit of both from JDG. But as we run on in, match point. Top Esports are at this point now. All they need is one more game win to take out the championship.
Hey guys, it's JRPG. I just want to wish the best of luck to Top Sports for the finals this weekend.
There's a cat drinking wine. I'm not sure about that one.
The cheers was amazing.
As we go forward, again to reiterate, Top Esports are 1 win away from their championship title here in 2020 Spring. JDG need that win to bring us the silver scrapes. It comes down to this here as we run into Game 4.
And again, I like both the compositions on both sides of the map, but I'd say the big differentiator is JDG, it's going to be a lot more about these like skirmishes, like 2v2s, 3v3s, again, abusing that GP ultimate, where TS, they're going to shine a lot more in the straight up 5v5. Wombo combo is obviously a great way to describe it.
Okay, I like the sound of that. We'll keep an eye on the Wombo combo. I want you also to note that 369 has taken the unsealed spellbook here on the Ornn. That's important because during playoffs, we've seen a lot of Baron steals already, and they have come from Ornns. So with unsealed spellbook, of course, with the double smite that gives you, that's always something to look out for.
Yeah, of course, just taking it in lanes that he's a bit of a tougher time in, not going to be able to easily proc that grasp, and just getting more utility in the fact that he can change his summoner spells.
Fun to see Ornn versus GP. Of course, if there was Klepto still in the game, that'd be a very different story with the rune boost, I'm sure. But at this point, Cast is going to be starting on the bottom side. You can also see that Kanavi on this Silas went for the red start and is in the same position. So flexing around the bot for maybe the top rotation as they start getting towards the end of their camp.
Yeah, that's the most interesting thing, right, is that both teams are full clearing towards top side. You do have, typically when we do see ganks top, it is in these first few levels where they both are very vulnerable. You do have setup there on both sides, right? Kanavi will have CC coming out from his E, and then on the side of TS, Ornn going to be able to set up these kills for then Carson to provide the damage.
Ooh, but flash from Lumao early, level 1 on this bottom lane, while Jackie Love and Chocho are level 2.
Yeah, so TS just getting the level 2 first. Seems like JDG misreading the wave a little bit. And we've already said that Nautilus just has so much early damage, is obviously innately tankier than the Thresh, and then getting the level advantage, I mean, just makes it easy.
At least for Loken, he's going to have Severum here, so he should be able to heal up. Also, Lumao with the shoulder plate should be able to give him a bit of sustain as well. So won't be a problem in the end, but getting pushed in the bottom lane, that's where we start there for the Jackie Love versus Loken lane. While we look across and we now have our junglers tracked up towards the top side of the map as stated before. Maybe a contention for the Rift Scuttler will be coming through shortly.
Well, we're at a point where 369's wave is pushing into Zoom, and we just saw that Knight's wave was going to be bouncing back into JDG's side of the map. So Karsa should feel very fine to just take this with both of his laners able to follow.
Kanavi's just going to be backing off. Knight actually in the mid lane, going to get chained down for a second though. But Knight still has the wave there, so confidence here from Karsa, who's just continuing to track Kanavi.
Yeah, and just keeping this scuttle around mid, which is nice because actually turns out Zoom maybe was just holding the wave, does have it pushing into 369, so Karsa holding it around mid lane where he is pressure.
Now going to be making an appearance here as well. Good route down in place as well. Karsa jumps on in, but of course, are you going to find the gank? No, just to help to push out the wave with Knight.
Exactly, just shadowing, making sure that Knight can get that reset. Of course, if Yagao made a mistake, always would be able to capitalize on it.
This is the interesting barrel gangplank. It's the one that Zoom doesn't normally play this. I'm actually surprised he wouldn't do the BM and do the FTX skip, but then again, it's not out. So I excuse myself
yeah,
for that
I was
one.
gonna, well, glad you caught yourself on that one.
Yeah.
And again, from the side of JDG, I expect a slower early game. You're not typically going to gank the GP lane. If you do, you will try first clear if 369 is overextended. They weren't able to find that. Falfilios wants a few more levels. Silas as well typically wants to get that first clear, get a few more components of his jungle item like he just did, and now he'll start being able to look for skirmishes on the map. And again, typically we think about the mid lane, but double AP makes it very easy for Knight to itemize.
Very true. Skirmishing to begin soon, so I'm keeping an eye on those levels, as mentioned before, as 369 just running face here at Zoom, doing a good job with the wave pushing against him. You can see Kanavi now back on the map going for his second round clear. Will be spotted on a ward, so it's interesting to see that Top Esports actually tracking as Chocho. Okay, the play's going to come through. Lumao, if he had that extra turret shot, could have been a bit of trouble, as this is warded.
Yeah, but again, TS have the bot lane push, so typically TS here would go for that early Drake. We've seen Karsa love starting up these neutrals. Anytime he has mid and whatever side lane priority, they're going to do that.
And there he goes, begins. Kanavi topside for now. Karsa with a bit of a level lead, by the way, as well, but that won't last for long. Because bit of an invade from Kanavi as Knight has to dodge away from the binding and does. Yagao, very serious kill threat with Kanavi nearby.
LeBlanc, of course, does have pressure in the straight-up 1v1. Lissandra more about neutralizing, doesn't actually come out ahead in these trades.
Not if the Glacial Prison comes through and into the mid. The Sonic Wave resonating strike gets first blood. And now Knight looks for Kanavi. The Frozen Thrall doesn't hit, but it doesn't need to. Casa was there first.
And I love this because the guys on the desk said it earlier. This is where Top Esports were struggling early in the split. They were not playing well through the mid-jungle 2v2. And it's surprising that since Jackie Love has come in, makes you think, Karsa probably shot calling before relieving those duties and now letting him focus more on his own gameplay. And we're seeing it work wonders for that mid-jungle.
Really clean start here. We'll watch this one again.
Yeah, just great. Like, Knight sets it up so well. Good Sonic Wave coming in from Karsa. Now Kanavi not in a position where he can really do anything else.
Flash burn for that one as well, but well worth it here, at least in first blood. Karsa set up in position here. This is what Top Esports want. As now for the bottom lane, heel's going to be burnt. Cannon Barrage comes down. Lumao still has a death sentence available. Looking for Chocho as Graviton comes through and he can't dredge line away. The turnaround though from Jackie Love. The damage, is it enough? No, because the play still there while Loken and Lumao say g'day. Lumao with an auto attack needed here as Loken heals for the movement speed, flashes forward, and the Chakrams come out in time. We look towards the top side because there's, of course, more action. Yagao and Zoom, the Dumpling Brother duo, come in hard, and 369 without a jungler. The fight forward, it's Captain Jack Sparrow returning for Game 4.
JDG winning on both sides of the map. This isn't what you would expect from them, especially their bot lane playing so well. Not exactly a 2v2 kill, a little bit of help from Zoom, but still great play coming out from them. And then Yagao covering on the other side of the map was absolutely beautiful.
Ooh, in all sides of the map, well said, Lyric. This is how it went again.
Yeah, and we see that JDG coming in position, they were able to get that kill on Jackie Love on the bot side, which we'd already seen, and just great play coming out from both Yagao and Zoom, focusing on Karsa, and then easily able to follow up on 369.
Zoom got that kill. Zoom has Sheen. And Zoom is sitting on a lot of gold right now. Zoom on Gangplank, I have to say, is one of the best GPs in the world. And he's pretty close to Triforce, about 1,300 gold off.
JDG just doing such a good job at playing around those picks, setting up those global ultimates, and looking for these 2v2s and 3v3s that their composition wants.
Now for Top Esports, they say, what can we do around the map with Karsa? Considering that JDG just found a lot of holes, a lot of gaps against Top Esports.
But once again, we don't typically see...
Okay, sir, Yagao in a pickle, but a dark passage. Saves his life with the shield as well. Lumao again, performing well.
JDG never rotate for this Herald. They've done it constantly where they say, hey, we're not going to look for this, or they're typically behind. So TES, once again, going to be able to pick up a neutral objective. And from the start of this game, when we saw Karsa and Knight pick up that first kill, I was thinking to myself, oh my god, we've seen this before. It's been all about this mid lane 2v2 or 2v1, finding these advantages. So it was nice to see JDG answer in return, but Dragon and Rift Herald being for the side of TS, again, feels good.
Okay, we're going to see what the Herald goes, because in this top lane, a gank's going to be coming through. Zoom gets locked up, kick to the side. Sparrow, oh no, it's the Davy Jones matchup with Kanavi coming in as well. Chain Lash is down. But Kanavi unable to trade back. While we look at the bottom side, more blood through. Loken left on an island with Jackie Love finally picking up his first kill of the game. And we're going to get a pause here, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like there was too much blood here. And the most in our early game to, I guess, continue us forward. So we apologize about that. We'll see what the issue is. But Lyric, this game, this early game in particular, feels good.
Yeah, there's definitely a ton of action. And again, a bit of confusion right before we kind of left with TES picking up 2 kills and JDG picking up 1, but I guess that's the name of the game, right? We've seen a ton of kills so far.
We really have, and throughout multiple lanes as well. That's what's impactful. That's what's important, especially when the bottom lane is starting to come out of its shell a bit. Loken and Lumao with the earlier trade against Jackie Love.
Anyone who's been watching any region in Season 10 knows that it's not really about these kills in the bot lane. You have a lot of handshake support matchups, Nautilus into Braum, Nautilus into Leona, Thresh into Braum, and again, it doesn't open up a lot of action, but still JDG playing very aggressively, and especially when you have the Cannon Barrage on the other side of the map, does set you up well. We even see Knight rotating bot when JDG are making plays top. So funny to see the focus of the series change so heavily.
Especially when you started talking about in the early part of Game 4 how JDG want to skirmish. And even though we put the bottom lane aside for a second, we look at the rest of the map and JDG are skirmishing well. Now they did just lose out on a trade before we came to this pause, where Top Esports then dropped the Herald. So it's going to be interesting to see what the cause is here, because Top Esports now have a big sweep of momentum that they can take advantage of.
And the thing that's great is seeing Karsa once again play well. Karsa on this Lee Sin pick is just a different monster.
Yeah.
Mechanically so on point, again, hitting all of those Sonic waves and executing so well. And we saw last game, when Knight and Jackie Love show up, you know, it's already enough to dominantly win a game. Add Karsa informed to that mix, and it's just so scary.
You get that Divine 3, right? Throughout the regular season end and start of playoffs, we started mentioning Top Esports by Divine 3, because it was already Knight and Karsa, big names. It was Jackie Love as well. I will wait for the reasoning of that pause, but ladies and gentlemen, we are back into Summoner's Rift right now. And we return after complimenting JDG a little bit. Again, it was Top Esports with a turn of momentum. The Rift Herald was not put down to reconfirm, but Jackie Love and Knight down in the bottom wave. They're going to get a bit of turret plating before getting forced out by the cannon barrage from Zoom.
Again, we didn't see what happened, but still, Lumao obviously didn't go down, so the fact that TS committed Knight to bot side and then Loken was able to trade 1-for-1 by taking out Chocho is a bit of a win. Oh, so we're actually going to see. Oh, okay, so Lumao is on the top side of the map. TS are committing 3 men to the bot lane, and now it's going to be interesting how Loken is able to pull this off, but Crescendum Severum, we see the ultimate go down just having enough damage. And again, that's actually a small win. They committed 3 members, you end up in a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. 2-1-1 here. We've got a BF Sword and Pickaxe picked up after that trade as well from Loken, so Jackie Love was able to stay in the way, but Loken ends up going back anyway. Picks up closer towards that Infinity Edge start. Essence Reaver almost picked up for Jackie Love as well. I'm looking across the board, Lyric, because I'm going, who's going to get the first item? Well, Warriors Enchant and Runic Echo's already picked up, but Karsa, he has the boots fully upgraded, and he has the Ruby Crystal as well.
Well, the most important thing on the map still is this Rift Herald, right, and where Karsa wants to look with
Very
it.
true.
To where I always love to see it used mid if you can. Does open up the map. They're finally going to do it. We've typically seen top look towards one of their side lanes.
But their bottom lane's rotating up for this as well. Kanavi hasn't been spotted out.
They have push in the bot lane, so Loken's still stuck bot. They should just be able to secure this and then turn towards that dragon and force a fight if they want. We saw 369 able to walk down, but instead 369 just going to walk back up towards the top lane.
Yeah, because he says it's fine, guys. You know, I got TP. I got heal as well, so don't worry about that. Second dragon on the horizon here, and Top Esports have a 1k gold lead. This is an early game yet again that Top Esports are controlling. There's only been one game where they've fallen behind early, and they won that. That was game 3. So this is a good sign for Top Esports, who are really pushing this game forward, now into a Mountain Soul Rift with an Ornn on their team.
And we see JDG trying to find a kill in the mid lane right now, but not able to. Knight playing respectfully. And LeBlanc plus Silas, again, doesn't have the synergy you'd think of something like a LeBlanc with a Rek'Sai or LeBlanc with a Lisa, and something very easily able to set up kills.
True.
And we've seen Kanavi just hasn't really shown up, not only in this game, but kind of in this series in comparison to Karsa.
In this series, it has been about Karsa. I mean, so well said, because Karsa has come to play here today. He's got a level lead with this in this individual game. He's got CS lead, he's got the kills on top of him as well. But most importantly, that communication that was talked so heavily about before is really coming up massively here for Top Esports. And I want to see, once more, how they transition into this mid game, which has been so damn important. Dragons are far way away, but with that mid lane turret gone, with turret plating 1 minute and 30, these next couple of moves from Top Esports have my curiosity.
Top Esports can try to look and punish towards that top side. We see, Zoom has the global, so maybe not wanting to look for that bot lane skirmish. Knight can constantly push. There is no mid lane turret for Yagao, and then we can see Knight and Karsa move as this 2-man unit. Moving to the other side for JDG, it's all about bot. You have the cannon barrage up for Zoom. You have constantly hovering around bot side. We've seen them find the kills before.
Yep.
Just keep doing that and try to get this bot lane turret down.
And he has Trinity Force now as well, so that cannon barrage is going to start outputting a bit more damage. Note that Zoom is almost level 11, so the extra level there to boot. And at this point for Zoom, I mean, we look at this top lane, and Zoom is actually just having a great time. So this is still going to be a big GP if JDG can get the fight they want later on.
JDG do have some options with how they can engage the fight, right? You have a lot of pick potential coming in from both Lumao and Kanavi. You have a bit of range coming out from Yagao being able to pop his head in and out. But for TES, they have straight up a gauge. They have a Nautilus, they have an Ornn. They should be the ones dictating the pace of these fights. So once again, TES, all about the straight up 5v5, JDG, smaller picks, smaller skirmishes.
Using the LeBlanc assassination that we've seen turn games in the LPL many times before. We are at a bit of a lull state at this point as well. Note that turret plating has just dropped down. Knight has the shove through mid. The vision control maintained by Top Esports towards this top side, because there is another Herald that will be spawning soon. And for Top Esports, they're controlling blue side jungle.
It's great. Again, GP is the one with the global ultimate.
Okay, Box is going to be pulled on down because Stretchline misses here, but the depth charge on the backline. Loken can't land the ulti, exhaust onto Jackulov. 2 versus 2. I love this region. Loken is getting ignited while Chocho heals and flushes away. Loken is at 1/3 of his health, and the bottom lane pulls back.
Still, Loken playing so aggressively. It's beautiful to see they still have the heal up. You have the Lantern coming out from Lumao. Overall, great play from JDG's bot lane.
Okay. Well, we've got a couple of summoners down for the Nautilus and his ultimate for the time being. The bottom lane continues to push in here on the side of JDG. Now, Loken has both his summoners available, so maybe we'll check in shortly, see how that one's going. But for now, Rift Herald started. JDG, are they willing to contest?
No way. JDG, we see that Yagao doesn't have a position to move over. JDG's bot lane isn't here. So as JDG, you just back off. You concede the fact that they have pressure in both mid and top. It's not worth it.
Okay, well, you're very much right, sir. This is why I rely on you. Rift Herald going to be picked up by Castle in the end. What are we looking towards top side?
What did we miss?
Oh, Cannon Barrage was used. Fair enough. Just to defend the turret in the top side, letting us know, thank you, observers, that there is no Cannon Barrage for Zoom, which still has quite a long cooldown at this point, halfway to getting that off completion. While we look back to live, the bottom lane turret here by Loken, taken away. So Aphelios has a lot of natural gold in it.
True, and a better thing is now JDG can start looking to transition to this 1-3-1 setup with Loken and Lumao, the ones to hold mid lane, while Yagao is trying to find pressure in a side lane.
Now, with 1-3-1 compositions for JDG, at this point we know a lot of it is about vision, about the setup there, and how safely you can push out and how much pressure you can demand.
Well, I don't want to call it straight up 1-3-1 for the fact that
we might have time, sir. I think we're just exhausting out. Tell me.
You don't expect LeBlanc to actually go and hit the bot lane turret against Lissandra, right? It still is about pushing and moving. It's not necessarily taking advantage of that to take a structure.
But that's the setup, right?
Yeah, it's about pulling TS across the map and then trying to, collapse somewhere first, pick someone in Fog of War.
Unless you want to force it here, he still gets rooted up with the Glacial Prison. Knight looking for the follow-through. Top Esports are collapsing in. Here comes the call of the Forge God through the choke. Kanavi left out as well. He stole the ult of 369. Rams his head into a wall. Bakasa in with the flank onto Yagao. And that LeBlanc now jumps on back. That was nice from Yagao. While Zoom, he stays away from this fight. Top Esports are going to have to pick up the Dragon because of it.
Yeah, but Zoom throwing down that cannon barrage, but no one on JDG jumping in with him, so just looking for a bit of a cheeky steal. Not able to secure that, though.
That was, okay, we're going to see a TP to the top side, but that's just Knight matching it. That was an interesting play, and it could have gone so much worse for JDG. Top Esports in the end, though, they do pick up the Mountain Dragon. One away from this soul here, yet again.
I like what Top Esports are doing. They're not getting pulled across the map by JDG. They're just all inning on a small area saying, hey, we're going to do better than you here. And for Mountain Soul, you have an Ornn, you have a Nautilus, even Lissandra picking up some resistances, and Mountain Soul just completely stops anything that LeBlanc wants to do. This is going to hurt Yagao so much going into the mid lane.
I was going to say, he definitely doesn't want this to be given over. So does that mean I'm looking towards a contest in 4 minutes 20? Does JDG have to take this soul away from them to stay ever so relevant towards the rest of this game?
Yes, and looking at scaling, JDG were feeling good. They're like, hey, we have a Gangplank, we have an Aphelios. We might not have the most reliable options of finding picks or pressure. We will be able to count on side lanes, but still, when you look at TS's comp, when it has Mountain Soul, it's a completely different conversation, and it's an easier composition to execute. Group up as 5, push your ultimates, profit.
You use that keyword front to back, right? And for Top Esports, when the front is unbeatable, How do you even find your way into the back? More on that a little bit later because I want to move forward here. I see that 369 is grouping more. Has the Ghost, has just lost his ult to Kanavi, which is probably not what you want. But Top Esports are actually grouping mid. Knight sent to the side lane, simply to match JDG at this point, it feels.
Top Esports just moving to the mid lane, making sure that JDG aren't able to do anything with their push from side lanes. But now Karsa moving over, making sure that Knight can secure this. Zoom not going to be able to walk forward. And JDG not in position to force anything on the opposite side of the map. Of course, now it just does even out the turret trade, right? We're at 2 for 2.
They are pinging mid though. So Curiosity has me here for now. Kanavi with the ultimate available. 369 with the engage. Denied by Lumao. Gets pulled on in. Call the Forge God used by Kanavi onto Jackulov. He still has the bullet time available. Exhaust goes on down. Chocho hit on out with the real. Call the Forge God coming through. Jackulov over the cannon barrage while Karsa looks for his entrance into the fight. Yagao jumps on forward, but that's it. Herald now dropped mid. There's no Baron. There's nothing towards the top side. JDG are poking top down.
Chocho has to recall in. Still, JDG wanted that engage. They were hoping they'd go for it, but they quickly realized, hey, we can't walk through this choke. Jackulov's under turret. He can just open up his bullet time, and then it's not going to be good for us. But still, the fact that you force Karsa into a situation where he couldn't find a good use for that Herald is great.
Yep, wasted down through the mid lane, got absolutely nothing, and JDG returned to what they were doing before. Remember, it's only a 500 gold lead here for JDG, so it's really nothing to dispute between the two teams. In fact, at this point, I want to look through items again because we're at 20 minutes. We're towards that Mountain Soul that you said was critical. We've got a 2-item GP with Essence Reaver, but we've also got a 2-item Ornn here for 369. So I'm very curious as to this end fight.
And GP does best when the enemy runs into him. Very awkward interaction to run forward and set up your barrels. Does much better when they're coming into you. And Top Esports composition definitely going to run into you. So Zoom should have a good time putting this damage out. To me, the more interesting thing to see is how is Yagao going to try and transfer his pressure from a side lane across the map.
Okay.
We have Dragon up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. JDG need to contest, so we're going to get some action.
Okay, so I'm looking towards Yagao. That's what you're telling me. I'm looking for what Yagao can accomplish here. And to get to the back line, is it about Jackulov? Is it about Knight? What speaks to you for Top Esports to set this up?
So, on the side of Top Esports, it's all about protecting Jackulov. You look at their composition, it's pretty much a one-threat comp. Sure, Knight can have some damage in on that Lissandra, but it completely pales in comparison to the damage coming out from Jackulov's Misfortune. So, the name of the game, just surround Jackulov, right? You have 2 tanks, you have 2 bruisers.
Protect the presence.
Exactly. Create a formation around him, make sure he can do what he wants.
Okay, well, Jackulov has 1.5 items, so at least the damage should be coming through. Knight has Proto Belt to reposition or stop the engage here as well. And a very, very tanky Ornn. Look at 369's health bar in front of you. 30 seconds till the Mountain Soul is up. Top Esports group mid, Knight off to the side. Loka gets poked down a little bit, but he has Severum. He should be fine. Hook connects here on the 369, who bellows breaths away. Knight gets his ult stolen. Zoom setting up the barrels, but does nothing to 369. Glacial Path's going to come through, but not taken. If JDG lose this fight, the series could be over. Top Esports don't want this to go to a Game 5. It could hinge on this.
And now that Kanavi does have Knight's ult, our eyes should be on him.
Oh, a trench line connects onto Lumao though. Stopwatch going to be used. Karsa comes in for the kick. Does he find it? No. Kanavi goes invulnerable in the nick of time. Flashes away. Called Forge God with a bullet time. Lines them up while Knight looks for Loken but can't find the solo kill. JDG want to go on this Lissandra, but Knight dodges away from the chains. Yagao on the chase. Pulls away. But after that, with Lumao going down, is this the Mountain Soul?
Yeah, great hook from Chocho setting this up. And now TES, they have numbers advantage. JDG can try to poke them out over the wall with Yagao, though.
And no setup from Zoom. Loken and this top laner standing together. TP coming through. They finally engage. Drenchline doesn't connect, but forces Zoom over the wall with a kick into the enemy team. Karsa happy to trade his life. JDG find the jungler, but with Kanavi over the wall, maybe not. We're going towards Yagao. Chocho here with the aftershock. Survives. But Top Esports are pulling away because Karsa's dead.
Top Esports being a bit too hasty. You have Knight's TP coming in. You could just turn onto the Dragon. You don't need to feel pressured to force that fight, and feels like a big misstep by Top.
Okay, well, we're still not done though, because Yagao over the wall. Knight is going to look for this. Proto Belt used for the engage. Yagao flashes away, but now the rest of them are here. Golden he will go, but Top Esports mid laner gets Drench Line in. Can't Glacial Path away. Locked in place. JDG are going to deny this one, with Top Esports trying to reposition. What do they find? 369 doesn't have Call the Forge God. Teleport's going to be coming in here as well. Dredge line onto Logan, but Chocho not taking it up. In they go once again. Top Esports are faltering in front of the objective. JDG find it, deny the soul, and the game goes on.
Name of the game was Protect Jackie Love. They weren't able to do it. Lumao finding such a good hook. Now JDG may be feeling bold enough to try and force a fight at Baron, but Karsa is alive. Karsa does have Smite.
Okay, so JDG feel control. Is this a misstep? At this point, it does not feel like it is. Knight with 5 seconds, Ygalga stretch line in, pulled on up, knocked on up as well. Over the wall, Lumao finds himself as well. Call the Forge God, going to be nailed onto this support. But Baron is going down at 2k. Top Esports caster into the back of the pit, gets the kick, but he's down. And JDG felt like this series was over. No longer. They get the Baron, and this could be going the distance.
JDG showing so much patience. They get the Baron low, they wait, they get Karsa in, they burst him down. And you're right, as of right now, it looks like we could be heading towards the Game 5.
I tell you what, start queuing up that music, it's feeling like it. However, for JDG, about what they do with this Baron, 3k gold lead in hand. And big key members coming out in the form of Ygal, Loken. Really trying to nail this one down.
But now the name of the game is going back towards that 1-3-1 setup, splitting up the map. You have a couple minutes to work with before the Dragon's up. I want to see JDG pressuring with all 3 lanes.
Okay, let's see that split. Zoom moving towards the bottom side. Yagao is actually setting up to match 9 at this point. And Loken on this Aphelios is 3 items strong. So in the 3 section, there's going to be really fast pushing here if Top Esports aren't able to quell him back.
And let's go over to Top Esports real quick and say, they still are on Soul Point.
Yes.
If they can get that, it does negate a lot of the damage coming out from JDG, especially from Yagao LeBlanc.
Well said. I will keep myself reserved for the next 3 minutes at the very least. Unless something crazy happens with this Baron. Zoom sitting in the side wave. Top Esports are shadowing this lane, looking for Zoom. They won't get the knock up here with the Searing Charge, but Zoom getting chased down. Until they know Knight and Karsa have committed Glacial Path over the wall. Zoom just going to chase them back. Kanavi coming in as well. But JDG kind of running them around the map.
And for TES, when you're in a position like this, you just need to pick one side, either mid or bot, and say, hey, we're okay with losing a bit in one area. We need a full-on commit to getting this pick and dissuade the siege from JDG.
Oh, you speak of picks, Yagao might have found it onto Jackie Love.
Whoa.
Sigils there, slowed on down, making it rain. Yagao, will he dive? Of course, it's a LeBlanc. Heel's going to be burnt. The turnaround into the wall, bullet time. And they've found their pick, but the cannon barrage flushed away from. Jackie survives, but you talk about picks. JDG are making it mid. Onto the inhibitor turret that goes down while Chocho is the next target. The chain lash will get the slow. JDG may lose their mid laner, but they break the base and they're grouping with Zoom.
Knight went down somewhere in that mix as well, so just a 1-for-1, and JDG able to completely open up the base.
Navi can't find the re-engage. The base broken on the bottom side now as well. Inhibitor number 2 will drop. As Baron expires in 30 seconds for JDG, that might be enough now, holding the base in the palm of their hands.
Still, that's exactly what JDG wanted. You found just enough. 2 inhibitors is completely massive, and now you can play a patient game in front of the Dragon. You don't need to feel as pressured with TS being on Soul Point.
We'll have a look at this again, because Knight got caught.
Just great hook from Lumao.
Like you said, the support's been playing fantastically through the series. Steps up when it counts. Finds that hook, Knight goes down, and the rest of the base follows suit. Only the top range of turrets standing there right now. The Baron has now expired. Soul Point in a minute. JDG can further deny this. Then the sky's the limit at this point here, especially within the Grand Final series.
JDG now can just set up the top wave to push. Looks like they actually might just try and secure the turret, but it's going to be really dicey with securing this and then moving over to Dragon in time.
45 seconds, about how quickly they can do it, isn't it?
They have an Aphelios, so they can do this pretty fast.
All right, well, you got demolished as well from Zoom. That's pretty quick. They might want a little bit more. Keep Top Esports in the base, because if they go out for Soul, they may just lose the game at this point.
That's true. So JDG right now not even thinking about Soul, just keeping TS locked in their base. They do have pressure from all 3 lanes with the fact that they have 2 lanes of super minions.
Okay, bit of extra gold Top Esports save, but now with Soul on the line, 20 seconds till it spawns. JDG walking through and taking everything. But Top Esports, they need a bit of a miracle here to find this fight. Zoom setting up once again, and JackieLove, if he dies, we're going to game 5.
We need to be on the lookout for a great call of the fortune shot coming out from 369, a good flank coming in from Karsa, and setting up JackieLove for a massive bullet time.
Onto the Dragon they begin. Top Esports are looking to contest this. The dredge line doesn't connect, nor does the death sentence for Dragon. Oh, Karsa, where did you come from? The soul secured. The fight back to front is there. Knight for the engage. 369 doesn't find the knockup, but onto the back line. They will get the lockdown on JackieLove. The death sentence there. The play as well. The fight turning around. Kanavi still alive, even though soul goes down. The lockdown on JackieLove was beautiful, and Lumao's Thresh, man, it never ceases to amaze.
Hysterics Karsa showed up once again, but it doesn't matter. JDG gonna be able to bring us to game 5.
Zoom TP'd here, Dredgeline's coming through. Zoom might actually go down here tonight, but instead takes one with him. A 1-for-1 trade in the end. Knight stuck under turret, flashes on top of Yagao, does the damage, but now Kanavi's coming in as well. For JDG's game 5, they need to take down this turret. Health bars are low, but Knight doesn't have enough mana. He has to go back to the fountain, and JDG now finally engaged with him. Scott abduct the hill from Kingslayer, not enough, but Loken and Lumao are here. Cue up the silver scrapes. We're going the distance in the grand finals.
The world wants a 5-game show. They don't get it anywhere else, but the LPL completely delivering.
And JDG find it all.
JDG is doing so well in this game, getting ahead, abusing the 3 lanes of pressure so beautifully, and Lumao on this start finding so many clutch hooks. We talked about how on the side of TS, it's all on JackieLove's shoulders. Well, JackieLove was always getting caught by Lumao.
And JackieLove is like, somebody please help me. In the end of that play, you know what it was about? It was Karsa steals Dragon. Oh, wow. Fight comes around. But Lumao's hook yet again. The lockdown from Kanavi stolen. Frozen Prison was massive.
It was just beautiful to see Karsa steal that Dragon. Like, Top Esports hold on. But it's all for nothing, right?
All for nothing. I mean, JDG showed us something in this 4th game, though, right? They showed us the perseverance, but most importantly, they showed us what they can do with a lead, much like the first game, where we see JDG take a lead, and they really snowball it to victory.
And this is massive going into the last game, because you think about, if you can win a game 4, you now have momentum, right?
Yeah.
You are going in with a good mindset, you're feeling refreshed, and now TS are the ones thinking, oh my god, if only we'd done this differently, that differently. This could really like bring your spirits down. This could be a game changer.
It really could. And JDG with a composition that we talked about, which feels a little bit harder to execute, first of all. And for Top Esports, when they were set up with a Mountain Soul for front to back, they couldn't find that final Mountain Soul in a favorable fight at the same time.
Typically in LPL, I would say the more easy to execute draft comes out on top. That's just what we see here. Not the case today. Even though they were sitting on Soul Point for so long, just JDG doing such a great job finding the kills they need.
And you know what? In that game as well, I feel like Kanavi brought his shining light finally. That JDG's jungler actually stepped up to Karsa at that point. But most importantly, Lumao's been playing Yuumi throughout the majority of the series. The Thresh game here from Lumao was exceptional, to say the least.
Lumao also does seem like the captain of this squad. If anyone saw the trash talk video, he just has this breadth of confidence that no one else has. And it's so nice to see them prioritize this support pick and then him show up so well.
Especially when the bottom lane action in the 2v2 was throughout that whole game, where Loken and Lumao found the lane kill against JackieLove and Chocho. And you can see, once again, another LPL gold graph to say it, but this was Loken and Lumao's game. And for once, Yagao and Zoom, even Kanavi, followed their lead.
And moving to Zoom, those cannon barrages were absolutely massive, always affecting the bot lane fights, making sure Loken and Lumao can be put in a good position. And we don't need to say anything about Yagao's LeBlanc. We've talked about it so much. We saw what it could do in game 1.
I forgot it's still undefeated. It's still undefeated. I forget every time because the action keeps coming pretty hard and fast. Yagao's now 11-0, Lyric.
Yagao just doing so well on his signature pick, but he has yet to show us anything off of that, right? We've seen 2 games of his year that he didn't necessarily play like bad himself. It was more of the team faltering, but we need to see him having a standout performance on a different champion if he can't get his hands on this next game, because we've seen in this final, this game is made off of individual star performances.
That's right. JackieLove had one in game number 3 alongside Knight. Game 4 was Lumao, was Loken, Also, you know, spurs from the individual solo lanes and jungle. With those individual performances in mind, we go to a game 5 where I'm not sure what to expect anymore. I don't think a lot of people expected that we'd go the distance here in this series. But now that we're here, I'm sure a lot of people out there are going to be flip-flopping.
Yeah. You know, honestly, I was hoping for a game 5. I was excited for the possibility, but I did not expect it at all.
Yeah.
Especially when we're at the highest level, right? The smallest mistakes can be abused so much that a series just does typically flip heavily in one way or the other.
Very, very true. And at this point, it's JDG who's flipping the script. A game 5 when no other Premier region gave us a game 5. That's fantastic. I'm waiting for the silver scrapes because at this point, now we have to revisit what we've seen so far in this series. We've seen 4 games of very different drafts where that last game where we saw Zoom's GP as well. His signature pick and the best GP in the world, I will say. I like it. By far. Zoom is having a much better performance towards the end here. And now that we get to a game 5, remember what we saw from JDG last year, especially in spring, and their climb up to the grand finals with these game 5 miracles that only they could pull off.
Hey, but even as recently as the regional finals, both of these teams went to a game 5 against IG. Both of them didn't pan out so well, so this is some new territory right now.
We're going to have a new champion, folks. Remember, none of these teams have ever won the LPL domestic title. But after this, we finally get to crown our king right after the break.
心情就是比较开心吧，也没有特别激动，因为也不是第一次进决赛了吧。然后进了春决就意味着我们今年努力没有白费，可以再拼一把。我觉得 TES 的优势就是对线都打得比较好，然后都比较能操作，比较敢打。我们的优势是我们对线也打得挺好的，但是我们在打团和运营方面做的应该比他们好。
Zoom reckons their strengths are in the macro and the team fights, and I mean, I don't know, that was back and forth in that game. I would say that JDG edged out the macro and the team fights, but it was a close one. I'm Much More. This is Dagda. We're going to be bringing a bit of analysis to your faces over the next few minutes. Dagda, what happened there? Because that game, I mean, it was chaotic for the first 20 minutes, then nothing for another 20 minutes, and then chaos again.
So I actually really like the way, well, let's start from the beginnings, because this was a little bit messy. So when I looked at the draft here to begin with, I was like, okay, cool. When I look at Top Esports, winning top side of the map, winning bot side of the map, they should be able to set up for the pressure from Karsa to try and contain this mid lane, because that was the big issue for them, was if Yigao could get rolling. And that ended up being exactly what happened. We saw Yigao get out, plays towards top side, sets up Zoom, and that was literally what we called for on the desk, was having Yigao working with Kanavi and with Zoom towards this top side of the map. Yeah. What I didn't expect was Loken and Lumeo to take over the bottom lane. Kill after kill, putting on pressure, and it meant that what was supposed to be a winning bot side for them was actually just wins across the board for JDG.
I honestly felt like JackeyLove struggled on the Misfortune this game because Lumao looked amazing on his Thresh. I'm glad to see him off the Yuumi on something that he can have a bit more agency, and Loken on this Aphelios got so far, did so much damage, and I love this play, especially just flashing forward to make sure that they get both of the kills.
Then you get the win on the top side of the map as well for JDG. Zoom and Yigao, the Dumpling Brothers domination continued in this game. But then we saw Top Esports respond. Top Esports made a brilliant play where they picked up the Rift Herald, and using that mid meant that you end up with this long lane for Yigao where he was constantly being shoved in, couldn't get the pressure off, and again Top Esports asserted their dominance on the map. Through those neutral objectives of Rift Herald and Dragon, I really thought they were going to get the ball rolling. Me and you were sitting behind there going, look, well, might as well get ourselves rolling for this fourth game to finish and to crown Top Esports our champions. But then we see it happen once again. The over-aggression from Top Esports at these plays, and it felt like that's again what JDG have opted for. To wait for Top Esports to make these mistakes where they'll go for a bit more of these scaling compositions, and that's where they find their success.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way, and Top Esports lost control of it during that mid-game. They lost control of the lead, or I guess lead is too strong of a word. It was very close in the early
massive
game.
200 gold lead they found themselves
running away with things for sure. But it was JDG that managed to wrestle control in the end. And across some of these fights, I mean, the fights were back and forth, and it was down to minute plays on both sides. I mean, we saw Karsa stepping up a couple of times, but we also saw Karsa throwing things away a couple of times. I feel like I've been saying this all series, that Karsa, he's had incredibly high highs, but pretty low lows as well.
Well, we can have a look at one of those fights at the Dragon Pit, because I felt like this was really one that defined this game as a JDG win, because they were starting to struggle, but it's very difficult for Top Esports to operate in these fights when they're playing this protect the president style. And at that Dragon fight, we're going to see on your screens here, look at how many flanking positions you have. You've got Kanavi, who's able to go in on one end. He's able to steal away the likes of the Ornult and Knight's ultimate in these fights to try and put pressure into JackeyLove. You've then got Yigao, who's playing towards the bottom side of the fight, and it makes it so difficult for JackeyLove to try and set up in these scenarios. And then when I start to go forward and I'm like, okay, cool, well, Kanavi's playing towards the back line trying to get onto Jackie-Love. Yigao is as well. And then you've still got to try and deal with the cannon barrage from Zoom. It really felt like this one-man damage that Lyric highlighted on the cast wasn't able to properly set up and carry these fights as consistently. And then to add insult to injury, Loken, against his own team, was picking up everything on the map.
Yeah, I mean, in all of these fights, it was Loken that was sweeping up a lot of the kills alongside Yigao as well. But, I mean, you mentioned it during there. This one-threat composition coming out from Top Esports. The Lissandra, they've played it twice in this series. It's lost twice in this series. The LeBlanc looking amazing so far, and I just feel like they need more damage. They need Knight to be able to do a little bit more, and you could see multiple times. Knight tried to get solo kills. Knight tried to make these plays, but he's on Lysandra, so he doesn't do any damage, so he can't finish the kill.
And it's interesting to see, because what I'm looking at here for the draft is Top Esports have opted for Knight to go towards the Silas. Previously against this LeBlanc pick, it is something that does really well, and the trade pattern will again neutralize this lane. You're not going to win a Silas, but definitely neutralize it, and then you can have bigger impact in this fight, and especially when you're looking to steal away some of these champions that Kanavi's found success on, the Kindred, and then the Silas is his next most played. I felt like that could have been a great pick here. Then you set up for stealing away some of these key ultimates on the other side, where you can have this control as this Silas, but unfortunately it just never came through. Opt for the Lysandra, and the mid-game power that they wanted to run off the back of just never came around.
Yeah, and I believe we have a replay of the final fight of that game as well, because we just saw one dragon fight. The following dragon fight 5 minutes later was what sealed the deal for JDG. Karsa comes in from the side, gets the steal, but it's at the cost of everything.
But this is the thing. Now you're not opting into this front-to-back style the Top would have preferred to go for. Instead, you're spread out all over the place. Loken's on one end, Yagao's on another, Kanavi's in the back line, and Top Esports have no way of continuing the fight forward because you don't have the setup for Jackie Love. He's not able to set up for these bullet times to deal the damage that you want. And again, Top Esports struggle in the fights, and it comes back to what Zoom was saying there on our opening pieces. He feels like they had the better team fights. Well, this game definitely showed us.
Yeah, I mean, Lu Mao especially in this game, because we saw the CC set up there, but he's able to follow up. He finds Jackie Love in the fight, and as soon as Jackie Love's gone, as we mentioned before, it's a single damage composition. If you can't get the bullet time off during the fight, fight's already over at that stage. So the Mountain Soul wasn't enough. The Nexus went down only just, I have to say. There was a scrap for the Nexus. Knight did his best.
He definitely did, and everyone on Top Esports tried their best to stop that, but unfortunately it was too little too late. And it does feel like, obviously going to a Game 5, I'm going to say this, but the way that these games are going is on a knife's edge, and it feels like it's oftentimes coming down to JDG taking a risk on these later game scaling compositions, where if Top Esports can get ahead and start to snowball, well, JDG just doesn't stand a chance, but they are taking the risk every single game going, no, we don't think you can run away with this. We don't think you've got this mid-game transformation that can really take this game into your hands and find yourselves as the victors. It's worked twice.
I mean, it's
worked
50% of the time so far. 50% of the time it works every
all the time.
But our MVP for game number 4 is going to be Loken. And I mean, he looked amazing this game. And what I loved from him this game was his lack of fear. He was so willing to just flash forwards and force these kills in the fights.
Not even in the fights, in the damn bottom lane.
Yeah.
This didn't even
The
start when they
2v2.
hit the team fights. It was in the 2v2. It was Loken and Lu Mao having dominance in the bottom side of the map, and that is not something that we very much expected, especially up against Jackie Love. But this is again another pattern where JDG can look to exploit, get control of that bottom side, and especially when Loken on this Aphelios has looked so incredibly strong throughout this series. I'm surprised to see him get his hands on it again.
To be honest, I'm just glad that we got an MVP that wasn't a mid laner, because we had Yagao, then we had Knight twice. I was expecting it to just be mid lane back and forth, and that would have been a pretty reasonable expectation, honestly, going into this series. But as we head on towards the 5th game in this series, Dagda, we've got Silver Scrapes on, we're warming up, we're ready to get into the games. What are we expecting out of the draft here? Because Karsa, he's not down and out just yet, even in Game 5. These guys are excited.
I mean, look, in the last draft, we saw 4 bans targeted towards Knight. JDG have put a target on this guy. They want to make sure Knight is not having fun, and exactly the reason we are seeing him tend towards these more control magey styles. Now, though, I want to see if Knight can have that pop-off performance, if we can see him take it to a new lease. But unfortunately for him, he's just had no opportunities in this series so far. And I wouldn't be surprised to see JDG continue this trend. Maybe Top Esports, though, can go for something a little bit more opening for 369. He's been the carry top laner for so long, or at least one of the strongest carry top laners in the LPL. Loves the likes of his Vladimirs. We've seen him on these Jaces, and maybe that's the style that Top Esports want to fall back to when Knight has been so heavily targeted by JDG.
I'm kind of surprised that we still see Chocho for this entire series stepping on forwards. Yanja was the expected support coming on in, but Top clearly deciding that Chocho is the way forward. This guy is the shining light for them in the support role. And as you rightly mentioned, up towards the top side, 369, he's looked great this series. If it gets through the bans, I'd love to see him on Aatrox once again, because when we did see that this series, he looked unstoppable.
And that's why he's undefeated on this champion. That's 9 games undefeated. And there's so many champions that are undefeated here. We still haven't seen the Kalista coming out for Loken, which was also undefeated. Yagao still retaining his record with some incredible performances. This draft leaves so much up in the air, and I cannot wait to push us to Game 5.
JDG as a roster here were undefeated coming into the final, but no longer. There could be more undefeated streaks ruined. It's time to get into game number 5 as we head over to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the caster stage. I'm Asterix, this is Lyric, and it is a pleasure to take you through a Game 5 Grand Final here in the LPL. We haven't had a Game 5 Grand Final since RNG and IG in 2018 summer.
Yeah, it's been quite a long time, and you know, even ignoring the fact that it is a Game 5, the game quality themselves, this series is delivering. We're seeing tons of action, we're seeing some macro moves, like everything is there.
But also that individual response that you mentioned before we cut to break, where it's that one person who steps up. It's the move, like Lumao's hook at the end as well, with Caster trying to steal the dragon at the same time. We're moving into a pick and ban, where draft has been a hot topic in this series. So what gets let through? Like an answer, Game 5 question for you. No LeBlanc for Yagao.
Going into this draft, the one thing I want to see, ignoring bans, ignoring first picks, put Knight on a big damage dealer, right? Their 2 wins was him on Corki and him on Victor. Him on champions that can really take over a game, and he's been the one on the side of TS really putting up those big numbers.
But do we pick that first? Because at this point, Aphelios, okay, still open here. Jaculov has adored this champion.
I was going to say, you definitely don't pick a mid laner first, but the Aphelios is a good pick. Again, both AD carries have looked great on it, showing why it is such a hot pick. And moving over to the other side, we do see Kalista ban, Varus ban, so Misfortune just the next expected pick. And now the question for JDG is, Ornn is open. Zoom loves that champion. Do you want to go for that? Or maybe even picking up the set, something else you can play, but something that can be flexed into the support position
like
as
we
well.
saw in Game 1, right? It was the MF, it was the set in the early rotation on the red side. And Top Esports, they're the ones who've chosen blue. So for JDG, it's going to be impactful to see what comes next. The priority on a support here seems a bit uncharacteristic.
I'd say it's pretty strange picking, if you do end up locking that in early, I think taking the set, which is flexible. Even Kanavi's been playing set in solo queue in the jungle role, so having a lot of versatility.
As well.
Or just taking the Ornn, which, again, this is what you would expect out of JDG.
Yeah, okay, zoom back into comfort, even though the GP facilitates that role as well. But now for Top Esports, do you want to see Knight's champion pool early on before we get to the second ban phase?
I think you're fine still waiting for 4 or 5, right? Knight is a champion Ocean. This guy can play absolutely anything. So picking up support here would be good. The Braum is the expected answer because, again, you have Bullet Time, you have Call of the Forge God. Braum does such a good job at denying both of those things.
We know that Yumi's been the response to that, though.
That is true, and does pair pretty well with Misfortune in the laning phase. And this time around on the side of JDG, you have Engage, right? Last time we saw the Yumi come out, there was no Engage. Don't need to worry about it. Zoom's on the Ornn.
So now that we got the Braum, what do you put on Caster? He's favored the least in throughout this series. We've seen a Trundle as well.
I like this, though.
Olaf?
If you go with it, you have a very strong level 1. Karsa himself has looked good on this champion before, but Hysterics. I'm a big fan of just early rotation in your jungle, but whatever. They take the Ornn. You're undefeated on the Aatrox. 369 looked absolutely amazing on it, so why not?
Don't you remember that when we came into this series, it was about those big 3 champions? It was Ygal's LeBlanc, Loken's Kalista, and 369's Aatrox. And Aatrox coming here in Game 5 for 369, still undefeated, as you mentioned. Let's move forward because Kanavi has gone for the early rotation jungle himself.
This is actually very different, right? We don't typically see JDG early rotation their jungle unless it is something like the Trundle. And even though Kanavi has played the Rek'Sai 6 times, this kind of early game champion that needs to gank to be relevant isn't something you associate with Kanavi.
No, you think about Kanavi going through the jungle and you see him, you know, once or twice, but that's about it. So with Kanavi, early proactivity and activity itself, we're going to see what the other solo lane is, what the support is to pair up with it too. Because we're starting to ban away mid laners here from JDG. Knight isn't going to get the Corki like you wanted.
Like, JDG are signaling that they want to pick the Azir, but it just seems too obvious. I feel like there needs to be some kind of shenanigans going on here.
Sometimes the easiest answer is the simplest one. Now, you're going to lose the Yumi at the same time. Now, Caster not going to get the Gragas to accompany this composition, but that does mean the Olaf they looked at earlier is still open.
That's true. But what I want to see here is where does JDG go if they want to just take their solo lane here. But I guess picking support does make a lot more sense when Top have shown their support themselves. You can go for something like the Thresh if you want, which doesn't necessarily do anything into the Braum, but you do have the Lantern for safety for the Misfortune. But we get to see it Game 5, Lu Mao's Bard.
Lu Mao's Bard is iconic here with this support. If you don't watch the LPL, the best Bard in the league is 150% Lu Mao. It used to be Dwan back in the day, but no longer. It is all about Lu Mao, the roaming support.
And I love it because, again, you have a lot of priority in that Braum lane. You can bully him out easily. You can constantly leave with the tunnel. Moving over to the other side, I love this from Top Esports. We get to a Game 5, and you know what they say? We're going all in on late game team fighting.
We're going to put Casa on a Sejuani. Does that mean the silence fits in here nicely?
Yeah, you do. He is a melee champion, so he is able to proc that passive. You already have a lot of AD damage coming out, obviously, in the Aatrox and the Ophelio, so I like this. Very scrappy comp, scales very well, and in Game 5s where the pressure does start getting to, it does get tense. You want things that can do well in the later stages of the game.
And Night Silas has been exceptional here this split as well. I will talk about that in a second. I need to know what JDG decide Yagao wants to try and win on in Game 5.
Yagao needs to show us something new because typically he does stick to this LeBlanc, Azir, Syndra type champions, and we do get something new coming out from him.
Is it a Casa win? That's my question for you, Lyric. How does this set up in the draft that JDG have given us?
It's very interesting because, again, Kassadin with Rek'Sai. This is not a combo you'd think of. Rek'Sai wants to be ganking early on, wants to get in these lanes, and you have a tank in the top lane, you have something that needs to hyper scale in mid, you have a roaming support that wants to leave lane, so you have a bunch of moving parts that don't come together too well, but in the later stages, he will still be a menace.
I will say, for Yagao through the regular season, he hasn't played this.
No.
This is not a Yagao champion. We talk about the Azirs. We talk about things like the LeBlanc,
the
Zoe,
Zoes,
Syndra,
exactly.
Zoe, Lucian, that's right. It's a Game 5, and Yagao says, let me just pull out this hidden Kassadin that I have under my belt.
And he's going to scale quite well, but Silas still going to do very well in that lane.
That's true.
And putting Knight on something that has priority and proactivity in the laning phase, always a scary thing.
Plus, remember, he can steal the Kassadin ult as well. So the ability to do the same flanking maneuvers are there. But Lyric, we're heading into a Game 5. I have to say, thank you to the gods of League of Legends. Because JDG and Top Esports, not only were they not expected to be in this position in the finals, they weren't expected to go to all 5. It was the JDG predictions here that I saw that across the fan base of the LPL, a lot of favoritism towards JDG. Top Esports showed up earlier in the series, and only now have JDG started to strike back.
Well, it's also like you've said that even people have been predicting Top Esports, it's always been 3-1, something along these lines. You didn't see a lot of people expecting this to go to the distance, and the fact that it has and it has delivered, and now in the final game, we see both teams changing it up, right? TS going towards this complete, like, scaling late game team fighting. They've drafted a Sejuani.
Yeah.
Like, this sort of style is completely different. JDG, again, the composition's a bit all over the place, but you have the scaling. You have early game pressure jungler coming in from Kanavi. You have some Wombo combo as well. Gonna be interesting.
Interesting, a great word to go into this one. Game 5, folks. We're going to hear from the fans before we jump onto Summoner's Rift.
Zoom 加油，期待你继续你的100%胜率。
好，我加油。
Ladies and gentlemen, the Silver Scrapes takes you onto the Rift. Here in the LPL, it has been a full year since the last best of 5 has gone the distance between IG and RNG. But here it's a pleasure to take you into the very last game of the season. The Top Esports JDG Grand Final ends here with one brand new champion picking up the Champions Cup.
I really like what TS are doing right now if they do want to look for a late invade. You have a Braum, insanely strong level 1. Knight as well on the Silas, of course, at E. Gonna do so much work. You have a lot of champions that don't do anything level 1 on the side of JDG with the Kassadin and the Rek'Sai.
That's very, very true. So the invade begins here. 369 joining up, but there is going to be a war that spots them out. There's 4 members. Here it comes.
So they're going to go in. I do expect JDG to just trade sides as well. They shouldn't commit to contesting TS for this invade. And now again, you feel pretty safe in the bot lane if you are Braum and Aphelios. Not a lot of dive threat coming in early on.
True. So is the answer here for Kanavi to match and mirror the map swap, I guess, for junglers? Are we going to be seeing the vertical jungling as an absolute?
I like
Never
this a
mind.
lot. We've seen Sylas be picked up in the top lane against Ornn many, many times. And of course, Aatrox's going to do wonders into the Caston match. If you're an AD champion, his Q shield does nothing. You're so lane dominant. So TS actually having two hard winning lanes.
And Casa between both.
On the side of JDG, though, Ornn does have trading power early in this matchup, like the first few levels. Won't be until, you know, first back levels 5 and 6 where Knight really becomes favored, but still, I'm a big fan of the swap coming out from TS, and you're going to have so much pressure in the mid lane.
Okay. Well, we'll be watching to see what JDG do about it at this point, because I think tracking jungles here with the lane swap is going to be really important, right? Loken and Lumao going in for a bit of invade themselves, while Casa resets the map, going for his red buff, while Loken and Lumao looking for information.
Kanavi going for it. Knight's in a bad position.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash here. The tunnel system used to get into position here. Abscond into the abduct, but teleport coming through. Knight wants to waste time, but through the mid lane, Yagao not there in time, or maybe is. The silence stops the TP, and Knight now left in a 1 versus 2. Good night, dear Knight. Because it's burst blood over to Kanavi while we look towards the bottom side. Carter wants to make a response. Lumao blocked from going through the magical journey. Just in time, yes it is. And JDG win out.
That was so massive coming up from JDG on both sides of the map. Actually, all 3 lanes, Yagao with the silence, Kanavi with the expected gank towards top. You know, Kanavi loves to give Zoom a little bit of attention in the early game, and then Lumao doing just enough to survive. First blood from JDG.
And who cares if you get favorable lanes when you get first blood towards the jungler and help out your top lane on. So for JDG, a brilliant start for the game 1, or rather game 5 here. Grand final.
Ooh, and TS setting up this dive. Again, Bard is a very squishy champion. This is very easy to execute.
Arthur has Aftershock, remember. Sejuani can do this.
Not feeling comfortable. Maybe they don't know exactly where Kanavi is.
Next time then. Caster's going to go back towards top side. He's still got blue to clear. As junglers kind of reiterate their messy pathing that we saw before. Looks like Kanavi will be heading towards the bottom side.
Kanavi heading bot. That is where his camps are starting to respawn, as we just saw with Gromp. And right now, TS's bot lane is still pushed out if you do want to look for that. And of course, not only your tunnels, but you have increased gank options with that magical journey coming out from Lumao. So a lot of options there. And typically, that is the lane I'd say you want to start in, even if you want to look mid, just roaming with Lumao to put some pressure on the 369.
Close here for the Infernal Chains. If you're looking at 369 here for pressure, at the moment he does have it individually. But for Yagao, he's doing pretty well in this lane. After cancelling the TP, that one's going to be down for quite a while. Yagao uses his to get back to lane, and is keeping up in CS so far.
And this is going to be great for Zoom. Pushes in the wave, going to bounce back. Karsa not going to be able to find an easy gank window.
Yep.
Dragon going to be spawning soon, and that's where my eyes are going to turn, because Karsa's going to be the one having pressure in the mid lane from 369, but in bot lane, JDG are going to be the ones having it with Lumao and Loki.
Navi's the one to invade first of all. Karsa over the wall with an Arctic Assault. Navi is just going to be backing away. Now, bottom side, with that push coming through, we're not looking there, we're looking top again. Because Knight is behind 10 CS and Zoom is just punching him.
Especially with Knight dying earlier on. We've already stated that Ornn does pretty well in these early trades.
Oh, not if he turns it around. Knight doesn't have much mana though. For Zoom running away. Chain Lash there, spins once, looking for twice, but Knight so down! And Zoom gets the solo kill in game 5.
Zoom doing so well. I'm going to confidently say it. Best top laner in the world. JDG game 5 with the early game lead. I don't want to be a bit ominous, but the one game JDG did have the early game lead wasn't a victory.
And Zoom in a game 5 situation, let's not forget again, 2019 Spring. Have a bit of flashback here, even though it is the Ornn. But he gets the solo kill in lane. He's 20 CS up, and the wave crashing is ginormous.
Yeah, Knight going to miss out on some CS here, but Zoom just doing a great job in this trade. Things looked really good for Knight. Hits the E, but now you're walking into more than a full wave of minions and just overstepping a little bit, taking those 2 turret shots, and things looking great for Zoom, living that high society life that we know him for.
Yeah, fine dining experience in the top lane. Kanavi now waiting because Knight is 0-2. Knight has been the core element for top esports throughout it all. And he's now getting punished, bullied around here in this top lane.
Ooh, the thing I like, though, is we see Karsa waiting in the wings. Actually, he's taking his Gromp, but still is here just in case Kanavi looks for something.
I don't know if Kanavi spotted him out with the Tremor Senses. That's going to be key. As Knight does hit level 6, means he gets called the Forge God, but Zoom has his own as well. Scott Duck used a little bit early, he gets knocked on up, double knock up here. Knight steals the Rek'Sai ulti, but Kanavi waiting and dead again. 0-3. JDG are winning this top side.
Kanavi showing so many new layers, picking up Rek'Sai, a champion that needs to gank early on. Late game, you become useless because you can only go in. You're squishy, there's no getting out, you're committed, you need an advantage, and he's making damn sure he finds that advantage here.
Zoom picked up 2 bits of turret plating lyric. This Ornn is huge, and Kanavi come back to the point. He's 2-0. This Warrior's Rek'Sai is going to be big as well.
Ignore the Rek'Sai for a second, Hysterics, and remember, coming into this game, we said Knight needs to be the big carry for this team. Knight's 0-3-0. Knight's not doing anything this game.
And now, I'm not going to ignore the Rek'Sai because he's mid. World End is going to be used here. Karsa coming in, nice glacial presence, predicts your gal, but he will get away. Now for JDG, can they? Kanavi gets healed, but underneath the turret, Top Esports can't go too far forward. A nice play from Top Esports, but they don't get anything bar a couple flashes.
Still great overall coming out ahead. 369 did blow flash himself, but getting 2 flashes from JDG. Lumao as well having to blow his heal, and now you're the ones to pick up the Herald. And Knight, luckily not having to follow up, just picking up CS in the top lane, trying to get back in the game.
Because at this point for Top Esports, you just need something. The way this early game's gone, you need something, and the Herald could be enough to turn the momentum, turn the play, at least somewhat in their favor.
Especially because for late game, Top Esports have a very good coherent comp, just sticks together very well. You have a lot of peeling options with Karsa and Chocho. For JDG, Yagao cannot just jump in by himself.
Yep.
He will still get popped despite being on the Kassadin. You really need Lumao to stay up with a good Tempered Fate or Zoom with a great call of the Forge God, because Kanavi's going to fall off massively, won't even be a champion, and of course Aphelios will outskill the Misfortune.
Especially when we look at what could stop Yagao and call the Forge God to be stolen away. Could be exactly that. More on that later, because Rift Herald has dropped down in the mid lane. Jackie Love, a bit too much on the turret shot there, but he's near mid at the right time. That means gold distributed over to this Aphelios AD carry.
Sadly, Bard is not level 6 yet. Cannot save that play, but things feeling good for TES. You pick up a lot of plate gold. Gold is about even, you're 1K behind, but relative to how these comps scale, I'd say that's even for TES.
Okay, wow, that's surprising because, again, early game, as a viewer, I would look at this and say, holy moly, a Top Esports out before this game even gets towards 10 minutes, right?
One thing that's for sure is Knight is shut out of this game so far, right?
Okay.
He's 0-3-0. He will not be able to kill Zoom. Oh God, let's say for the next 35 minutes. We see the item Zoom is picked up, and Knight is a non-factor. So what we want to see from JDG is how they bring this Ornn pressure around the map, or if they just want to keep committing to diving Knight, still take that first turret and then start moving Zoom around the map, which is something Zoom is amazing at.
Especially if Kanavi, at least if we go back to that lane, Kanavi on top of Knight right now, who has no armor, will just get shredded by the Warriors Rek'Sai. So the potential's still definitely there. Kanavi has been hovering towards the top side, clearing his camps for a while now. While we look towards the other jungler in Karsa, who is actually 20 CS up, but that's because he's been farming, shadowing, trying to get there and help out Knight in a couple of these instances.
It's actually really interesting how we have our lane setups as a 1-3-1 right now, without a turret even going down yet.
Very true. And it was after the Rift Herald play as well, like it was after the fact.
And it's like they didn't stay here, like they chose to recommit to these lanes. 369's still gonna have a great time up against that Kassadin at this point. Of course, there are no neutrals up, but JDG feeling fine in this position, knowing, hey, as long as we can keep the wave push into mid, well, they can't do anything to play around 369 in the side lane.
Okay, so favorable in a way for JDG, because there has been a lot of chaos within lanes. The earlier lane swap and now the lane positioning is mentioned with someone like Yagao. 369, by the way, pulling up a bit of turret plating in the meantime, which is actually going to be turned into 2 to this Aatrox mid.
I really want to see if JDG can come up with any like smart, creative plays with the magical journey, because again, you bring Lumao, you bring Kanavi bot.
Like that. Here he is.
A bot, but that wasn't that creative. He just kind of went in, auto-attacked a minion, but on the side of JDG, you should already consider this turret down. Because the minute TSA, well, whatever, we don't care about sides for like 2 seconds, they could bring 4 or 5 members mid and they'll knock that down easily. So for JDG, that mid lane turret is really just a luxury at this point.
At the very least, might be able to stop something in the bottom lane. There was a setup there from Casa around 369, who is still about 12, 15. He'll get to that point. Let's say 12 for now. CS ahead of Yagao. This Ornn is angry and taking it out on the turret top side against no contention right now. I'm afraid of what Zoom's going to do in these fights.
And we have Dragon coming up in a minute 30 seconds, so probably not going to be able to get this turret down in time, but even if you do end up walking away and walking towards that Dragon, you know, so what? As long as your team secures that objective, it's fine. What I want to see is, does TS contest, or do they just say, hey, whatever, it's only second Dragon, we'd rather just keep getting gold on the Knight and get him to a point where, again, he is actually part of this game, get a few more items on the Aphelios, really wants to hit that 3-item power spike. Even Sejuani, right? You want to get her a bit tankier and more durable where you really start hard contesting these 5v5s.
Because if we look at this next Dragon, the potential now for Sol is either Cloud or what do we got on the board? Or we got Ocean. Oh god, not Ocean. So at this point, if Top Esports let those 2 Dragons go, potential to stack up the 4 Clouds is there, the 4 Oceans, as we've mentioned in previous games. More importantly, JDG are 2 Dragons closer towards getting a Sol that could really close out this series and give them their first ever championship.
The great thing for TS going into this next Dragon and, you know, for the championship is the fact that they do keep having Karsa hover towards mid, so they're just naturally picking up this mid pressure, and JDG's mid turret, we've already spoken about, pretty much already down, so going to be great that TS can either just keep Vision first, try to find a pick, or elongate the time that JDG can take this objective.
Vision you mentioned, that's right here in front of them. Yagao able to clear it away before backing away himself. Now 369 has been the quiet achiever here in the meanwhile. This Aatrox quite large and in charge himself. There's the Cosmic Fate coming through. Or sorry, the Tempered Fate. JackeyLove escapes that one with the TP coming through from Knight, but remember, Knight pretty irrelevant even with the Proto Bell. Top Esports get river control. JDG back away, but now re-engage.
And now TS need to commit to doing something. Knight wasted his TP, Zoom didn't. JDG can still just choose to posture, walk away, and then come back with Zoom's TP in hand.
You saw JackeyLove actually cleared out the midway. So gets the push there. They're going to be spotted out through mid. Kanavi, yeah, Tremor Sense comes through. So that'll just be Dragon here for Top Esports. The spawn, question mark. What is it going to be? Oh, okay. An Ocean Soul for Game 5.
Ornn with Ocean Soul once again, but I'd say pretty surprising that JDG choose to just give that over for free instead of opting to go towards the top side, pick up this turret. And you would expect them to get Vision for this Herald first, but JDG not the team we know for taking Herald.
No, definitely not. First turret picked up, by the way, while 369 now matches with his original lane opponent. The first turret of the game at 15 minutes is very delayed for the way this game felt.
Very delayed, but moving on from turrets to other objectives, I really want to see JDG force this Dragon. 369 still in the bot lane. You have TP advantage on Zoom, but we see them taking it too slow, giving TS enough time for 369 to rotate over if he wants, but actually just going to take Krugs. I'm wrong.
Okay. So you want to see them force Herald?
Exactly.
Okay.
TP advantage, that's the key words here.
Clear my throat, Carson now positioning towards the mid lane. Vision pretty much obtained here by JDG. They're all up towards the river. Look how Zoom with the TP in the back pocket is always important to note as well. Begins. And this time, JDG do want her.
TS can't contest this. We see that Knight just made his way towards the red buff. Looks like he was just kind of shadowing over towards bot side. 369, of course, doesn't have the TP, so is going to be a pretty easy objective take for JDG.
Okay, but what do they do with it? Because there are quite a lot of turrets on the map. We got mid, we got bot. And for JDG, they're on the outskirts of a bit of a gold lead with 300 in their back pocket, but for Kanavi. He's got a Cassidy, and that would, I'm sure, love a bit of this gold.
True, but for JDG, I'd say you could even just wait and use it towards the bottom half of the map, open up the side lanes more, because, again, we will get to a point where no one will be able to deal with Yagao in sides, and with TS controlling mid so well, it's going to be really hard for JDG to find an opportunity to drop that mid.
Maybe this one presents itself. 369 over the wall. Zoom very, very tanky. Knight comes in for the engage. It's just the blue buff for now. To pull in Zoom, no, Bellows Breath denies that one away. For Top Esports, they didn't force anything there. They just took the blue and went.
Still getting an objective in a sense, right? Taking enemy blue buff is a very good pickup for TES.
Yep.
And now just defaulting back towards controlling mid-wave. No neutral objectives up for TES to take. Now it's all about, does JDG look to open up the sides with that Rift Herald?
Kanavi was posturing towards the bottom lane. Zoom is here with the shove as well. In fact, the dive, a potential world ender, is available, of course. Here comes the searing charge into the ultimate. As 369 survives that, now for Lumao coming in underneath turret to block the damage. Searing charge does find its mark this time, and Zoom finds a kill. A good dive here for JDG with no response from Top Esports.
Was a bit confusing to where we saw Lumao and Kanavi heading towards the mid lane first. You wonder why they didn't just come straight away. But still, JDG able to pick up the kill is a massive win. Like you just said, TS, there's no objective they could respond with on the map. The Knight is probably just very happy that he's going to get some minion waves uncontested.
Yeah, I think Knight would be super happy about that one. But the team has left Zoom. Top Esports are coming down here, and Lyric, Zoom may be tanky, but against these three people, especially Jackulov, where's he gonna go?
He's dead.
He's definitely dead.
He's going to the gray, gray screen hysterics.
The gray screen.
We see that Loken is topside.
Netted a shutdown onto an Ophelia. Jackulov set up. Now, Rift Herald put down the mid lane. How do Top Esports respond to this? Because this one just feels like it's gone as well.
Yeah, I would assume the Herald just finishes it off. Nope, okay, well,
unlucky.
Like 76 HP, that's what I'm sticking with.
75, not bad.
Oh, wow.
No, sir. You are wasted as a caster.
I'm just saying, World Championship attendee playing coach.
Oh, okay, all right. So name drop that in front of everyone. That's absolutely fine, sir. Make me feel like dirt, but that's cool. Game 5 has come to this point where, yes, we're not as bloody as especially our Game 4, but we are building up towards that conclusion. It's so fitting for this series.
We've had a lot of action, though.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, we continuously see them posturing in front of each other, and sure, kills aren't picked up in the end. We definitely see, you know, some summoner spells and champion abilities traded back and forth.
Especially towards, you know, Zoom in the bottom lane we saw before. It was a kill, netted itself, but we also see the setup that comes through these teams, and more importantly, the setup for the Dragon. And specific blood coming your way, because Top Esports, they do have control over this. Yagawa's TP is up on the top side, but JDG have just reset and are on their way.
Once again, no one has the ability to kill Zoom on the side of TS at this point if it is a straight up 5v5, but once again, JDG are late to the objective.
Yeah.
And maybe not.
Well, TP is going to come through. That's Yagao. He has a speed boost as well with level 2 Realm Warp into the pit, into the back. Yagao jumps on in. It is secured by Top Esports, but that's a 4-man ultimate. The Tempered Fate nets Kanavi over the wall with a 3-man call, the Forge God. The reverse used from Knight, and he finds it onto the backline, onto 3. Jackulov now enabled with Gravitum. Gets a lockdown, but Zoom is so tanky. Yagao wants to find the re-engage into the backline. He's onto Chocho, but exhausted down. Jackulov gets him off his support, and Top Esports find the first one of the fight. 5 versus 4. Zoom is dead. That's the tank. They need to leave.
Top Esports with the old reliable 3 melee champions, actually 4 melee champions, in a late game scaling Aphelios coming out ahead in these front-to-back team fights. And are they actually bold enough to do this?
I mean, they know Kanavi is so low, he either had to back or he's got to check this one. They begin the Baron. It's all or nothing.
I've had a lot of bad memories of Barons in this series so far. Kanavi does have Smite up.
For championship point, Kanavi needs to steal this now because it's at 4K. Going fast. Top Esports in the pit. The poke from Loken in position. He's outside. Runs on in. Loken's cleaning them up while Yagao is set up as well. TP in front. Baron hasn't reset. Top Esports with a flash from 369. Kanavi finally joins the fight. This Aatrox is big though. Can JDG clean him up? Knight to go golden. Kanavi low. And Yagao jumps on as well. But this Aatrox who's sat in the side lane, 369 wants to take them all on. Zoom rejoins after coming in with a TP, and both teams disengage. But you can see the angle that they're playing towards.
Hysterics, what is going on? Baron counters the LPL teams.
Apparently.
Like, it's just a complete mess around this objective. TS feeling bold enough to start, and we saw how that panned out. JDG keeping it competitive.
We started with Zoom versus 369, and we could end with that after we saw a bit of an explosion here.
Once again, great individual performances coming out. Loken and Yagao going in, creating a bit of chaos. And here we see Lumao as well playing well. Knight not really having much damage, but still able to pick up Loken. This is where everything gets a bit messy. Yagao's still in there, Kanavi's still in there, Knight having that Zanyas. They aren't able to find the kill, and Yagao just being all over the place, able to get out. And once again, no one is killing this Ornn. He is so tanky. Just look at his items. No one can touch this man.
No one can touch him, but 369 is a 2-item Aatrox that doesn't quite die either. So at this point in the game, we're at a point where gold is pretty much even, but a couple of K, excuse me, for JDG. We got an Ocean Dragon coming up. Number 3 for Top Esports, number 2 for JDG. And the Baron still sits there after a very ambitious attempt from Top Esports to try and take it away. There's the Tempered Fate once again, blocked on up. The bullet time comes through, Jackie Love comes out of stasis. Now for the re-engage, teleport coming through. They want this championship point, and onto Zoom, can they find it? The Bella's Breath is there, but onto Yagao. Now the attention turns once again. Slowed on down, stunned on up. Onto Yagao, the ultimate misses from Kasa. Yagao thinking about the re-engage once again. Top Esports group is 5 mid. Push JDG back.
Tempered Fate looks so good coming out from Lumao, but that Braum pick doing so much work blocking the call of the Forge God, and then JDG just having to get out of there, having no real follow-up engage. Still, TS not able to find any picks on the back end, but trying to bait JDG into thinking.
But they found Lumao with the Graviton multi. Jackie Love sends it out, and Knight finishes the kill.
World champion showing up clutch in Game 5. Sadly, no Dragon up. They don't feel confident to go towards the Baron, but can they force more under this turret?
It'll be about Zoom, this tanky Ornn to push them away. He jumps on in, Yagao off the side as well. 3-man knockout while Jackie Love gets low. At half health, they turn onto Yagao though. Golden is he, while the re-engage comes through 369 with the World Ender again. They find the knockup, and JDG are sent packing. 3 versus 5, low health bars for Top Esports, but they do the job yet again.
And still, 2 picks is so massive for the side of Top Esports. You're going to be able to recall, buy more items, get vision set up first for this Dragon, and then we're going to be on soul points.
And suddenly, I have to say, Knight, who was 0 and 3, suddenly has 3 kills and a bounty. He's now back in this game, and you can see how relevant Top Esports are here for the next fight. That's the second time in a row that they look pretty dangerous within this 5 versus 5 realm.
After that first 5 minutes, there's no way you could have told me that Knight would be sitting here with a bounty almost at his 3rd item. You're the team with the Aphelios. You have constant threat on the Baron, but let's see how this started. Lumao going for the recall, and like you said, it's all about Jackie Love here with that ultimate locking him down. Knight and the rest of TS all following up, and it looked great.
Brain versus Broad. And Lumao didn't have the brain in that situation, but boy did Top Esports bring their brawn. We're right in front of the Dragon, the 3rd Ocean, rather 2nd. 3rd Dragon, at least for Top Esports, on the menu.
Front-to-back teamfights favor the side of Top Esports.
And they know it. They've found Yagao. He doesn't have Zonyas from the last play. Has to flash away as well. Stolen ulti from Knight as a cosmic Fate jumps onto 4. The bullet time set up. 2-man knockup here. Onto Jackie Love, onto 369. Can they find it? Because JDG may have found the miracle with Lumao's ulti. And that's exactly that. All of a sudden, back in the driver's seat.
JDG do it. They combo the ultimate so perfectly. Kanavi finds a way onto Jackie Love. Yagao getting in there as well. And you talked about Lumao. They're able to pick up a Baron.
Right into the middle. JDG now simmer into the Baron pit. This is theirs. No one up to contest. And the swing goes back. The Colonel unsure what the heck is going on for a good reason. The Game 5 held onto by JDG and might even be the winning fight.
Hysterics for JDG. They need to execute their comp so perfectly. You need a great Tempered Fate shutting members out. You need exactly. You need Yagao and Kanavi to get right on top of Jackie Love. These are such small windows, but they do it so perfectly. TS are the ones to start this fight. They know, they feel confident saying, hey, we win the front-to-back team fight. We see Karsa jumping and finding the engage onto Yagao, but he's able to get away. Look at Kanavi, but look at Lumao with that Bard ultimate. So massive, gives time for Yagao to get onto JackeyLove. Kanavi's there as well, and without that damage dealer from TES, JDG just clean up.
And they pick up the Baron after the play. Now sitting in front of the Ocean Dragon. Top esports still want to contest. 5 versus 5 yet again. Knight steals the call. The Forge God away. Zoom doesn't have his own. Advantage is there as Yagao's forced out of the back of the pit.
But Yagao's in a great position. He's trying to put flank pressure onto JackeyLove so he can't kill the front line of JDG.
Chocho wants to check this one away. A ward dropped on down in Yagao's spotted, but the Ocean Dragon gone before it comes through. Karsa can't get the steal. The engage comes through, and for JDG, this might be okay. Knight finds a 2-man knock up here. The Tempered Fate again locks down Karsa and JackeyLove. They're ready to jump in. JDG erupt on top of esports. This is Karsa getting knocked up as well. And once again, Lumao says, this is my championship. It's all mine.
Game 5 Bard showing in clutch. Lumao finding the perfect Tempered Fates. And JDG don't care if it's a hard to execute comp. They get it done.
They got Baron. They've got long death timers on the side of top esports. Now, at this point, can the game end? I don't think so. But JDG with yet another big fight and a massive goal lead, they want to do it.
Yeah, the pings are coming out. They want to push forward. Again, death timers are up in 10 seconds. I don't think they have the damage.
From the brink of despair, this is history being made. JDG have fought against all odds to rise to this throne. They leave a trail of their enemies behind them. They will now pick up the crown as the last defense comes through. All they have to do is hit the Nexus, and they've done it. The new king to the LPL. All hail JDG, your 2020 Spring champions.
I don't even have words for this moment. That was absolutely insane coming out from JDG. Oh.
Out of nothing, JDG erupt, and Lumao is the best damn support in the LPL. Lumao set that up, and the beauty of his Bard carries them over the finish line.
And Loken taking down his former team. I'm so happy for them. Big congratulations over to JD Gaming.
You can see Lumao, he's very tearful. Congratulations go out to JD Gaming.
After 5 games, the final winner is JD Gaming. Congratulations to them again. Regrets in 2019. Finally, it's returned into the victory, the sweetness of victory in 2020. JDG proves how strong they are through today's battle fights. Here's the golden rain in the venue. Although there's no audience in the venue cheering for them, but I believe there are so many of you are sitting in front of the monitors to cheer for them. And please step forward.
我相信此时此刻，我们京东的5位队员心里也一定有很多的话想跟大家分享。我们跟5位简单来聊一下。首先，站在我旁边的绿毛，绿毛和龙肯是京东舰队开始最早的队员，一路走过来，经历了很多。此时此刻拿到这个 LPL 的冠军，有什么样的感受跟大家来分享的
？Any feelings right now to share with?
很开心
I'm so excited.
在赛前的采访当中绿毛也说到，赢了之后要为大家唱
So
王妃。
in the pre-game
今天要不要
interview,
在这样的一个时候给
you
大家来唱
promised
两
that
句？
you will sing the Ronnie to all the fans. Can you sing a little bit?
下次再说
Maybe next
好不好
time.
我们大家可以也期待一下。接下来站在我旁
Okay,
边
then we're
的
looking
苏
forward
武
to
公
it.
爵今天也是拿到了
And
LPL
Zoom,
联赛
Lord,
对于自己来说的第一个冠军，很开心。
It's
有什么
your
样的感受
first
跟大家来
LPL
分享一下
trophy.
的？
Any feelings right now?
打职业这么多年了，就终
I've
于能
been
拿到一个 LPL
playing
冠
as
军，就
a
非常
pro
激
player
动
for
吧。
so
然后
many
就
years.
很感谢队友们这么给力。
非常激动，这个时候要不要跟屏幕前另一端所有的观众一起隔空举杯庆祝一下，好不好？
Really grateful to my
cheers
teammates
举杯庆祝
for
一下，
being
这
so
个胜
strong
利
and
属于
so
京东。
carry.
接下来问一下我们的牙膏，今天跟 Knight 平相第一中单的竞争，也是大家非常关注的，拿下了 LPL 的冠军，有什么话想跟大家分享？
So how do you feel for getting the champion?
我也很开心，
of
很激动，
today's
很
match?
开心。的确，我们
Very happy,
胜利
very
属于
excited.
京东。那在这个时候要进入到我们的颁奖时刻，我们要有请到我们的颁奖嘉宾腾讯剧联席 CEO 金一波先生上台，为我们的京东战队颁发奖金牌，有请。
Co-CEOs Bobby Jin.
好，可以把我们的奖金牌颁给我们的牙膏，有牙膏代为领取。好，可以一起来合影。
And this is the 2020 LPL Spring Final Champion prize money awarded by Bobby Jin, co-CEO of JDG.
一同记录下这样的一个胜利时刻。
Memorize this
好
very
了，
meaningful
那么
moment.
接下来继续我们的颁奖，我们接下来要颁发出的是这个赛季总决赛的 FMVP， 究竟是谁可以拿到这个奖项呢？我相信屏幕前的你都有自己的选择。那在这里，我
Everyone will
们要
have
恭
your
喜
own
的是
choice, but the prize goes to
总
Lumao.
决赛的 FMVP，
Congratulations to be the 2020 LPL Spring Final MVP.
来为绿毛
Please
颁奖。
welcome the co-CEOs of PJ
作
Esports,
为队伍的
Leo
指
Lin.
挥兼核心，绿毛一路走来，凭借着自己出色的指挥和发挥，也是称得上这样的一个 FMVP 的称号。
Lumao is
可以一起来合
definitely
影。
the one for FMVP for his extremely intelligent and
对，
perfect
把我们的
performance
银龙杯也可以一起来
throughout the split.
举起来。好了，感谢我们的两位颁奖嘉宾，请到台下稍事休息。谢谢两位辛苦了。
Thank you
我们
for
绿毛
the
拿到这样
rewarding
的一个
guest.
FMVP， 我觉得也要让绿毛再来讲两句，因为一路走来非常的不容易，有很多粉丝也一直在支持着京东。
I
此时
believe
此
that
刻
you
有什
still
么样的
have
话
some
想跟支
feelings
持
in
你
the
们的
bottom
粉
of
丝
your
说
heart. So any words for your fans that keep
一直以来
supporting for you?
感谢一直对我们支持的粉丝，然后
I'm very
去
grateful
年丢的脸，我们今年一定要
for the
拿回来
fans that keep
赢下。
supporting us.
如果有幸进入
I
世界
promise
赛，我们一
you
定会
guys
为 LPL 争光的。
I'll try my best to win all the upcoming events, and if there is the world, so we'll definitely try our best to win the world, to win the best. And back to you guys. Thank you.
接下来，让我们把时间交给评论席。
Huge congratulations to JD Gaming. They're going to take the trophy in the end. And Lumao, I'm so happy for Lumao. He's been the veteran of this squad. He's been here for years. Finally comes through and gets the MVP as well. And so deserved.
On his Bard as well.
Yeah.
That's what the beauty of this moment was. Lumao has been so flexible in his champion pool, known for the fiddlesticks, but this split has stepped up massively on the Bard. 2 MVP performances already for him, and now adding that third on a well-deserved Game 5. That was incredible.
It was absolutely beautiful to watch. It was the pick that they beat IG with in the regular split, and that, I think, was the game that got people's eyes looking at this squad, and they have not stopped since. And then, feels like the perfect pick to round out the split with as well, win things out. His Thresh as well looked amazing earlier on in this series. And I'm glad that we got to see a full 5 games. I'm glad that we got to see JDG come out on top in the end. And I'm so happy for especially the bot lane, but the Dumpling Brothers, Kanavi, this whole squad. I think the amount of work and the amount of emotion you could see out of them on this stage there, this win means so much.
Of course it does. I mean, this is the first time that this team has managed to pick up the LPL Championship. They have been so close time and time again. Summer 2018, they make it to the 3rd place spot. Then you look at Spring 2019, they lose to IG in the finals in a 3-0 sweep. But then today, they come up once again against Jackie Love, and they manage to find the victory.
So let's talk a little bit about the game here, because that was a 27-minute, 28-minute win with a Kassadin on the squad. You'd expect this one to go a lot longer, but Loken's damage during these fights, his positioning was magnificent.
Well, I want to even go back further because the way JDG started this game off was so incredible. So at the beginning, Karsa pats from red to buff to red buff to try and secure himself a 3-buff start. But Kanavi does a really smart job of opting into going for a gank topside instead. So when you've got this slow clear on Sejuani, there's no way she can get back up towards that topside. So this sets up that first gank that we saw. And then after that, because the double TPs have been used, well, you can't commit to any sort of play on the bottom side of the map then, which is what Top Esports tried to answer for.
Yeah, really, really great stuff from JDG throughout that entire game. And you can see on the goal graph, it was actually very, very close between the two teams until those final fights. But let's take a look at the moment that JDG really started to find themselves advantages. It was that fateful dragon fight. And it was only a singular pick, but it led to the Baron.
Yeah, and this was the most messy game 5 that I've seen in a while. And it starts with this play where you see, okay, cool. So this is a fight that goes in favor of Top Esports. They do a really good job of baiting in the engage from Kanavi and Yagao before Zoom gets that big call the Forge God out. And this is why Jackie Love is free firing from the back line. You've got Knight who's able to get into position to threaten onto Loken as well. So Top win the fight, but then here again we see JDG fighting back. The Barons in this series have been so crucial in defining it, but they do manage to pick off Jackie Love, the key source of damage for Top Esports in this composition, and from there JDG are able to clean up.
And the crazy thing is, like, JDG wins this fight overall, but because of 369 on this Aatrox, it doesn't even feel like a convincing fight for JDG. Like, they did win out when you mathematically figure it out, but off the back of that skirmish, both teams kind of have to step back and take a second to figure out where to go next, because both teams were firing on all cylinders. But the following Baron fight, because we had plenty more Baron fights, went a lot more convincingly towards JDG, because that was where they finally just started to find these 5v5s.
Yeah, and that was the big issue here, was off of the early game advantages. Like at the 15-minute mark, we had 1,000 gold lead over in favor of JDG. And as you said, when they're running the Kassadin, if they're ahead at that point, they're going to look splendid. So by the time we get to those later game fights, this Kassadin has already started rolling. Miguel's getting into brilliant positioning across the board, and that's where they're able to pick up these team fights. And as you said, we're looking towards that mid lane fight. That was where it all started to kind of go a little bit topsy-turvy for them, though.
Yeah, and it was all about Lumao once again. His bard comes through, gets a beautiful Tempered Fates, followed up by the Call of the Forge God. And what it means is that Jackie Love is left alone. Rek'Sai can get onto him, Casting can get onto him. We've got a replay of that now.
Watch Kanavi here, though, because he's the orchestrator for all of this. Forces Jackie Love into these awkward positions. Everyone on Top Esports is like, we need to get back. We need to help out here. So Lumao gets the brilliant Bard ultimate that sets it all up. And from that point, JDG, they've swung everything in their favor. They're winning the team fights. The confidence is there. And it leads to this fight at Dragon with Zoom in front, leading the charge. And again, the Bard ult from downtown to seal the fate of Top Esports.
These fights just... It's not even just fight wins, right? These are brutal wins in favor of JDG, just dominating Top Esports. And after the fights had been so close the entire series, we had these brawls between the two teams. And with Top being 2-1 3 games into the series, for JDG to come back and win Game 5 in such commanding fashion is honestly... It's just awe-inspiring.
And it was beautiful to see from JDG because they knew where they needed to play. It was the late game. They didn't try to contest Top at these early stages where we talked about how strong they were in lane, how good they could transition to the mid game. It was that late game where everyone on JDG said, we'll hang on, we'll put our honkers down, we're going to delay ourselves and take over where it matters most and win this series.
And take over, they did. It was a 5-game series, but JDG take it in the end. And we have a very special interview planned for you guys as well. I'm going to kick it over to Iris with one of our champions.
Thank you, guys. This is Iris for the interview with Zoom, the new king of 2020 LPL Spring. Thank you, Zoom, for joining us. And the first question will be congratulations for lifting your first LPL trophy, and you're the new king of our new era. So I know you're super excited right now, and I'm really curious about what was the first sentence that you said to your teammates after the Nexus exploded. 首先，恭喜你 捧起了你的第一座 LPL 冠军奖杯，我知道你现在肯定也很开心，也很激动。但是我还是非常好奇，在水晶爆炸的之后，你跟你队友说的第一句话是什么？
第一句话说的是打得好，打得好，然后大家都辛苦了。
Well, the first sentence, good job, everybody. We did a good job. So people were really, really looking forward to this series, intense series between you two teams. So have you ever expected or like predicted the scores of today's best of 5 before? 今天其实是大家非常期待的一场 BO5，所以在来之前有没有预测过自己期待一下今天的这个比分呢？
自己最期待的肯定是3-0嘛，然后也有想过会打满5局，因为大家的实力都比较相近。
So definitely, I've predicted before. I wish it could be a 3-0, but you know the two teams are very, very strong too. So I predict that there will be a 5 games today. So, well, thanks to these gentlemen that we had 5 games to watch in the finals. And the next question will be, Top Esports actually made a comeback after losing in the first game and even got 1 point ahead after the third game. So, what kind of feedbacks you had before getting into this deciding game? 其实滔博是在输掉第一局之后连追2场，那你们在进入到决胜局之前是进行了什么样的反馈去稳住心态呢？
因为我们前面4局打完2-2的话，其实对我们是有优势的，因为第5局很考验选手的心态，然后我们都是比较稳重的队伍嘛，所以说我们心态要比对面好一点。
So actually, we got the advantages because after the 2-2 because we are playing really consistent. So it might be a little bit favored for us to take down the last game. So you played back and forth in this best of 5. Everyone just screaming so loud for you guys. So did you feel like you already took down the championship after you locked down the Bard in the last game? 这场 BO5 打是有来有回嘛，所有人都在，无论是什么团战都会为你们尖叫。那你可以现在老实跟我讲，因为你已经赢下来了，所以可不可以老实跟我讲说，最后一局锁下巴德的时候，你觉得你半只手已经碰上那个冠军奖杯了？
因为巴德也是我们辅助的一个绝活嘛，然后对面阵容都比较笨，而且都是近战，所以说巴德就比较好能开到对面，所以说打起团来我们是有优势的。
So, as everyone knows, Bard is a significant champion of our support Lu Mao. And to be honest, the enemy's opponent's draft is a little bit too tanky, and so Bard is a really good champion to engage on their front lines. That's actually a bit benefits for us. So the next question will be, it's a little bit meaning since you guys have already finished this spring, this glorious spring. So fans are starting to say, we can make our theme song up to this world. So it's like, so do you have any memes about that? Like any thoughts about that? Maybe, you know, like Ronnie, like Duke, like Lord. So, well, just like joking, but have you ever expected or expectations for upcoming events like Worlds or Summer Split? 因为你们已经赢下来了这个非常好的一个成绩，而且这个春天呢也是很圆满的结束了，所以粉丝们也开始说，好像我们可以开始去写一下今年的世界赛主题曲了，红酒公爵这样子，也是对你的一个小小的这种表达爱意的方式嘛。那对于接下来的赛事，比如说夏季赛，比如说世界赛，有什么样的一个展望呢？
夏季赛的话，是因为我们春季赛已经打了一个很好的底子嘛，我们有积分嘛，所以说夏季赛的目标肯定是进世界赛。然后如果进了世界赛之后，因为我们 LPL 已经2连冠了嘛，所以说只要能进世界赛的中国队，应该都是想着能拿冠军的吧。
Yeah, so we already took down this spring championship, so we got points for the Worlds and. For Summer Split, of course, our goal of Summer Split is going to Worlds, and LPL has already two champion for the Worlds. So definitely the LPL teams want a 3 winning streak at Worlds. That's my goal for this year's Worlds. And the last question will be: there are so many foreign fans keep watching your games till now. So any words for the fans that keep supporting you? 就是很多的海外粉丝一直坚守看着比赛到现在，所以有没有什么想对海外的粉丝说的话呢？
因为现在是晚上了嘛，所以说有时差的话，可能在海外都是比较早嘛，然后就很感谢各位粉丝能够就是牺牲睡眠的时间来看我们的比赛，就很感谢你们。
So it's very late right now. I believe it's morning because of the jet lags. So it might be morning for the foreign fans. I'm very grateful to the fans that keep watching our games and supporting us. Yeah, that's so much for today's interview. And thank you, Zoom, for joining us. And take it back to you guys. Thank you.
What a high-class interview. Thank you very much, Zoom, and thank you very much, Iris, for translating as well. What a win in the end for JDG, and strong words there with 4 slots for the LPL moving on towards Worlds. They've got 60 championship points. JDG already have a foot in the door when it comes to making it to that World Championship.
And you can see that is what they have in mind. And I think tonight it's screw the wine, it's champagne for these guys. Definitely a celebration is in order. And I think well played. Ooh, maybe, but well played by these guys. And I think overall they can be incredibly happy with their performance.
Yes.
Their growth from last split as well has been night and day, and they have well deserved this
Last
victory
split, they didn't even make playoffs.
No!
Then they come in spring, they win the whole thing. And I want to give it an extra shout out as well, once again, to Lumao. He's going to be the MVP for game number 5 and for the entire series as well. The man's a monster. His Bard pick is insane, but not just the Bard in game 5. The entire series, he looked exceptional.
And he's been on JDG since the very beginning, back in 2017, and now he has been rewarded. Finals MVP for Lumao, and with the Bard pick as well. The setup that exactly JDG needed. Well played.
Yeah, beautifully done from Lumao. And we have to mention it, Top Esports, unfortunately, they were 2-1 up. They go down in the end, and that's a heartbreaking defeat, especially for Knight. He's going to fall short of the final hurdle once again. Jackie Love doesn't quite live up to his reputation.
No, but we put it down here coming in here today that there's so little that separates these two teams, and I think we saw that in our series. It is heartbreak though for Top Esports, who once again will be sent back, but climbing ever higher in the ranks. You saw at our beginning segment all those hours ago where they've started 6th, they get to 4th, they get to 3rd, now to 2nd. It feels almost inevitable before they can make that run for the top place spot.
Could be summer. I mean, Jackie Love had a big impact over the course of 1 month. Let's see how much of an impact he can have over half of a year. But let's not talk about Top Esports. I'm sure that they've had enough for today. But on the other side for JDG, let's talk about the Dumpling Brothers here. Let's talk about Kanavi, because we've been talking a lot about the bottom lane. Zoom came in, looked amazing here today. His Gangplank, obviously, in the final game, kind of bringing out the signature pick, even though for this split, it's really been about Ornn for him, but coming in with the Gangplank, something kind of harkening back to older times.
Well, I mean, that was the pick that they used to defeat FPX in years gone by, and now we get to see it again today in game number 3. But, of course, coming into game number 4, the Ornn was such a magnificent pick for him. Really was the big engage tool that they needed to set up, and I was curious to see how he would perform. Not so much guessing his capabilities on this champion. It was more so looking towards how does he try and maneuver around this Braum pick. The same with Loken. This Braum would have shut down the Misfortune bullet time, but with that Lumao ultimate being able to set up for the engages, Kanavi on this Rek'Sai as well, finding success not only in the early game, in the mid game, and in these team fights that were so crucial across the board. The entire team step.
Yagao on the Kassadin as well. We know Yagao for this LeBlanc, and honestly, the way he played Kassadin in those mid-game fights felt like a LeBlanc, because he was not waiting to scale up, waiting to get items to get involved. As soon as those Tempered Fates came through, he was in there alongside Kanavi on this Rek'Sai, making sure that they could take someone out before the Tempered Fate ended.
And JDG did an amazing job of setting up this Kassadin pick for success. Yagao was popped into a side lane nice and early. Lyric talked about on the desk this 1-3-1 that they opted for nice and early. Well, that was because there was no objectives on the map. They had the teleport advantage. They were able to funnel so many resources into Yagao. And it wasn't so much that Yagao needed to kill people in fights. It was the threat. It was trying to position himself to always put pressure onto Jackie Love so this Aphelios can't approach the fights. And it becomes very difficult as this Aphelios then to try and get into fights because you're trying to deal with this bullet time from Misfortune. Yagao is always going to be on your side. And as well, you've got the engage coming through from Zoom. It just felt like Jackie Love had no way in these fights. And with Knight on this Silas, wasn't able to have the impact in the early game. He was only getting back onto his footing come that mid-game, but it was all bruisers in the front line. Tanks. You needed that damage from Jackie Love, and it wasn't there for Top.
That was sort of a similar story to game number 4 as well, where we kept on saying that Top Esports kind of needed to play this almost protect the president style, where everyone groups around Jackie Love and tries to keep him alive. That style works even worse if you're against Bard, because your players just cease to exist for 3 seconds during the fight. So suddenly he finds himself completely alone, gets taken on down, and ultimately I want to give another shout out to Kanavi, because Kanavi versus Karsa in this matchup, honestly, it didn't go as one-sided as I expected. With the way that Kanavi looked during this split, during playoffs as well, he really has looked like one of, if not the best jungler in the league. Karsa definitely gave him a run for his money during this series, but when it came down to it, in those clutch moments, it felt like it was Kanavi that was coming out on top more often than not.
And don't forget, Kanavi's new blood. Like, yes, he played a little bit on JDG in 2018, but this is really the first time we've seen him start on this roster. And for him to show up like he did in that Game 5 just shows nerves of steel.
He came onto this roster, first off, as a loan. That loan finally gets finalized, and then suddenly he comes into the LPL and wins the whole damn thing. It's just like, what a way to make an entrance.
And you can see that Kanavi's playing with ambition because he came onto this team not only just saying, hey, look, well, I like these 4 other guys. I think they'll fit towards me. But the rest of the team said, hey, look, we're fine to play towards Kanavi. Zoom Yagao, they're going to start invading with them. They're going to set him up for success. They're going to forego their own lanes to get Kanavi ahead. And even though in that Game 5 it was Kanavi setting up the rest of the team for success, ganking towards Zoom, getting a couple of kills, it was still Kanavi that set the ball rolling and why we were highlighting him as the secret sauce for success of this JDG roster.
And that's one of the things that I really love the most about this JDG team is that they don't play quite the same as all the other teams. It's not about trying to get the top laner fed. It's not necessarily about trying to get the mid laner fed. While they often play around the top side of the map, it's usually Kanavi that they're trying to get fed. Kanavi is often the carry from the jungle, and while we saw less of that in this series, that's kind of been the story there. And it's great that we did see a little bit less than that of that in this series, because it shows the different styles they can play.
But isn't that how greats are made? It's you take your style and you just play it to perfection. That's what we saw with IG in 2018 when they were in Worlds. This solo lane domination. We saw it with FPX in 2019, playing through side lanes. These 4v2 dives, they were renowned for them. And now we see JDG, their own unique brand, their unique style of League of Legends. And once again, they have once penned their name in the LPL. They will look to do it twice in summer, and they will look to solidify that at the World Championship.
They certainly shall, and as I said before, they're a shoo-in now for the World Championship. They've not penned their name in just yet, though. They will still need to get some points when it comes around to the summer. And obviously, MSI unfortunately cancelled, so they're not going to get to step onto the international stage just yet. They have to bide their time. But so long as they get sort of top 3, top 4, with first place being an auto-qualified spot for Worlds in summer, they only need to be in the upper echelons of the LPL to make it to that World Championship.
And I mean, that is what their eyes are firmly locked on right now, especially after a performance like this where they came in, they were able to take down former world champions in FPX. They were able to take down top esports, which looked like for part of this series they were going to be the thorn in their sides. Jackie Love once again rearing his head. The nightmare from the past that they have not been able to defeat, but they take them down here today, and in such commanding fashion. It was in such a dramatic style. I am so excited to see what JDG can do.
Man, I mean, what a final. We got 5 games. We had an insane final game as well. And I think the thing about that final game that I enjoyed the most was that the last 2 fights were decisive fights. It wasn't back and forth. It was JDG putting their foot down and saying, this is our final. This is our trophy. This is our LPL.
Decisive fights. That decisive end game call. Teleport bot lane. Shove the Nexus. Everyone on top be damned. We're going to finish this game. And I wasn't certain they could do it. Those health bars were dwindling. That Nexus was getting low, but not quite fast enough.
Isn't that how this entire series was played, though? When you think about the Baron calls from both teams, like, it was on a knife's edge. Both of these teams, even though JDG, you know, we kind of described them coming in today as this very careful, like, very cognizant, the smartest team in the LPL, and I stand by those statements generally speaking. But when it comes to the high pressure situations, they're not afraid to make a slightly controversial call. They're not afraid to take some risks and try and take some names alongside that risk.
And that's exactly what they did, and now they've written their names in the greats of the LPL, and I want to see if they can now continue this forward, because it doesn't feel like this unique style has been figured out at all. People don't really know how to deal with Kanavi when he's invading and you've got the support of the Dumping Brothers there. They don't really know how to deal with Loken and Lu Mao, who stepped up massively in this series to take over that bottom lane against Jackie Love, a former world champion, a person that you look towards to be one of the most dominant AD carries in our league, they had no problem swiping him aside and pushing towards multiple kills in that bottom lane.
And I think especially when you look towards Loken, I don't think there were that many great expectations of Loken coming into today. I don't think many people at home were looking at JDG and saying, Loken is the carry here, he's the X factor of this team, because realistically, he's not been that kind of player in the past. I mean, he was on top esports in 2019. When you're the AD carry in top esports, you're almost certainly going to fall down in priority to Knight in the mid lane, right? So when you've got that reputation, coming in, having such a great performance in the finals, just magnificent to see. And on the other side of the board as well, for top esports, I was really impressed by 369 in this series, because he was one of the big question marks, especially up against Zoom, on how he'd perform. I think he performed exceptionally well.
Yeah, and I want to go back to Loken though, because it feels like we're bringing him back towards this high status that we expected from him when he started. When he joined on ESC Ever way back in the day, he won IEM Shanghai in 2017. That was in his first year. And many others had such high expectations for him. And now, once again, he's rising to the creme de la creme of the AD carries in the LPL.
Well, we've got an absolute treat here today because we have an extra interview for you guys at home. We've got Loken and Kanavi standing by, so I'm going to kick it back over to Iris once again to find out what they're going to say.
Hi guys, it's me again, Iris here, and joining by Kanavi and Loken from JDG. Please say hello to our audience before. Well, first of all, 인사 부탁드려요.
Hello, I am JD jungler Kanavi.
Hello, I am JDG the AD Loken.
갑자기 중국어로. Well, thank you guys for joining us. So the first question will be, how do you feel after such an intense best of 5? 네, 이번 일단 우승 축하드려요. 지금 기분이 어떠세요?
지금 첫 우승인데 되게 좋은 것 같아요.
일단 첫 우승이라서 너무 좋고 솔직히 막 엄청 못한 것 같지도 않아서 더 기분 좋아요.
So first of all, it's our first champion, so I'm really happy, really excited. And for Loken, that's it's so excited to have our first championship in LPL. Though I'm still a little bit tired, but I'm so happy. The second question will be, is there anything or any period that they feel really hard during the whole spring split? So 지금 우승했는데 혹시 그 스프링 시즌 동안 가장 어려울 때 있으세요?
방금 그 세 번째 판 지고 나서 제일 힘들었던 것 같아요.
네, 큰 선수는요?
저는 그 3연패인가 했을 때가 솔직히 제일 힘들었어요.
So Kanavi says that after the third game of today's best of 5, it was really, really hard. I thought I was gonna die. So about Loken, he said that I thought it was about our losing streak. That was really bad time for me. So the last question will be, today will be a very, very memorable moment for them. So any ways to celebrate for their victory? So 오늘 혹시 회식이 있으세요? 세레모니 있으세요?
아마도 사장님이 오셔서 회식할 것 같아요.
네, 로켓 선수는요?
아마 사장님이 오셔서 이제 같이 밥 먹기로 했는데 뭐 맛있는 거 먹으러 가지 않을까요?
노래방 안 가세요?
노래방 그러지 않을까요?
저는 잘 모르겠어요.
Because our boss came here today, so I think there will be so we would have a meal together. For the other celebrations, we still don't have any plans yet. So that's so much for the interview. Sorry if I'm so nervous right here. Back to you guys.
Kamsahamnida, guys. Great to have a little bit of a Korean interview splashed in there as well. Thank you very much, Iris, and thank you very much, Kanavi and Loken, for sticking with us and giving us a few words. I'm glad they're going to go for a meal afterwards. Maybe a high-class celebration on their win.
I think it's well-deserved from the guys. And fantastic performances from both Loken, Kanavi, Zoom, Lumeo. The entire roster has really stepped up here. And it's incredible to see, as we said, JDG really coming into their own in this spring 2020. And I have such high hopes for them coming into summer.
I can't wait to see what is up their sleeves when it comes to summer, whether they're going to be able to make it to the World Championship. I reckon they're probably going to. Top esports as well, we'll see what they've got left in the tank. But that's going to be it for us here today. That's going to be it for us in the 2020 spring split for the LPL. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Thank you from our casters, from the production crew, from everyone here. Make sure you tune in summer. We'll see you guys there.